Nothing to Envy: Ordinary Lives in North Korea, by Barbara Demick. Narrated by Karen White. Copyright 2010 by Barbara Demick. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Spiegel and Grau, an imprint of the Random House Publishing Group, and was produced in the year 2010 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Chapter 1. Holding Hands in the Dark. If you look at satellite photographs of the Far East by night, you'll see a large splotch curiously lacking in light. This area of darkness is the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Next to this mysterious black hole, South Korea, Japan, and now China fairly gleam with prosperity. Even from hundreds of miles above, the billboards, the headlights and streetlights, the neon of the fast food chains appear as tiny white dots, signifying people going about their business as 21st century energy consumers. Then, in the middle of it all, an expanse of blackness nearly as large as England. It is baffling how a nation of 23 million people can appear as vacant as the oceans. North Korea is simply a blank. North Korea faded to black in the early 1990s. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, which had propped up its old communist ally with cheap fuel oil, North Korea's creakily inefficient economy collapsed. Power stations rusted into ruin. The lights went out. Hungry people scaled utility poles to pilfer bits of copper wire to swap for food. When the sun drops low in the sky, the landscape fades to gray, and the squat little houses are swallowed up by the night. Entire villages vanish into the dusk. Even in parts of the showcase capital of Pyongyang, you can stroll down the middle of a main street at night without being able to see the buildings on either side. When outsiders stare into the void that is today's North Korea, they think of remote villages of Africa or Southeast Asia where the civilizing hand of electricity has not yet reached. But North Korea is not an undeveloped country. It is a country that has fallen out of the developed world. You can see the evidence of what once was and what has been lost dangling overhead alongside any major North Korean road, the skeletal wires of the rusted electrical grid that once covered the entire country. North Koreans beyond middle age remember well when they had more electricity, and for that matter food, than their pro-American cousins in South Korea, and that compounds the indignity of spending their nights sitting in the dark. Back in the 1990s, the United States offered to help North Korea with its energy needs if it gave up its nuclear weapons program. But the deal fell apart after the Bush administration accused the North Koreans of reneging on their promises. North Koreans complain bitterly about the darkness, which they still blame on the U.S. sanctions. They can't read at night. They can't watch television. We have no culture without electricity, a burly North Korean security guard once told me accusingly. But the dark has advantages of its own, especially if you are a teenager dating somebody you can't be seen with. When adults go to bed, sometimes as early as 7 p.m. in winter, it is easy enough to slip out of the house. The darkness confers measures of privacy and freedom as hard to come by in North Korea as electricity. Wrapped in a magic cloak of invisibility, you can do what you like without worrying about the prying eyes of parents, neighbors, or secret police. I met many North Koreans who told me how much they learned to love the darkness, but it was the story of one teenage girl and her boyfriend that impressed me most. She was 12 years old when she met a young man 3 years older from a neighboring town. Her family was low-ranking in the Byzantine system of social controls in place in North Korea. To be seen in public together would damage the boy's career prospects as well as her reputation as a virtuous young woman, so their dates consisted entirely of long walks in the dark. There was nothing else to do anyway. By the time they started dating in earnest in the early 1990s, none of the restaurants or cinemas were operating because of the lack of power. They would meet after dinner. The girl had instructed her boyfriend not to knock on the front door and risk questions from her older sister's younger brother or the nosy neighbors. They lived squeezed together in a long, narrow building behind which was a common outhouse shared by a dozen families. The houses were set off from the street by a white wall just above eye level in height. The boy found a spot behind the wall where nobody would notice him as the light seeped out of the day. The clatter of the neighbors washing the dishes or using the toilet masked the sound of his footsteps. He would wait hours for her, maybe 2 or 3. It didn't matter. The cadence of life is slower in North Korea. Nobody owned a watch. The girl would emerge just as soon as she could extricate herself from the family. Stepping outside, she would peer into the darkness, unable to see him at first, but sensing with certainty his presence. She wouldn't bother with makeup. No one needs it in the dark. Sometimes she just wore her school uniform, a royal blue skirt cut modestly below the knees, a white blouse and red bow tie, all of it made from a crinkly synthetic material. She was young enough not to fret about her appearance. At first they would walk in silence, then their voices would gradually rise to whispers and then to normal conversational levels as they left the village and relaxed into the night. They maintained an arm's-length distance from each other until they were sure they wouldn't be spotted. Just outside the town, the road headed into a thicket of trees to the grounds of a hot spring resort. It was once a resort of some renown. Its 130-degree waters used to draw busloads of Chinese tourists in search of cures for arthritis and diabetes, but by now it rarely operated. The entrance featured a rectangular reflecting pond rimmed by a stone wall. The paths cutting through the grounds were lined with pine trees, Japanese maples, and the girls' favorites, the ginkgo trees that in autumn shed delicate mustard-yellow leaves in the shape of perfect oriental fans. On the surrounding hills, the trees had been decimated by people foraging for firewood, but the trees at the hot springs were so beautiful that the locals respected them and left them alone. Otherwise, the grounds were poorly maintained. The trees were untrimmed, stone benches cracked, paving stones missing like rotten teeth. By the mid-1990s, nearly everything in North Korea was worn out, broken, malfunctioning. The country had seen better days, but the imperfections were not so glaring at night. The hot springs pool, murky and choked with weeds, was luminous with the reflection of the sky above. The night sky in North Korea is a sight to behold. It might be the most brilliant in Northeast Asia, the only place spared the coal dust, Gobi Desert sand, and carbon monoxide choking the rest of the continent. In the old days, North Korean factories contributed their share to the cloud cover, but no longer. No artificial lighting competes with the intensity of the stars etched into its sky. The young couple would walk through the night, scattering ginkgo leaves in their wake. What did they talk about? Their families, their classmates, books they had read. Whatever the topic, it was endlessly fascinating. Years later, when I asked the girl about the happiest memories of her life, she told me of those nights. This is not the sort of thing that shows up in satellite photographs. Whether in CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, or in the East Asian Studies Department of a university, people usually analyze North Korea from afar. They don't stop to think that in the middle of this black hole, in this bleak, dark country where millions have died of starvation, there is also love. By the time I met this girl, she was a woman, 31 years old. Mi Ran, as I will call her for the purposes of this book, had defected 6 years earlier and was living in South Korea. I had requested an interview with her for an article I was writing about North Korean defectors. In 2004, I was posted in Seoul as bureau chief for the Los Angeles Times. My job was to cover the entire Korean peninsula. South Korea was easy. It was the 13th largest economic power, a thriving, if sometimes raucous, democracy with one of the most aggressive press corps in Asia. Government officials gave reporters their mobile telephone numbers and didn't mind being called at off hours. North Korea was at the other extreme. North Korea's communications with the outside world were largely confined to tirades spat out by the Korean Central News Agency, nicknamed the Great Vituperator for its ridiculous bombast about the imperialist Yankee bastards. The United States had fought on South Korea's behalf in the 1950 to 1953 Korean War, the first great conflagration of the Cold War, and still had 40,000 troops stationed there. For North Korea, it was as though the war had never ended. The animus was so raw and fresh. U.S. citizens were only rarely admitted to North Korea, and American journalists even less frequently. When I finally got a visa to visit Pyongyang in 2005, myself and a colleague were led along a well-worn path of monuments to the glorious leadership of Kim Jong-il and his late father, Kim Il-sung. At all times, we were chaperoned by 2 skinny men in dark suits, both named Mr. Pak. North Korea takes the precaution of assigning 2 minders to foreign visitors, one to watch the others so that they can't be bribed. The minders spoke the same stilted rhetoric of the official news service. "Thanks to our dear leader Kim Jong-il" was a phrase inserted with strange regularity into our conversations. They rarely made eye contact when they spoke to us, and I wondered if they believed what they said. What were they really thinking? Did they love their leader as much as they claimed? Did they have enough food to eat? What did they do when they came home from work? What was it like to live in the world's most repressive regime? If I wanted answers to my questions, it was clear I wasn't going to get them inside North Korea. I had to talk to people who had left, defectors. In 2004, Mi Ran was living in Suwon, a city 20 miles south of Seoul, bright and chaotic. Suwon is home to Samsung Electronics and a cluster of manufacturing complexes producing objects most North Koreans would be stumped to identify: computer monitors, CD-ROMs, digital televisions, flash memory sticks. A statistic one often sees quoted is that the economic disparity between the Koreas is at least 4 times greater than that between East and West Germany at the time of German reunification in 1990. The place is loud and cluttered, a cacophony of mismatched colors and sounds. As in most South Korean cities, the architecture is an amalgam of ugly concrete boxes topped with garish signage. High-rise apartments radiate for miles away from a congested downtown, lined with Dunkin' Donuts and Pizza Huts and a host of Korean knockoffs. The back streets are filled with love hotels with names like Eros Motel and Love Inn Park that advertise rooms by the hour. The customary state of traffic is gridlock as thousands of Hyundais, more fruit of the economic miracle, try to plow their way between home and the malls. Because the city is in a perpetual state of gridlock, I took the train down from Seoul, a 30-minute ride, then crawled along in a taxi to one of the few tranquil spots in town, a grilled beef ribs restaurant across from an 18th-century fortress. At first, I didn't spot Miran. She looked quite unlike the other North Koreans I had met. There were by that time some 6,000 North Korean defectors living in South Korea, and there were usually telltale signs of their difficulty in assimilating: skirts worn too short, labels still attached to new clothes. But Miran was indistinguishable from a South Korean. She wore a chic brown sweater set and matching knit trousers. It gave me the impression, which like many others would prove wrong, that she was rather demure. Her hair was swept back and neatly held in place with a rhinestone barrette. Her impeccable appearance was marred only by a smattering of acne on her chin and a heaviness around the middle, the result of being 3 months pregnant. A year earlier she had married a South Korean, a civilian military employee, and they were expecting their first child. I had asked Miran to lunch in order to learn more about North Korea's school system. In the years before her defection, she had worked as a kindergarten teacher in a mining town. In South Korea, she was working toward a graduate degree in education. It was a serious conversation, at times grim. The food on our table went uneaten, as she described watching her 5- and 6-year-old pupils die of starvation. As her students were dying, she was supposed to teach them that they were blessed to be North Korean. Kim Il-sung, who ruled from the time the peninsula was severed at the end of World War II until his death in 1994, was to be revered as a god, and Kim Jong-il, his son and successor, as the son of a god, a Christ-like figure. Miran had become a harsh critic of the North Korean system of brainwashing. After an hour or two of such conversation, we veered into what might be disparaged as typical girl talk. There was something about Miran's self-possession and her candor that allowed me to ask more personal questions. What did young North Koreans do for fun? Were there any happy moments in her life in North Korea? Did she have a boyfriend there? "It's funny you ask," she said. "I had a dream about him the other night." She described the boy as tall and limber, with shaggy hair flopping over his forehead. After she got out of North Korea, she was delighted to discover that there was a South Korean teen idol by the name of Yoo Jung-song, who looked quite like her ex-boyfriend. As a result, I have used the pseudonym Jun-song to identify him. He was smart, too, a future scientist studying at one of the best universities in Pyongyang. That was one of the reasons they could not be seen in public. There are no love hotels in North Korea. Casual intimacy between the sexes is discouraged. Still, I tried to pry gently about how far the relationship went. Miran laughed. "It took us 3 years to hold hands, another 6 to kiss," she said. "I would never have dreamed of doing anything more. At the time I left North Korea, I was 26 years old and a school teacher, but I didn't know how babies were conceived." Miran admitted she frequently thought about her first love and felt some pangs of remorse over the way she left. Jun-song had been her best friend, the person in whom she confided her dreams and the secrets of her family, but she had nonetheless withheld from him the biggest secret of her life. She never told him how disgusted she was with North Korea, how she didn't believe the propaganda she passed on to her pupils. Above all, she never told him that her family was hatching a plan to defect. Not that she didn't trust him, but in North Korea you could never be too careful. If he told somebody who told somebody, well, you never knew. There were spies everywhere. Neighbors denounced neighbors, friends denounced friends. Even lovers denounced each other. If anybody in the secret police had learned of their plans, her entire family would have been carted away to a labor camp in the mountains. I couldn't risk it, she told me. I couldn't even say goodbye. After our first meeting, Mi-ran and I spoke frequently about Jun-sung. She was a happily married woman, and by the time I saw her next, a mother, but still her speech raced and her face flushed whenever his name came up. I got the feeling she was pleased when I brought up the subject, as it was one she could not discuss with anyone else. "What happened to him?" I asked. She shrugged. 50 years after the end of the Korean War, North and South Koreans still have no proper communication. In this regard, it is nothing like East and West Germany, or any other place for that matter. There is no telephone service between North and South Korea, no postal service, no email. Mi-ran had many unanswered questions herself. Was he married? Did he still think of her? Did he hate her for leaving without saying goodbye? Would Jun-sung consider Mi-ran a traitor to the motherland for having defected? "Somehow I think he'd understand, but I have no way really of knowing," she answered. Mi-ran and Jun-sung met when they were in their early teens. They lived on the outskirts of Chongjin, one of the industrial cities in the northeast of the peninsula, not far from the border with Russia. The North Korean landscape is perfectly depicted by the black brushstrokes of Oriental painting. It is strikingly beautiful in places. From an American frame of reference, it could be said to resemble the Pacific Northwest, but somehow devoid of color. The palette has a limited run, from the dark greens of the firs, junipers, and spruce to the milky gray of the granite peaks. The lush green patchwork of the rice paddies, so characteristic of the Asian countryside, can be seen only during a few months of the summer rainy season. The autumn brings a brief flash of foliage. The rest of the year, everything is yellow and brown, the color leached away and faded. The clutter that you see in South Korea is entirely absent. There is almost no signage, few motor vehicles. Private ownership of cars is largely illegal, not that anyone can afford them. You seldom even see tractors, only scraggly oxen dragging plows. The houses are simple, utilitarian, and monochromatic. There is little that predates the Korean War. Most of the housing stock was built in the 1960s and 1970s from cement block and limestone, doled out to people based on their job and rank. In the cities, there are pigeon coops, one-room units in low-rise apartment buildings, while in the countryside, people typically live in single-story buildings called harmonicas, rows of one-room homes stuck together like the little boxes that make up the chambers of a harmonica. Occasionally, door frames and window sashes are painted a startling turquoise, but mostly everything is whitewashed or gray. In the futuristic dystopia imagined in 1984, George Orwell wrote of a world where the only color to be found was in the propaganda posters. Such is the case in North Korea. Images of Kim Il-sung are depicted in the vivid poster colors favored by the socialist realism style of painting. The great leader sits on a bench, smiling benevolently at a group of brightly dressed children crowding around him. Rays of yellow and orange emanate from his face. He is the sun. Red is reserved for the lettering of the ubiquitous propaganda signs. The Korean language uses a unique alphabet made up of circles and lines. The red letters leap out of the gray landscape with urgency. They march across the fields, preside over the granite cliffs of the mountains, punctuate the main roads like mileage markers, and dance on top of railroad stations and other public buildings. Long live Kim Il-sung. Kim Jong-il, son of the 21st century. Let's live our own way. We will do as the party tells us. We have nothing to envy in the world. Until her early teens, Miran had no reason not to believe the signs. Her father was a humble mine worker. Her family was poor, but so was everyone they knew. Since all outside publications, films, and broadcasts were banned, Miran assumed that nowhere else in the world were people better off, and that most probably fared far worse. She heard many times on the radio and television that South Koreans were miserable under the thumb of the pro-American puppet leader Park Chung-hee and later his successor Chun Doo-hwan. They learned that China's diluted brand of communism was less successful than that brought by Kim Il-sung, and that millions of Chinese were going hungry. All in all, Miran felt she was quite lucky to have been born in North Korea under the loving care of the fatherly leader. In fact, the village where Miran grew up was not such a bad place in the 1970s and 1980s. It was a cookie-cutter North Korean village of about 1,000 people, stamped out by central planning to be indistinguishable from other such villages, but its location was fortuitous. The East Sea, the Sea of Japan, was only 6 miles away, so locals could occasionally eat fresh fish and crab. The village lay just beyond the smokestacks of Chongjin, and so had the advantages of proximity to the city, as well as open space on which to grow vegetables. The terrain was relatively flat, a blessing in a country where level ground for planting is scarce. Kim Il-sung kept one of his many vacation villas at the nearby hot springs. Miran was the youngest of 4 girls. In 1973, when she was born, this was as much a calamity in North Korea as it was in 19th century England, when Jane Austen wrote in Pride and Prejudice about the plight of a family with 5 daughters. Both North and South Koreans are steeped in Confucian traditions, in which boys carry on the family line and care for elderly parents. Miran's parents were ultimately spared the tragedy of having no sons, with the birth of one 3 years after Miran, but it meant their youngest daughter was the forgotten child of the family. They lived in a single unit of a harmonica house befitting Miran's father's status. The entrance led directly into a small kitchen that doubled as a furnace room. Wood or coal would be shoveled into a hearth. The fire it produced was used both to cook and to heat the home by means of an underfloor system known as ontol. A sliding door separated the kitchen from the main room where the entire family slept, on mats that were rolled up during the day. The birth of the boy swelled the family size to 8, the 5 children, their parents, and a grandmother. So Miran's father bribed the head of the People's Committee to give them an adjacent unit and allow them to cut a door into the adjoining wall. In a larger space, the sexes became segregated. At mealtime, the women would huddle together over a low wooden table near the kitchen, eating cornmeal, which was cheaper and less nutritious than rice, the preferred staple of North Koreans. The father and son ate rice at their own table. "I thought this was just the way life naturally is," Miran's brother, Sok-ju, would tell me later. If the older sisters noticed, they didn't make a fuss, but Miran would burst into tears and rail against the injustice. "Why is Sokju the only one who gets new shoes?" she demanded. "Why does Mama only take care of Sokju and not me?" They would hush her up without answering. It wasn't the first time she would rebel against the strictures placed on young women. In North Korea at the time, girls weren't supposed to ride bicycles. There was a social stigma. People thought it unsightly and sexually suggestive, and periodically the Workers' Party would issue formal edicts, making it technically illegal. Miran ignored the rule. From the time she was 11 years old, she would take the family's single bicycle, a used Japanese model, on the road to Chongjin. She needed to get away from the oppression of her little village to go anywhere at all. It was an arduous ride for a child, about 3 hours uphill, only part of the way on an asphalt road. Men would try to pass her on their bicycles, cursing her for her audacity. "You're going to tear your cunt," they would scream at her. Sometimes a group of teenage boys would career into her path, trying to knock her off the bicycle. Miran would scream back, matching obscenity with obscenity. Eventually she learned to ignore them and keep on pedaling. There was only one reprieve for Miran in her hometown, the cinema. Every town in North Korea, no matter how small, has a movie theater, thanks to Kim Jong-il's conviction that film is an indispensable tool for instilling loyalty in the masses. In 1971, when he was 30 years old, Kim Jong-il got his first job, overseeing the Workers' Party's Bureau of Propaganda and Agitation, which ran the country's film studios. He published a book in 1973 on the art of cinema, in which he expounded on his theory that revolutionary art and literature are extremely effective means for inspiring people to work for the tasks of the revolution. Under Kim Jong-il's direction, the Korean feature film studio on the outskirts of Pyongyang was expanded to a 10 million square foot lot. It churned out 40 movies per year. The films were mostly dramas with the same themes. The path to happiness was self-sacrifice and suppression of the individual for the good of the collective. Capitalism was pure degradation. When I toured the studio lot in 2005, I saw a mock-up of what was supposed to be a typical street in Seoul, lined with run-down storefronts and girly bars. No matter that the films were pure propaganda, Miran loved going to the movies. She was as much a cinephile as one could be growing up in a small town in North Korea. From the time she was old enough to walk to the theater herself, she begged her mother for money to buy tickets. Prices were kept low, just half a won, or a few cents, about the same as a soft drink. Miran saw everything she could. Some movies were deemed too risque for children, such as the 1985 film Oh My Love, in which it was suggested that a man and a woman kissed. Actually, the leading lady modestly lowered her parasol so moviegoers never saw their lips touch, but that was enough to earn the film the equivalent of an R rating. Hollywood films were, of course, banned from North Korea, as were virtually all other foreign films, with the exception of an occasional entry from Russia. Miran especially liked the Russian films because they were less propagandistic than North Korean ones and more romantic. Perhaps it was inevitable that a dreamy girl who went to the cinema for on-screen romance should have found there for herself the real thing. They met in 1986, when there was still enough electricity to run the movie projectors. The Culture Hall was the most imposing structure in town, built in a rather grandiose style popular in the 1930s when Korea was occupied by Japan. 2 stories high, big enough to accommodate a mezzanine, the theater had a huge portrait of Kim Il-sung covering its facade. The dimensions were dictated by regulations that all images of the great leader be commensurate with the size of the building. The Culture Hall served as a cinema, theater, and lecture hall. On public holidays, such as Kim Il-sung's birthday, it would host contests to name the citizens who best followed the example of the great leader. The rest of the time, the theater showed movies, a fresh film arriving every few weeks from Pyongyang. Jun Sang was every bit as crazy about the movies as Miran. As soon as he heard there was a new film, he rushed to be first to see it. The film on this particular occasion was Birth of a New Government. It was set in Manchuria during World War II, where Korean communists, led by a young Kim Il-sung, had been organized to resist the Japanese colonial occupation. The anti-Japanese resistance was as familiar a theme in North Korean cinema as cowboys and Indians was in early Hollywood. The movie was expected to draw big crowds because it starred a popular actress. Jun Sang got to the theater early. He secured 2 tickets, one for himself and one for his brother. He was pacing around outside when he spotted her. Miran was standing toward the back of a crowd surging its way toward the box office. Movie audiences in North Korea tend to be young and rowdy. This crowd was especially rough. The bigger kids had pushed their way to the front of the line and formed a cordon blocking the younger ones from the box office. Jun Sang moved in to take a better look at the girl. She was stamping her feet with frustration and looked like she might cry. The North Korean standard of beauty calls for pale skin, the whiter the better, a round face, and bow-shaped mouth. But this girl looked nothing like that. Her facial features were long and pronounced, her nose high-bridged, and her cheekbones well-defined. To Jun Sang, she looked almost foreign and a little wild. Her eyes flashed with anger at the melee at the box office. She didn't seem like other girls who made self-effacing gestures and covered their mouths when they laughed. Jun Sang sensed in her a spirited impatience, as if she hadn't been beaten down by life in North Korea. He was immediately enchanted. At 15, Jun Sang was naggingly aware that he was interested in girls in a generalized way, but had never focused on a particular girl until now. He had seen enough movies to be able to step out of himself and envision what this first encounter with her might look like if it were unfolding on screen. He would later remember the moment in a dreamlike technicolor with a mystical glow around Miran. "I can't believe there is a girl like that in this little town," he told himself. He walked around the perimeter of the crowd a couple of times to get a better look and debated what to do. He was a scholar, not a fighter. It wouldn't do to try to push his way back to the box office. Then an idea lodged in his mind. The movie was about to start, and his brother wasn't there yet. If he sold her the extra movie ticket, she would have to sit next to him since the tickets were for assigned seats. He circled her again, formulating in his mind the exact words he would use to offer her the ticket. In the end, he couldn't muster the courage to speak to a girl he didn't know. He slipped into the movie theater. As the screen filled with the image of the movie's heroine galloping across a snowy field, Jun Sang thought of the opportunity he had let pass. The actress played a fierce resistance fighter who wore her hair tomboy short and rode her horse across the Manchurian steppe proclaiming revolutionary slogans. Jun Song couldn't stop thinking of the girl outside the theater. When the credits rolled at the end of the movie, he rushed outside to look for her, but she was gone. Chapter 2. Tainted Blood. At 15, Jun Song was a lanky and studious boy. Since childhood, he had scored the best grades in his class in math and science. His father, something of a frustrated intellectual, was ambitious for his children, especially his talented eldest son. It was his dream that the boy would get out of the provinces and further his schooling in Pyongyang. If Jun Song came home after 9 p.m. or fell behind in his homework, his father was quick to pull out a stick he kept for the express purpose of beating intransigent children. The boy would need to maintain top grades through high school and pass 2 weeks of rigorous examinations in Chongjin to secure a place in a competitive school such as Kim Il-sung University. Although he was just starting his first year of high school, Jun Song was already on a career trajectory that didn't leave room for dating or sex. The imperatives of puberty would have to wait. Jun Song tried to push aside the errant thoughts that would disrupt his concentration at the most inconvenient moments, but try as he might, he could not dislodge the image of the girl with the cropped hair stamping her feet. He didn't know anything about her. What was her name? Was she as beautiful as he remembered, or was it just memory playing tricks on him? How would he even find out who she was? As it happened, it was surprisingly easy to track her down. Miran was the kind of girl young men noticed, and her short hair was distinctive enough that a description to a couple of friends yielded her identity. A boy in Jun Song's boxing class happened to live just 2 doors away in the same strip of harmonica housing. Jun Song chatted up the boy, prodding him for bits of information and recruiting him as a personal spy. The neighborhood buzzed with gossip about Miran and her sisters. People often remarked that each was more beautiful than the next. They were tall, a highly prized quality in North Korea, and talented too. The oldest was a singer, another one painted. They were all athletic, excelling in volleyball and basketball. Such beautiful and clever girls. It was a pity, then, the neighborhood gossips would add, that their family background was so disgraceful. The problem was their father, a gaunt and quiet man who, like many others in the neighborhood, was employed in the mines. He worked as a carpenter, repairing wooden support beams inside a mine that produced kaolin, a clay used for making pottery. The only thing conspicuous about this bland soul was his sobriety. While other miners chugged down copious quantities of a gut-curdling brew made of corn, and, if they could afford it, soju, the Korean rice liquor, Miran's father never touched a drop. He didn't want to consume anything that would loosen his tongue and cause him to talk about his past. Miran's father, Tae-woo, was born in 1932 in a place that later became a part of South Korea, the enemy state. No matter how long they've been away, Koreans describe their home as the place where their paternal ancestors were born. Tae-woo came from South Chungcheong Province, far on the other side of the peninsula near the Yellow Sea coast. This is a gentle countryside of emerald green rice paddies, the terrain as hospitable as Chongjin's is forbidding. His village was on the outskirts of Saosan, a small town that consisted of little more than a row of houses along a spine of dry land cutting through the checkerboard of rice paddies. Back in the 1940s, everything was made out of mud and straw, even the balls that the boys used to kick down the street. Rice was the soul and sustenance of the village. Growing rice was back-breaking work, with the plowing, seeding, and transplanting all done by hand. Nobody in the village was rich, but Teu's family was just a notch or two better off than the others. Their thatched roof house was a little larger. The family had 2,000 pyong of land, a Korean measure equivalent to 1.6 acres. They supplemented their income by running a small mill where neighbors could bring their rice and barley to grind. Miran's grandfather's status was high enough that he had 2 wives, a practice not uncommon at the time, although only the first marriage was recognized by law. Teu was the firstborn to the second wife and the only boy. He had 2 adoring younger sisters who used to follow him around the village, much to his annoyance, but to the delight of his friends as the girls grew into beautiful teenagers. Teu wasn't the biggest kid in the pack, but he was a natural leader. When the boys played war games, Teu got to be the general. His friends would call him a little Napoleon. He was straightforward and decisive. He would say things firmly, and people would listen, said Lee Jung-hun, a childhood friend who still lives in the village. He was smart, too. Teu attended elementary school and later middle school through the age of 15, which was standard for the sons of farmers. The language of instruction was Japanese. Japan had annexed Korea in 1910 and deposed the last of the Korean emperors, after which it went about methodically stamping out Korean culture and superimposing its own. During the early years of the occupation, the older men in the village had been forced to cut off the long braid that Korean males traditionally wore bound in a topknot and covered with a black hat. They were made to take Japanese names. The Japanese levied heavy taxes, taking 50% or more of the rice harvest, claiming it was necessary to support the war they were waging in the Pacific. Young men and women were shipped off to Japan to contribute to the war effort, while girls were forced into prostitution, becoming what were euphemistically known as comfort women who sexually serviced the troops. The rice farmers loathed the Japanese. They couldn't do anything without Japanese approval. On August 15, 1945, Emperor Hirohito announced Japan's surrender over the radio. It took several days for the news to reach the village. When the boys heard the news, they ran to the barracks where the Japanese were garrisoned and found that they had pulled out, abruptly leaving their personal belongings behind. The occupation was over. The villagers didn't have the money for a celebration, but they ran jubilant in the streets, congratulating one another and cheering. "Mansei Chosun," they cried. "Long live Korea." The Koreans believed they were once again in control of their own destiny. They would reclaim their country. As the Japanese emperor read his statement over the radio, across the globe in Washington, D.C., 2 young army officers huddled over a National Geographic Society map, wondering what to do about Korea. Nobody in Washington knew much about this obscure Japanese colony. While elaborate plans had been drawn up for the post-war occupation of Germany and Japan, Korea was an afterthought. The Japanese had ruled for 35 years, and with their abrupt withdrawal, there would be a dangerous power vacuum. The United States was concerned that the Soviet Union might seize Korea as a staging ground on the way to the bigger prize of Japan. Despite the World War II alliance, distrust of the Soviet Union was growing in Washington. Soviet troops had already entered Korea from the north the week before Japan's surrender and were poised to keep going. The Americans sought to appease the Soviets by giving them the northern half of Korea to administer in what was supposed to be a temporary trusteeship. The officers, one of whom was Dean Rusk, later to become Secretary of State, wanted to keep the capital, Seoul, in the U.S. sector. So the two army officers looked for a convenient way to divide the peninsula. They slapped a line across the map at the 38th parallel. The line bore little relationship to anything in Korean history or geography. The little thumb jutting out of China that is the Korean peninsula is a well-delineated landmass with the Sea of Japan to the east, the Yellow Sea to the west, and the Yalu and Tumen rivers forming the boundary with China. Nothing about it suggests that there is a natural place to carve it in two. For the 1,300 years prior to the Japanese occupation, Korea had been a unified country governed by the Chosun dynasty, one of the longest-lived monarchies in world history. Before the Chosun dynasty, there were 3 kingdoms vying for power on the peninsula. Political schisms tended to run north to south, the east gravitating naturally toward Japan and the west to China. The bifurcation between North and South was an entirely foreign creation, cooked up in Washington and stamped on the Koreans without any input from them. One story has it that the Secretary of State at the time, Edward Stettinius, had to ask a subordinate where Korea was. Koreans were infuriated to be partitioned in the same way as the Germans. After all, they had not been aggressors in World War II, but victims. Koreans at the time described themselves with a self-deprecating expression, saying they were shrimp among whales, crushed between the rivalries of the superpowers. Neither superpower was willing to cede ground to allow for an independent Korea. The Koreans themselves were splintered into more than a dozen rival factions, many with communist sympathies. The temporary demarcations on the map soon hardened into facts on the ground. In 1948, the Republic of Korea was created under the leadership of the 70-year-old Syngman Rhee, a crusty conservative with a Ph.D. from Princeton. Kim Il-sung, an anti-Japanese resistance fighter backed by Moscow, quickly followed suit by declaring his state the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, North Korea. The line along the 38th parallel would solidify into a 155-mile-long, 2.5-mile-wide thicket of concertina wire, tank traps, trenches, embankments, moats, artillery pieces, and landmines. With both sides claiming to be the legitimate government of Korea, war was inevitable. Before dawn, on Sunday morning, June 25, 1950, Kim Il-sung's troops stormed across the border with Soviet-supplied tanks. They quickly captured Seoul and swept southward until all that was left of South Korea was a pocket around the southeastern coastal city of Busan. The daring amphibious landing at Incheon of 40,000 U.S. troops under the command of General Douglas MacArthur in September reversed the communist gains. Besides the United States and South Korea, troops of 15 nations joined a UN coalition, among them Britain, Australia, Canada, France, and the Netherlands. They recaptured Seoul and headed north to Pyongyang and beyond. As they approached the Yalu River, however, Chinese communist forces entered the war and pushed them back. 2 more years of fighting produced only frustration and stalemate. By the time an armistice was signed on July 27, 1953, nearly 3 million people were dead and the peninsula lay in ruins. The border remained more or less along the 38th parallel. Even by the dubious standards of 20th century warcraft, it was a futile and unsatisfying war. Tae-woo was 18 years old when the communists invaded. He was the main source of support for his mother and sisters, his father having died before the war began. The South Koreans were ill-prepared for the invasion, with only 65,000 under arms, roughly 1/4 the troop strength of the North Koreans. They would need all the able-bodied men they could get. Some of the rice farmers were sympathetic to the North because they'd heard a rumor that the Communists would give them free land. Their economic situation hadn't improved since the defeat of the Japanese, but most of the young men were apolitical. We didn't know left from right in those days, Lee Jung-han recalled. Whatever their political persuasions, they had no choice but to enlist in the South Korean army. Tae-woo eventually rose to the rank of sergeant. His unit's last battle took place near the village of Kimhwa, 25 miles north of the 38th parallel. Kimhwa, later renamed Gumhwa, made up one point in what the U.S. military had nicknamed the Iron Triangle, a strategic valley surrounded by granite mountains. Pyongyang and Chorhwan made up the other 2 points. It had witnessed some of the heaviest fighting in this late stage of the war as the Chinese tried to nudge the front line southward in anticipation of an armistice. On the night of July 13, 1953, 3 divisions of Chinese troops, about 60,000 soldiers, launched a surprise attack against UN and South Korean troops. At about 7:30 p.m., the Communist forces started bombing the UN positions. At around 10 p.m., they fired flares so the soldiers would see the hills and valleys come alive with thousands of enemy soldiers. A U.S. soldier later recalled about the attack. Bugles sounded from all sides, and they could see the Chinese troops running toward them. We were incredulous. It was like a scene unfolding in a motion picture, the former American soldier said. It had been raining steadily for a week, and the hills streamed with blood and water. Tae-woo, by this time assigned to a medical unit, was carrying a South Korean soldier on a stretcher when the unit was surrounded by the Chinese. It was only 2 weeks before the signing of the armistice, but he, along with approximately 500 other soldiers from the South Korean Army's Capital Division, were taken as prisoners of war. His life as a South Korean was effectively over. Miran's father never discussed what happened to him in captivity. One would expect that conditions for him were no better than for other POWs held by the Communists. Ho Jae-suk, a fellow POW who later escaped, wrote in his memoir that the men were housed in squalid camps where they were not permitted to bathe or brush their teeth. Their hair became infested with lice, untreated wounds swarmed with maggots. They were fed 1 meal of rice and salt water a day. After the armistice, there was a prisoner exchange in which the Communist forces released 12,773 prisoners, among them 7,862 South Koreans. Thousands more, maybe tens of thousands, were never sent home, among them Tae-woo. They were loaded onto trains at Pyongyang Station that they thought were heading south toward home, but instead went north toward the coal-rich mountains that hugged the Chinese border, according to Ho's memoir. Under the name Construction Unit of the Interior Department, new POW camps had been built near the mines. Coal mining in North Korea was not only dirty but exceedingly dangerous, since the mines frequently collapsed or caught fire. The life of a POW was worth less than a fly, Ho wrote. Every day that we walked into the mines, I shuddered with fear. Like a cow walking to the slaughterhouse, I never knew if I would emerge alive. In 1956, the North Korean cabinet issued an order that allowed the South Korean prisoners of war to be issued certificates of North Korean citizenship. It meant that the worst was over, but also that they were never going home. The worst were in the coal mines, which were hastily dug and subject to frequent collapses and fires. Tae-woo was sent to an iron ore mine in Musan, a gritty town on the North Korean side of the Chinese border in North Hamgyong province. The men were all former South Koreans and lived together in a dormitory. One of the workers at the dormitory was a woman, 19 years old and single, a virtual old maid. She was too angular to be considered pretty, but there was something in her purposeful manner that was appealing. She radiated strength in mind and body. She was eager to get married, if only to get away from her mother and sisters with whom she was living. Marriageable men were scarce after the war. The manager of the dormitory introduced her to Tae-woo. Though he was no taller than she, he was soft-spoken, a gentlemanly quality coming through from under the black grit of the coal mine. She felt a rush of pity for this young man who was so alone in the world. They married that same year. Tae-woo quickly assimilated into North Korean life. It was easy enough for him to blend in. The Koreans were one people, Han Nara, one nation, as they like to say. They looked the same. The Pyongyang accent was often ridiculed for its similarity to the guttural dialect of Busan. The chaos of the war years had thoroughly mixed the Korean population. Fearing persecution by the Communists, tens of thousands of Koreans from north of the 38th parallel had fled south, among them landlords, businessmen, Christian clergymen, and Japanese collaborators. A smaller number of Communist sympathizers fled north. Countless others with no political agenda were simply pushed up or down as they fled the fighting. Who could tell who was a North Korean and who was a South Korean? Soon after his marriage, Tae-woo and his new bride were transferred to another mine near Chongjin, where he knew nobody. There was no reason for anyone to suspect anything unusual in his background, but it was in the peculiar nature of North Korea that somebody always did know. After the war, Kim Il-sung made it his first order of business to weed out foe from friend. He started at the top with potential rivals for the leadership. He disposed of many of his comrades in arms who had led the struggle from Manchuria to unseat the Japanese occupiers. He ordered the arrest of the founding members of the Communist Party in South Korea. They had been invaluable during the war. Now that they'd served their purpose, they could be discarded. Throughout the 1950s, many more were purged in what was increasingly coming to resemble an ancient Chinese empire, with Kim Il-sung the unchallenged master of the realm. Kim Il-sung then turned his attention to ordinary people. In 1958, he ordered up an elaborate project to classify all North Koreans by their political reliability, ambitiously seeking to reorganize an entire human population. While the Chinese Red Guard also rooted out capitalist roaders during the Cultural Revolution of the 1960s and 1970s, it resulted in a chaotic reign of terror in which neighbor denounced neighbor. The North Koreans were methodical to a fault. Each person was put through 8 background checks. Your Songbun, as the rating was called, took into account the backgrounds of your parents, grandparents, and even second cousins. The loyalty surveys were carried out in various phases with inspiring names. Intensive guidance by the Central Party was the first announced phase. The classifications became more refined in subsequent phases, such as the Understanding People Project between 1972 and 1974. Despite the 20th century lingo of social engineering, this process was akin to an updating of the feudal system that had stifled Koreans in prior centuries. In the past, Koreans were bound by a caste system nearly as rigid as that of India. Noblemen wore white shirts and high black horsehair hats, while slaves wore wooden tags around their necks. The old class structure drew heavily on the teachings of the Chinese philosopher Confucius, who believed that humans fit strictly into a social pyramid. Kim Il-sung took the least humane elements of Confucianism and combined them with Stalinism. At the top of the pyramid, instead of an emperor, resided Kim Il-sung and his family. From there began a downward progression of 51 categories that were lumped into 3 broad classes: the core class, the wavering class, and the hostile class. The hostile class included the ki-sang, female entertainers, who, like the Japanese geisha, might provide a bit more for high-paying clients, fortune-tellers, and mudang, shamans, who were also in the lower classes during the dynastic period. Also included were the politically suspect, as defined by a white paper on human rights in North Korea based on testimony of defectors living in South Korea. People from families of wealthy farmers, merchants, industrialists, landowners, or those whose private assets have been completely confiscated, pro-Japan and pro-U.S. people, reactionary bureaucrats, defectors from the South, Buddhists, Catholics, expelled public officials, those who helped South Korea during the Korean War. As a former South Korean soldier, Tae-woo's ranking was toward the bottom of the heap, not the very bottom, because those people, about 200,000 or 1% of the population, were permanently banished to labor camps modeled after the Soviet Gulag. North Koreans of the lower ranks were banned from living in the showcase capital of Pyongyang or the nicer patches of countryside toward the south, where the soil was more fertile and the weather warmer. Tae-woo couldn't dream of joining the Workers' Party, which, like the Communist Party in China and the Soviet Union, controlled the plum jobs. People of his rank would be closely watched by their neighbors. North Koreans are organized into what are called the Inminban, literally People's Group, cooperatives of 20 or so families whose job it is to keep tabs on one another and run the neighborhood. The Inminban have an elected leader, usually a middle-aged woman, who reports anything suspicious to higher-ranking authorities. It was almost impossible for a North Korean of low rank to improve his status. Personal files were locked away in local offices of the Ministry for the Protection of State Security and for extra safekeeping just in case someone dared to think of tampering with the records in the mountainous Yangon province. The only mobility within the class system was downward. Even if you were in the core class, reserved for relatives of the ruling family and party cadres, you could get demoted for bad behavior. But once in the hostile class, you remained there for life. Whatever your original stain, it was permanent and immutable, and just like the caste system of old Korea, family status was hereditary. The sins of the father were the sins of the children and the grandchildren. The North Koreans called these people bulsun, tainted blood, or impure. Miran and her 4 siblings would carry that taint in their blood. They had to expect that their horizons would be as limited as those of their father. As a child, Miran was unaware of the catastrophe that had befallen her even before she was born. Her parents thought it best if they said nothing at all to the children about their father's roots in South Korea. What was the point in burdening them with the knowledge that they would be barred from the best schools and the best jobs, that their lives would soon reach a dead end? Why would they bother to study hard, to practice their musical instruments, or compete in sports? North Koreans aren't informed of their classification, so it wasn't immediately obvious that there was something wrong with the family, but the children themselves suspected something peculiar about their father. He was an odd, solitary figure who seemed to carry a ponderous burden. He had no known relatives. It was not only that he wouldn't speak of the past, he hardly spoke at all. He gave monosyllabic answers to questions. He kept his voice to a whisper. Teo looked happiest when he was working with his hands, fixing something around the house, intent on a project that gave him an excuse not to speak. There was no trace of the bossy little boy who strutted around playing general. His wife, from whom the daughters inherited their height and athleticism, did all the talking for him. If the children needed to be disciplined, if there was a complaint to be made to a neighbor, it was his wife who did it. If he had any opinions, he kept them to himself. On the occasions that they could get a newspaper, a luxury in North Korea, he would read in silence by the light of their single lamp with its 40-watt bulb. What he thought of the latest great achievement of Kim Il-sung, as touted in Rodong Shinmun, the official Workers' Party newspaper, or in Hamburg Daily, the local paper, he would not say. Had he come to believe in North Korea? Was he convinced? Miran often found her father's passivity maddening. Only later did she understand this was a survival mechanism. It was as though he had hammered down his own personality to avoid drawing undue attention to himself. Among the thousands of former South Korean soldiers who tried to assimilate into North Korean society, many slipped up. Miran's mother later told her that 4 of her father's buddies in the mines, fellow South Koreans, had been executed for minor infractions, their bodies dumped in mass graves. Being a member of the hostile class meant you would never get the benefit of the doubt, a sarcastic inflection when referring to Kim Il-sung or a nostalgic remark about South Korea could get you in serious trouble. It was especially taboo to talk about the Korean War and who started it. In the official histories, and there was nothing but official history in North Korea, it was the South Korean army that invaded, acting on orders from the Americans, not the North Korean army storming across the 38th parallel. The U.S. imperialists gave the Syngman-rhee puppet clique an order to unleash a Korean war, goes the account in Rodong Shinmun. Anybody who remembered what really happened on June 25, 1950, and which Korean could forget, knew it was wise to keep one's mouth shut. As the children approached adolescence, the obstacles presented by their father's background began to loom larger. By age 15, mandatory schooling is completed, and students begin applying to high schools. Those not admitted are assigned to a work unit, a factory, a coal mine, or the like, but Miran's siblings were confident they would be among those chosen to further their education. They were smart, good-looking, athletic, well-liked by teachers and peers. Had they been less talented, rejection might have gone down more easily. Her eldest sister, Mi-hee, had a lovely soprano voice. Whether she was belting out one of the syrupy folk songs so beloved by Koreans, or a paean to Kim Il-sung, the neighbors would come to listen. She was often asked to perform at public events. Singing is a highly valued talent in North Korea since few people have stereos. Mi-hee was so pretty that an artist came to sketch her portrait. She had every expectation that she would be selected to attend a performing arts high school. She wailed for days when she was rejected. Their mother must have known the reason, but she nevertheless marched to the school to demand an explanation. The headmaster was sympathetic but unhelpful. She explained that only students with better songbun could secure placement in performing arts schools. Miran didn't have any particular artistic or athletic talent like her older sisters, but she was a good student and she was beautiful. When she was 15 years old, her school was visited by a team of serious-looking men and women in somber suits. These were the Okwa, members of the 5th Division of the Central Workers' Party, recruiters who scoured the country looking for young women to serve on the personal staff of Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il. If selected, the girls would be sent off to a military-style training camp before being assigned to one of the leadership's many residences around the country. Once accepted, they would not be permitted to visit their homes, but their families would be compensated with expensive gifts. It wasn't exactly clear what jobs these girls did. Some were said to be secretaries, maids, and entertainers. Others were rumored to be concubines. Miran had heard all about this from a friend whose cousin had been one of those chosen. "You know, Kim Jong-il and Kim Il-sung, they're just men like any others," Miran's friend whispered to her. Miran nodded knowingly, embarrassed to admit she was utterly mystified. North Korean girls her age didn't know what a concubine was, only that whatever you might do to serve the leadership would be a tremendous honor. Only the smartest and prettiest girls would be selected.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
When the recruiters walked into the classroom, the students sat upright at their desks and waited quietly. The girls sat two to a desk in long rows. Miran wore her middle school uniform. On her feet were canvas exercise shoes. The recruiters wove in between the rows of desks, pausing from time to take a closer look. They slowed down when they came to Miran's desk. "You, stand up," one of the recruiters commanded. They beckoned her to follow them to the teacher's lounge. When she got there, 4 other girls were waiting. They looked over her files, measured her. At 5'3", Miran was one of the tallest girls in the class. They peppered her with questions. How were her grades? What was her favorite subject? Was she healthy? Did anything hurt? She answered their questions calmly and, she thought, correctly. That was the last she heard of them. Not that she really wanted to be taken away from her family, but rejection always stung. By then, the children had come to realize that their family background was the problem. They began to suspect that their father had come from the other side of the border because he had no relatives in the north, but under what circumstances? They assumed he must have been a committed communist who had heroically run away to enlist with Kim Il-sung's troops. Miran's brother finally forced the truth to the surface. An intense young man with permanently furrowed brows, Sok-ju had spent months cramming for an exam to win admission to the teacher's college. He knew every answer perfectly. When he was told he had failed, he angrily confronted the judges to demand an explanation. The truth was devastating. The children had been thoroughly inculcated in the North Korean version of history. The Americans were the incarnation of evil, and the South Koreans their pathetic lackeys. They'd studied photographs of their country after it had been pulverized by U.S. bombs. They'd read about how sneering American and South Korean soldiers drove their bayonets into the bodies of innocent civilians. Their textbooks at school were full of stories of people burned, crushed, stabbed, shot, and poisoned by the enemy. To learn that their own father was a South Korean who had fought with the Yankees was too much to bear. Sok-ju got drunk for the first time in his life. He ran away from home. He stayed at a friend's house for 2 weeks until the friend convinced him he had to return. "He's still your father, you know," the friend urged him. Sok-ju took the words to heart. He knew, like any other Korean boy, especially an only son, that he had to revere his father. He went home and fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness. It was the first time he saw his father cry. While the children were slow to discover the truth about their father, they may have been the last to know. The gossips in the neighborhood had long spread the rumor that he was a South Korean soldier, and the Inminpan, the People's Group, had been told to keep a watchful eye on the family. Almost as quickly as Jun-sang discovered the name of the girl he spotted at the movie theater, he heard the gossip. Jun-sang was well aware that a liaison with a girl of Miran's status could hurt his prospects. He was not cowardly, but he was a dutiful son, as much a creature of the Confucian system as any other North Korean. He believed he was put on this earth to serve his father, and it was his father's ambition that he attend university in Pyongyang. He would need not only top grades, but impeccable conduct. The smallest indiscretion could derail him because his own family background was problematic too. Jun-sang's parents were both born in Japan, part of a population of ethnic Koreans that numbered about 2 million at the end of World War II. They were a cross-section of Korean society, elites who had gone there to study, people who had been forcibly conscripted to help the Japanese war effort, and migrant workers. Some had gotten rich, but they were always a minority, often despised. They ached to return to the homeland, but which homeland? After the partition of Korea, the Koreans in Japan divided into 2 factions, those who supported South Korea and those who sympathized with North Koreans. The pro-North Koreans affiliated with a group called Chosun Soren, the General Association of Korean Residents in Japan. For these nationalists, North Korea looked to be the true motherland because it had severed itself from the Japanese colonial past, whereas Syngman Rhee's pro-U.S. government had elevated many Japanese collaborators. And until the late 1960s, the North Korean economy looked to be much stronger. North Korean propaganda conjured up images of rosy-cheeked children playing in the fields and brand-new farm equipment hauling in abundant harvests in the miraculous new country that flourished under the wise leadership of Kim Il-sung. Today, the bright-colored posters of this genre are easy to dismiss as socialist kitsch, but back then they proved for many convincing. More than 80,000 people were sucked in by the pitch, Jun-sang's grandparents among them. His paternal grandfather was a member of the Japanese Communist Party and had even served time in a Japanese prison for his left-wing beliefs. Too old and infirm himself to be of use to the new country, he instead sent his oldest son. Jun-sang's father landed on the shores of this brave new world in 1962 after a 21-hour ferry ride across the Sea of Japan. Because he was an engineer, his skills were in great demand, and he was assigned to a work unit at a factory near Chongjin. A few years later, he met an elegant young woman who had come with her parents from Japan around the same time. Jun-sang's father was homely, with sloping shoulders and pitted skin, but he was intelligent and literate. His family would say he looked like a pirate, but spoke like a poet. With kindness and persistence, he managed to woo this delicate beauty until she accepted his proposal of marriage. Jun-sang's parents had managed to keep enough of their money to enjoy a better quality of life than most North Koreans. They had wangled for themselves a freestanding house, a luxury that afforded them a garden in which to grow vegetables. Until the 1990s, North Koreans weren't allowed to cultivate their own plots of land. Inside the house were 5 substantial wooden wardrobes stuffed with quality Japanese-made quilts and clothing. North Koreans sleep on mats on the floor in the traditional Asian style, rolling up their bedding during the day and stuffing it into cabinets. North Koreans tended to rank themselves by the number of wardrobes in their home, and 5 meant that you were prosperous indeed. They had more appliances than any of their neighbors: an electric fan, a television, a sewing machine, an 8-track tape player, a camera, and even a refrigerator, a rarity in a country where hardly anybody had enough fresh food to keep cold. Most unusual, though, was that Jun-sung had a pet, a Korean breed called the Pung-san, a shaggy, white-haired dog that resembles a Spitz. Although some Koreans in the countryside kept dogs as farm animals, raising them in large part to eat in a spicy dog meat stew called bo-shin-tang, it was unheard of to have a dog as a household pet. Who could afford an extra mouth to feed? In fact, Japanese Koreans, who were known as Kita Chosunjin, after the Japanese term for North Korea, Kita Chosun, lived in a world apart. They had distinctive accents and tended to marry one another. Although they were far from rich by Japanese standards, they were wealthy compared with ordinary North Koreans. They had arrived in the new country with leather shoes and nice woolen sweaters, while North Koreans wore canvas on their feet and shiny polyester. Their relatives regularly sent them Japanese yen, which could be used in special hard currency shops to buy appliances. Some had even brought over automobiles, although soon enough they would break down for lack of spare parts and have to be donated to the North Korean government. Years after they arrived, Japanese Koreans received regular visits from their relatives who would travel over on the Mangyongbong 92 ferry with money and gifts. The ferry was operated by the pro-regime Chosun Soren, and its visits to North Korea were encouraged as a way of bringing currency into the country. The regime skimmed off a portion of the money sent by relatives. Yet for all their wealth, the Japanese Koreans occupied a lowly position in the North Korean hierarchy. No matter that they were avowed communists who gave up comfortable lives in Japan, they were lumped in with the hostile class. The regime couldn't trust anyone with money who wasn't a member of the Workers' Party. They were among the few North Koreans permitted to have contact with the outside, and that in itself made them unreliable. The strength of the regime came from its ability to isolate its own citizens completely. The new immigrants from Japan quickly shed their idealism. Some of the early immigrants who arrived in North Korea wrote letters home warning others not to come, but those letters were intercepted and destroyed. Many of the Japanese Koreans, including some prominent in Chosun Soren, ended up being purged in the early 1970s, the leaders executed, their families sent to the Gulag. Jun-sung had overheard his parents whispering these stories. When they came to take you away, there was no warning. A truck would pull up outside your house late at night. You'd get maybe an hour or two to pack up your belongings. Jun-sung lived with a fear that was so internalized that he wasn't able to articulate it, but it was ever present. He knew by instinct to watch what he said. He was also careful not to provoke envy. He wore thick woolen socks from Japan, whereas most children had no socks at all, but he kept his feet tucked under long pants, hoping nobody would notice. He would later describe himself as a sensitive animal with big twitching ears, always on the alert for predators. For all their warm sweaters, appliances, and blankets, Junsang's family was no more at ease than Miran's. His mother, who had been a pretty and popular teenager when she left Japan, grew increasingly wistful about her lost girlhood as she aged. After the birth of her 4 children, she never recovered her health. In the evening, Junsang's father would sit and smoke, sighing glumly. It was not that they thought anyone was listening. One of the advantages of a freestanding house was a certain degree of privacy, but they wouldn't dare give voice to what they really felt. They couldn't come out and say that they wanted to leave this socialist paradise to go back to capitalist Japan. So the unspoken hung over the household. The realization sank in deeper with each passing day that a terrible mistake had been made in going to North Korea. Returning to Japan was impossible, they knew, so they had to make the best of a bad situation. The only way to redeem the family would be to play the system and try to climb the social ladder. The family's hopes rested on Junsang. If only he could get himself to university in Pyongyang, perhaps he would eventually be permitted to join the Workers' Party, and then the family might be forgiven their bourgeois Japanese past. The constant pressure left Junsang nervous and indecisive. He fantasized about the girl he'd seen at the movie theater and debated whether to approach her, but ended up doing nothing. Chapter 3. The True Believer. Chongjin is a city with a bad reputation, an undesirable place to live even by North Korean standards. The city of 500,000 is wedged between a granite spine of mountains zigzagging up and down the coast and the Sea of Japan, which Koreans call the East Sea. The coastline has the rugged beauty of Maine, and its glistening waters run deep and cold, but fishing is treacherous without a sturdy boat. The wind-whipped mountains support few crops, and temperatures in the winter can plunge to 40 degrees below Fahrenheit. Only the land around the low-lying coast can grow rice, the staple food around which Korean culture revolves. Historically, Koreans have measured their success in life by their proximity to power, part of a long Asian tradition of striving to get off the farm and close to the imperial palace. Chongjin is practically off the map of Korea, so far north that it is nearer to the Russian city of Vladivostok than to Pyongyang. Even today, the drive between Chongjin and Pyongyang, just 250 miles apart, can take 3 days over the unpaved mountain roads with dangerous hairpin turns. During the Chosun dynasty, when the Korean capital was even farther away, on the site of present-day Seoul, officials who incurred the wrath of the emperor were exiled to this outlying fringe of the realm. Perhaps as a result of all these malcontents in the gene pool, what is now North Hamgyong province is thought to breed the toughest, hardest to subdue Koreans anywhere. Until the 20th century, this northernmost province of Korea, extending all the way to the Tumen River, its border with China and Russia, was sparsely populated and of little economic significance. The province's human population was most likely outnumbered by tigers in centuries past, the beasts that still terrify small children in Korean folk tales. Today, though, the animals themselves are long gone. All that changed when the Japanese set their sights on empire building. North Hamgyong province lay right in the pathway of Japan's eventual push toward Manchuria, which it would occupy in the run-up to World War II. The Japanese also coveted the largely unexploited coal and iron ore deposits around Musan, and they would need to ship their booty from the occupied peninsula back home. Chongjin, just a small fishing village. The name comes from the Chinese characters for clear river crossing, was transformed into a port that could handle 3 million tons of freight each year. During the occupation, 1910 to 1945, the Japanese built massive steel works at Chongjin's port, and farther south they developed Nannam, a planned city with a rectangular street grid and large modern buildings. The Imperial Japanese Army's 19th Infantry Division, which assisted in the invasion of eastern China, was headquartered there. Farther down the coast, they built virtually from scratch the city of Hamhung as the headquarters of massive chemical factories producing everything from gunpowder to fertilizer. After the Communists came to power in the 1950s, they rebuilt the factories that had been bombed in the successive wars and reclaimed them as their own. Chongjin's Nippon Steel became Kimchek Iron and Steel, the largest factory in North Korea. Kim Il-sung pointed to the industrial might of the Northeast as a shining example of his economic achievements. To this day, Chongjin residents know little of their city's history. Indeed, it seems to be a place without any past at all, because the North Korean regime does not credit the Japanese for anything. Within the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Chongjin's prestige and population continued to grow, making it by the 1970s the second largest city in the country with a population of 900,000. The population is believed to have since slipped to about 500,000, making Chongjin the third largest city behind Hamhung. Chongjin, the City of Iron, as it was sometimes called, was a city of increasing economic and strategic importance with its steel and iron works. Its factories made watches, televisions, synthetic fibers, pharmaceuticals, machine tools, tractors, plows, steel plates, and munitions. Crabs, squid, and other marine products were fished for export. The port was taken over for shipbuilding. Up and down the coast, the North Koreans took over the Japanese military installations and built bases for missiles that would be aimed at Japan. And yet, the surrounding villages remained dumping grounds for exiles, members of the hostile and wavering classes, like Miran's father, were settled in the mining towns. A city of this importance, however, could not be left to unreliable people. The regime needed loyal cadres from the core classes to make sure that Chongjin towed the party line. Chongjin had its own ruling elite. They lived in close proximity, although not side by side, with the outcasts. The interplay between these two populations at the extreme ends of North Korean society would give Chongjin a unique dynamic. Song Hee-suk was one of the true believers. A factory worker and mother of 4, she was a model citizen of North Korea. She spouted the slogans of Kim Il-sung without a flicker of doubt. She was a stickler for rules. Mrs. Sung, as she would call herself later in life, North Korean women do not typically take their husbands' surnames, was so enthusiastic in her embrace of the regime, one could almost imagine her as the heroine of a propaganda film. In her youth, she looked the part, too, the quintessential North Korean woman. She was a type preferred by casting directors at Kim Jong-il's film studios. She had a face as plump as a dumpling, which made her look well-fed even when she wasn't, and a bow-shaped mouth that made her look happy even when she was sad. Her button of a nose and bright, earnest eyes made her look trusting and sincere, and in fact she was. Well past the point when it should have been obvious that the system had failed her, she remained unwavering in her faith. I lived only for Marshal Kim Il-sung and for the fatherland. I never had a thought otherwise, she told me the first time we met. Mrs. Sung was born on the last day of World War II, August 15, 1945. She grew up in Chongjin near the railroad station, where her father worked as a mechanic. When the Korean War broke out, the station became a major bombing target as the American-led UN forces tried to break the communist supply and communications lines along the coast. The USS Missouri and other battleships plied the waters of the Sea of Japan, firing into Chongjin and other coastal cities. U.S. warplanes roared overhead, terrifying the children. Sometimes they flew so low Mrs. Sung could see the pilots. During the daytime, Mrs. Sung's mother would drag her 6 small children up to the mountains to keep them out of harm's way. By night, they'd return to sleep in a shelter the neighbors had dug outside their house. Mrs. Sung used to tremble under her thin blanket, snuggling next to her mother and siblings for protection. One day, her mother left the children alone to find out how their father was doing. The night before, there had been heavy bombing, and one of the factories that made railroad parts had been demolished. She came back weeping, falling to her knees, lowering her head to the ground. "Your father has been killed," she wailed, gathering the children around her. Her father's death gave Mrs. Sung a pedigree as the child of a martyr of the Fatherland Liberation War. The family even got a certificate. It also stamped her psyche with the indelible anti-Americanism that was so central to the country's ideology. Having spent her impressionable years in the chaos of war, she was ready to embrace the meticulous ordering of her life by the Workers' Party. And she certainly was poor enough to qualify as a member of the downtrodden underclass that Kim Il-sung claimed to represent. It was only fitting that a girl with such impeccable communist credentials would make an excellent marriage. She was introduced to her future husband by a Workers' Party official. Her intended, Chang Bo, was also a party member. She wouldn't have dreamed of marrying a man who wasn't. His father had a good war record as a member of the North Korean intelligence. His younger brother had already joined the North Korean Ministry of Public Security. Chang Bo was a graduate of Kim Il-sung University and was headed for a career in journalism, a highly prestigious profession in North Korea since journalists were considered the mouthpieces of the regime. "Those who write in accordance with the party's intention are heroes," Kim Jong-il proclaimed. Chang Bo was a strapping man, exceptionally tall for a North Korean of his generation. Mrs. Sung was barely 5 feet and could nestle under his arm like a little bird. It was a good match. This handsome, politically correct young couple would have easily qualified to live in Pyongyang. Because Pyongyang is the only North Korean city frequented by foreigners, the regime goes to great lengths to ensure that its inhabitants make a good impression with their appearance and are ideologically sound. Instead, it was decided that the couple was needed to fill out the ranks of the stalwarts in Chongjin, and so they were settled there with certain privileges in the best neighborhood in town. For all the supposed egalitarianism of North Korea, real estate is doled out according to the same hierarchical principles as the class background registers. The less desirable neighborhoods are in the south, near the coal and kaolin mines, where the working stiffs lived in squat, whitewashed harmonica houses. Farther north, everything becomes more imposing. As the main road runs through Nanam, the buildings are taller, some up to 18 stories, the height of modernity at the time they were built. The builders even left shafts for elevators, although they never got around to installing the elevator cabs themselves. The architectural designs for many of the post-war apartments came from East Germany, with adaptations for Korean culture. Between the stories, extra space was provided for the Korean underfloor heating system, and apartment buildings were equipped with loudspeakers in the individual units to broadcast community notices. Chongjin is far from the modernity of Pyongyang, but it has its own aura of power. Now the capital of North Hamgyong Province, it has large administrative offices for the province and Workers' Party. The bureaucratic center is laid out in an orderly grid. There is a university, a metallurgy college, a mining college, an agricultural college, an arts college, a foreign languages college, a medical school, 3 teachers' colleges, a dozen theaters, and a museum of revolutionary history devoted to the life of Kim Il-sung. Across from the East Port is the Chonmasan Hotel for foreign visitors, and near that a Russian consulate. The streets and squares in the city center were designed in the ostentatiously oversized style favored in Moscow and other communist cities that conveys the power of the regime over the individual. The main thoroughfare, known simply as Road Number 1, running the width of the city, is so broad it could easily accommodate 6 lanes of traffic if there were that many cars in Chongjin. On both sides, spaced at regular intervals like sentries on guard duty, are large plane and acacia trees, the lower part of the trunks painted white. The white paint is variously said to keep away insects, protect the tree against harsh temperatures, or to assert that the tree is government property and cannot be chopped for firewood. The curbs are also painted white. Interspersed between the trees are the familiar red signposts with propaganda slogans, and behind them soaring street lamps that are seldom switched on. The sidewalks are as broad as the Champs-Élysées. This is supposed to be a grand boulevard, after all, although many pedestrians choose to walk in the road since there is little traffic. There are no traffic lights. Instead, uniformed traffic police who perform robotic calisthenics with their arms to direct the few cars. The main road comes to a T-stop in front of the North Hamgyong Province Theater, a grand building topped by a 12-foot-high portrait of Kim Il-sung. Behind the theater, the city comes to an abrupt end, where it is hemmed in by Mount Naka to the northeast. These days, the mountainside is dotted with graves, and most of the trees have been chopped for firewood, but it still makes for a pleasant setting. In fact, Chongjin's downtown, even today, makes a positive first impression, but a closer inspection reveals that chunks of concrete have fallen off the buildings, the streetlights all tilt precariously in different directions, and the trams are cratered with dents. But the few visitors to Chongjin whiz by so quickly that these sights are easily missed. Mrs. Sung's apartment was on the 2nd floor of an 8-story building that had no elevators. When she first saw it, Mrs. Sung was amazed to learn that the building had indoor plumbing. Regular people like her had never seen anything so modern in the 1960s. Heating radiated up from the floor as in a traditional Korean house, but it came from water heated by a hydroelectric plant and piped through the building. The young couple didn't have much in the way of furniture, but they had 2 separate rooms, one for themselves and another for their growing number of children. Their first daughter, Ok-hee, was born in 1966, followed 2 years later by another daughter and then another. North Korean medicine was sufficiently developed by this time that most urban women gave birth in the hospital, but Mrs. Sung, despite her soft appearance, was built of strong stuff. She delivered all her children by herself, without even the help of a midwife. One was born on the side of the road. Mrs. Sung had been walking home with a basket of laundry. With the first birth, her mother-in-law cooked her a soup with slimy ribbons of seaweed, a traditional Korean recipe to help a new mother recover her iron. The next time, her mother-in-law, disappointed by the birth of another girl, threw the seaweed at Mrs. Song to make the soup herself. After the third girl, she stopped speaking to her. "You're doomed to have nothing but girls," she snapped as her parting shot. Mrs. Song persevered. The fourth child arrived one afternoon when she was home alone in the apartment. She had left work early that day because her belly was hurting, but she hated to be idle, so she began to scrub the floors. A sharp pain surged through her body, and she rushed toward the bathroom. A boy at last. Mrs. Song was redeemed in the eyes of her family. This time her mother-in-law cooked the seaweed soup. Chang Bo was on a business trip and received a message the next day. He caught the first train home, stopping on the way to buy a child's bicycle, a gift for the brand-new baby. Despite having 4 children and keeping house, Mrs. Sung worked full-time 6 days a week at the Chosan clothing factory in Pohang as a clerk in the bookkeeping department of the factory's daycare center. Women were expected to keep the factories going, since North Korea was perpetually short of men. An estimated 20% of working-age men were in the armed services, the largest per capita military in the world. Mrs. Sung usually went to work with 1 baby strapped to her back and 1 or 2 others dragging along behind her. Her children basically grew up at the daycare center. She was supposed to work 8 hours with a lunch break and nap in the middle of her shift. After work, she had to spend several more hours in ideological training in the factory's auditorium. One day, the lecture might be about the struggle against U.S. imperialism. Another time, it might be about Kim Il-sung's exploits, actual or exaggerated, fighting the Japanese during World War II. She had to write essays on the latest pronouncements of the Workers' Party or analyze the day's editorials in the Hanbok Ilbo newspaper. By the time she got home, it would be 10:30 p.m. She would do her housework and cooking, then get up before dawn to prepare herself and her family for the day ahead before leaving home at 7 a.m. She seldom slept more than 5 hours. Some days were harder than others. On Wednesday mornings, she had to report to work early for mandatory meetings of the Socialist Women's Federation. Friday nights, she stayed especially late for self-criticism. In these sessions, members of her work unit, the department to which she was assigned, would stand up and reveal to the group anything they had done wrong. It was the communist version of the Catholic confessional. Mrs. Sung would usually say in all sincerity that she feared she wasn't working hard enough. Mrs. Sung believed what she said. All those years of sleep deprivation, all those lectures and self-criticisms, the very same tools used in brainwashing or interrogations, had wiped out any possibility of resistance. She had been molded into one of Kim Il-sung's improved human beings. Kim Il-sung's goal wasn't merely to build a new country. He wanted to build better people, to reshape human nature. To that end, he created his own philosophical system, Juche, which is commonly translated as self-reliance. Juche drew on Marx's and Lenin's ideas about the struggle between landlord and peasant, between rich and poor. It similarly declared that man, not God, shaped his own fate. But Kim Il-sung rejected traditional communist teachings about universalism and internationalism. He was a Korean nationalist in the extreme. He instructed Koreans that they were special, almost a chosen people, and that they no longer had to rely on their more powerful neighbors, China, Japan, or Russia. The South Koreans were a disgrace because of their dependence on the United States. Establishing Juche means, in a nutshell, being the master of revolution and reconstruction in one's own country. This means holding fast to an independent position, rejecting dependence on others, using one's own brains, believing in one's own strength, displaying the revolutionary spirit of self-reliance, he expounded in one of his many treatises. This was seductive to a proud people whose dignity had been trampled by its neighbors for centuries. Once in power, Kim Il-sung retooled the ideas developed during his time as an anti-Japanese guerrilla fighter as instruments of social control. He instructed North Koreans that their power as human beings came from subsuming their individual will to that of the collective. The collective couldn't go off willy-nilly doing whatever the people chose through some democratic process. The people had to follow an absolute supreme leader without question. That leader, of course, was Kim Il-sung himself. And still it was not enough. Kim Il-sung also wanted love. Murals in vivid poster colors showed him surrounded by pink-cheeked children looking on with adoration as he bestowed on them a pearly-toothed, ear-to-ear grin. Toys and bicycles cluttered the background of these images. Kim Il-sung didn't want to be Joseph Stalin. He wanted to be Santa Claus. His dimpled cheeks made him appear more cuddly than other dictators. He was to be regarded as a father, in the Confucian sense of commanding respect and love. He wanted to ingratiate himself into North Korean families as their own flesh and blood. This kind of Confucian communism bore greater resemblance to the culture of Imperial Japan, where the emperor was the sun to which all subjects bowed, than to anything envisioned by Karl Marx. To a certain extent, all dictatorships are alike. From Stalin's Soviet Union to Mao's China, from Ceausescu's Romania to Saddam Hussein's Iraq, all these regimes had the same trappings, the statues looming over every town square, the portraits hung in every office, the wristwatches with the dictator's face on the dial. But Kim Il-sung took the cult of personality to a new level. What distinguished him in the rogues gallery of 20th century dictators was his ability to harness the power of faith. Kim Il-sung understood the power of religion. His maternal uncle was a Protestant minister, back in the pre-communist days when Pyongyang had such a vibrant Christian community that it was called the Jerusalem of the East. Once in power, Kim Il-sung closed the churches, banned the Bible, deported believers to the hinterlands, and appropriated Christian imagery and dogma for the purpose of self-promotion. Broadcasters would speak of Kim Il-sung or Kim Jong-il breathlessly, in the manner of Pentecostal preachers. North Korean newspapers carried tales of supernatural phenomena. Stormy seas were said to be calmed when sailors clinging to a sinking ship sang songs in praise of Kim Il-sung. When Kim Jong-il went to the DMZ, a mysterious fog descended to protect him from lurking South Korean snipers. He caused trees to bloom and snow to melt. If Kim Il-sung was God, then Kim Jong-il was the Son of God. Like Jesus Christ, Kim Jong-il's birth was said to have been heralded by a radiant star in the sky and the appearance of a beautiful double rainbow. A swallow descended from heaven to sing of the birth of a general who will rule the world. North Korea invites parody. We laugh at the excesses of the propaganda and the gullibility of the people. But consider that their indoctrination began in infancy, during the 14-hour days spent in factory daycare centers. That for the subsequent 50 years, every song, film, newspaper article, and billboard was designed to deify Kim Il-sung. that the country was hermetically sealed to keep out anything that might cast doubt on Kim Il-sung's divinity. Who could possibly resist? In 1972, on the occasion of his 60th birthday, a traditional milestone in Korean culture, the Workers' Party began distributing lapel pins of Kim Il-sung. Before long, the entire population was required to wear them on the left breast over the heart. In Mrs. Sung's home, as in every other, a framed portrait of Kim Il-sung hung on an otherwise bare wall. People were not permitted to put anything else on that wall, not even pictures of their blood relatives. Kim Il-sung was all the family you needed, at least until the 1980s, when portraits of Kim Jong-il, named Secretary of the Workers' Party, were hung alongside those of his father. Later came a third portrait of the father and son together. The North Korean newspapers like to run human interest stories about heroic citizens who lost their lives rescuing the portraits from fire or flood. The Workers' Party distributed the portraits free of charge, along with a white cloth to be stored in a box beneath them. It could be used only to clean the portraits. This was especially important during the rainy season, when specks of mold would creep under the corners of the glass frame. About once a month, inspectors from the Public Standards Police would drop by to check on the cleanliness of the portraits. Mrs. Sung didn't need the threat of an inspection to clean her portraits. Even in the mad scramble of the mornings, rolling up the bed mats, making lunches, hustling the children out the door, she would give the portraits a quick swab with the cloth. Other women disliked wearing their Kim Il-sung pins because they often made holes and rust stains on their clothing, but not Mrs. Sung. One day, after she'd changed clothes in a hurry, she ran out without her badge and was stopped by a teenager wearing an armband that identified him as part of the Maintenance of Social Order Brigade. These were Socialist Youth League vigilantes who made spot checks to see if people were wearing their badges. First offenders were usually forced to attend extra ideological lectures and got a black mark on their record. But Mrs. Sung was so genuinely horrified to realize she'd left the badge at home that the boy let her go with just a warning. Mrs. Sung tried to live her life according to Kim Il-sung's teachings, which she had memorized during all those evenings in the factory's study hall. Even her everyday conversation was peppered with their aphorisms. Loyalty and filial devotion are the supreme qualities of a revolutionary, was a particularly handy quote for taming a rebellious child. The children were never to forget that they owed everything to the national leadership. Like other North Korean children, they didn't celebrate their own birthdays, but those of Kim Il-sung on April 15th and Kim Jong-il on February 16th. These days were national holidays, and they were often the only days people would get meat in their ration packages. Later, after the energy crisis began, these were the only days there was electricity. A few days before each birthday, the Workers' Party would distribute to every child more than 2 pounds of sweets. It was a truly impressive gift for kids, all kinds of cookies, jellies, chocolates, and chewing gums. These treats weren't to be eaten until the day of the birthday, but some mothers ignored that, though Mrs. Sung went by the book. When the time came, the children lined up in front of the portraits to express their gratitude. In unison, they would bend from the waist, bowing deeply with feeling. "Thank you, dear Father Kim Il-sung," the children repeated as their mother looked on with satisfaction. Years later, Mrs. Sung looked back at this time with nostalgia. She considered herself lucky. Chang-bo proved to be a good husband. He didn't sleep around. He didn't hit Mrs. Sung or the children. He enjoyed his drink, but was a cheerful drunk, cracking jokes as the laughter rippled down his increasingly ample belly. They were a happy family full of love. Mrs. Sung loved her 3 daughters, her son, her husband, and at times even her mother-in-law, and she loved Kim Il-sung. Mrs. Sung would take away from those years a few cherished memories. There was the occasional Sunday when neither she nor Chang-bo reported to work, when the children were not in school and they could spend time together as a family. Twice in those years they managed to go to the beach, which was only a few miles from their apartment. Nobody in the family could swim, but they walked on the sand, picking up clams, which they took home and steamed for dinner. Once, when her son was 11 years old, she took him to Chungjin's zoo. It was a place she had visited on a school trip. She remembered seeing tigers, elephants, bears, and a wolf when she'd gone as a child, but now there were only a few birds left. Mrs. Sung never went back. The complications began when Mrs. Sung's children reached adolescence. The most difficult of the 4 was her oldest daughter. Ok-hee was the spitting image of Mrs. Sung. She was built compact and round, buxom and pretty, but on Ok-hee the same plump lips were fixed in a petulant pout. Her personality was all sharp edges. Instead of her mother's forgiving nature, she had a keen sense of outrage and seemed permanently aggrieved. As the oldest daughter of a working mother, absent from the house from dawn until late at night, Ok-hee had to assume much of the housework, and she didn't do it cheerfully. Ok-hee wasn't a martyr like her mother. She couldn't tolerate the small stupidities that made life so grueling. It wasn't that she was lazy so much as rebellious. She refused to do anything she thought pointless. She complained about the volunteer work that North Korean teenagers were expected to perform out of their patriotic duty. Starting at the age of 12, kids were mobilized in battalions and sent out to the countryside for rice planting and transplanting and weeding. She dreaded springtime, when she had to hoist buckets of soil and spray pesticides that stung her eyes, while the other kids were cheerfully singing, "Let us safeguard socialism," as they marched. Ok-hee glowered in silence. The absolute worst was when it came to collecting night soil from the toilets in the apartment building. North Korea was chronically short of chemical fertilizer and needed to use human excrement since there were few farm animals. Each family had to provide a bucketful each week, delivered to a warehouse miles away. In exchange, you were given a chit certifying that you'd done your duty, and that chit would later be traded for food. This foul-smelling chore was usually assigned to the older children, so Ok-hee set her considerable imagination to finding a shortcut. Actually, it turned out to be easy to cheat. The warehouse where the full buckets were submitted was not guarded. After all, who wanted to steal a bucket of shit? Ok-hee figured out that she could sneak in, grab a full bucket, and then submit it as her own and collect her chit. Ok-hee cheerfully boasted about the ruse when she got home. Mrs. Sung was furious over the deception. She'd always known that Ok-hee was the most clever of her 4 children. She could read by the age of 3 and impressed their relatives by memorizing long passages from Kim Il-sung's writings. But the incident with the night soil confirmed her mother's fears that Ok-hee was an individualist who lacked the collective spirit. How was she to survive in a society where everybody was supposed to march in step? After Ok-hee finished high school, Mrs. Sung's husband used his connections to get her a job with a construction company's propaganda department. Ok-hee had to write up reports about work teams that were exceeding their quotas and the remarkable progress that the company was making building roads. The company had its own sound truck, actually a broken-down army van with slogans plastered on its side. "Let us model the whole society on the Juche idea." As the truck cruised by construction sites, Ok-hee would take the microphone and read her reports, broadcasting the achievements of the company through screechy loudspeakers. It was a fun job that didn't require any heavy lifting and, like any position in the propaganda department, carried some prestige. Mrs. Song and her husband sought to further secure Ok-hee's future by finding her a suitable husband in the Workers' Party. Mrs. Song hoped to find someone just like her own husband, so she instructed Chang Bo to look around for a younger version of himself. While he was taking a train to Musan on a business trip, he sat next to an engaging young man. Chae Young-soo came from a good family in Rajin, a city just north of Chungjin. He was a civilian employee of the Korean People's Army, a musician who played the trumpet. Anybody with a military position above the rank and file had some clout in North Korea and was sure to get into the party. Chang Bo thought the young man looked promising and invited him home to visit. Ok-hee and Young-soo got married in 1988 in the traditional North Korean style, in front of the statue of Kim Il-sung, who symbolically presided over all marriages in the absence of clergy. They put on their best clothes, she a beige jacket and black trousers, and Young-soo a dark suit, and stood stiffly side by side to pose for a photograph in front of the towering bronze statue. They deposited a bouquet of flowers and considered their union to have been blessed in spirit by the great leader. They went back to the family apartment to gorge themselves on a banquet prepared by Mrs. Sung. The tradition was to have 2 receptions at the homes of the bride and groom, a bit of a competition for each family to show off. These were expensive affairs since neighbors and co-workers were invited, and the bride's family had to provide a cupboard full of quilts, kitchenware, a mirror, and makeup table, and if the family was wealthy, perhaps a sewing machine or appliances. Mrs. Sung was feeling insecure. She knew Young-soo's family was of a higher class, so she went all out to make a good impression. She'd laid out tables full of food, rice cakes, pollock, boiled octopus, fried tofu, hairy crab, and 3 varieties of dried squid. It was the most lavish meal the family would ever eat together, and it might have been the high point of the marriage. Young-soo turned out to have a taste for nungju, a cheap home-brewed corn liquor. After downing a few cups, his light-hearted musician's charm would vanish and a mean streak would overtake him. The swagger that Ok-hee at first found seductive now felt menacing. The young couple had moved into their own apartment near the railroad station, but Ok-hee often ran back home. One day she would show up with a black eye, the next with a split lip. Within 6 months of the marriage, Young-soo got into a fight with a co-worker and was expelled from the military band. He was sent to work at the iron ore mines at Musan. He now had no chance of joining the Workers' Party. You had to apply for membership in your 20s and undergo review by your party secretary. Without party membership, Young-soo's career path would be limited. Ok-hee, who was by then in a difficult pregnancy, had to give up her job. Her situation was more precarious than ever. Not long after, Mrs. Song's son began to give her grief too. Unlike Ok-hee, he had always been the model child. Nam-ok was a sturdy boy who resembled his father, muscular, with an impressive height of 5'9". He rarely raised his voice or quarreled. Whatever his parents or older sisters instructed, he would do without complaint. Ok-hee marveled that the same set of parents could have produced a child so unlike herself. "He's so quiet, you don't even know he's there," she would say about her kid brother. Nam-ok was only a middling student, but he excelled at sports. He was happiest playing by himself, kicking a ball again and again against the concrete wall of the apartment building. At the age of 11, a coach measured the length of his forearms and legs and tapped him for a special athletic school in Chongjin. It was in keeping with the communist approach to competitive sports that the regime, not the families, decided which children would be plucked out of regular schooling to be groomed for the national teams. Nam-ok did well enough that at 14 he was sent to Pyongyang to train in boxing. For the next 7 years, Nam-ok was permitted to come home only twice a year, each time for a 12-day vacation. Mrs. Song barely saw him. He was never one to cry on her shoulder like her daughters, but now he seemed like a complete stranger. Then she got wind of a disturbing rumor. Nam-ok had a girlfriend in Chongjin, a woman 5 years older than himself. When he came home from Pyongyang, he would often stay in her apartment. This was scandalous on 2 counts. North Korean men didn't as a rule date older women, and premarital sex was strongly discouraged. Nam-ok could be kicked out of school or expelled from the Socialist Youth League, thereby ruining his chances for future entry into the Workers' Party. As the only son, he carried the responsibility of making a good match and continuing the family line. Mrs. Sung and her husband tried to question him, but all they got was uncomfortable silence. Nam-ok became increasingly alienated from his own family, sometimes not even bothering to visit on vacations. Next, Chang-bo had a brush with the law. One night he and Mrs. Sung were home watching the television news with some neighbors. Mrs. Sung and her husband were among the few families in their apartment building to own their own television set. In 1989, televisions cost the equivalent of 3 months' salary, about $175, and you weren't allowed to buy one without special permission from your work unit. They were usually bestowed by the government in the name of Kim Il-sung as a reward for extraordinary service. Chang-bo got theirs because his father had been an intelligence officer who had infiltrated the South during the Korean War. The set was manufactured by the Japanese company Hitachi, but had a Korean brand name, Songnamu, meaning pine tree. Televisions and radios in North Korea are preset so that they can receive only official government channels. Still, the programming was relatively entertaining. Besides the usual speeches of Kim Il-sung, on a typical weeknight you might have sports, concerts, television dramas, and movies produced by Kim Jong-il's film studio. On weekends you might get a Russian movie as a special treat. Mrs. Sung and her husband were proud of their television. They usually left the door open to their apartment when it was on, so that neighbors could wander in and watch with them. It was in keeping with the collective spirit of the times. The program that got Chang-bo in trouble was an innocuous business report about a shoe factory producing rubber boots for the rainy season. The camera panned over crisply efficient workers on an assembly line where the boots were being produced by the thousands. The narrator raved about the superb quality of the boots and reeled off the impressive production statistics. "Ha! If there are so many boots, how come my children never got any?" Chang-bo laughed aloud. The words tumbled out of his mouth before he could consider the consequences. Mrs. Sung never figured out which neighbor blabbed. Her husband's remark was quickly reported to the head of the Inminban, the neighborhood watchdogs, who in turn passed on the information to the Ministry for the Protection of State Security. This ominously named agency is effectively North Korea's political police. It runs an extensive network of informers. By the accounts of defectors, there is at least one informer for every 50 people, more even than East Germany's notorious Stasi, whose files were pried open after German reunification. Spying on one's countrymen is something of a national pastime. There were the young vigilantes from the Socialist Youth League, like the one who stopped Mrs. Sung for not wearing a badge. They also made sure people weren't violating the dress code by wearing blue jeans or T-shirts with Roman writing, considered a capitalist indulgence, or wearing their hair too long. The party issued regular edicts saying that men shouldn't allow the hair on top of their head to grow longer than 5 centimeters, though an exemption was granted for balding men who were permitted 7 centimeters. If a violation was severe, the offender could be arrested by the Public Standards Police. There were also Kuchalde, mobile police units who roamed the streets looking for offenders and had the right to barge into people's houses without notice. They would look for people who used more than their quota of electricity, a light bulb brighter than 40 watts, a hot plate, or a rice cooker. During one of the surprise inspections, one of the neighbors tried to hide their hot plate under a blanket and ended up setting their apartment on fire. The mobile police often dropped in after midnight to see if there were any overnight guests who might have come to visit without travel permits. It was a serious offense, even if it was just an out-of-town relative, and much worse if the guest happened to be a lover. But it wasn't just the police and the volunteer leagues who did the snooping. Everybody was supposed to be vigilant for subversive behavior and transgressions of the rules. Since the country was too poor and the power supply too unreliable for electronic surveillance, state security relied on human intelligence, snitches. The newspapers would occasionally run feature stories about heroic children who ratted out their parents. To be denounced by a neighbor for bad-mouthing the regime was nothing extraordinary. Chang Bo's interrogation lasted 3 days. The agents yelled and cursed at him, although they never beat him, at least that's what he told his wife. He claimed afterward that his gift with language helped him talk his way out of the bind. He cited the truth in his defense. "I wasn't insulting anybody. I was simply saying that I haven't been able to buy those boots, and I'd like to have some for my family," Chang Bo protested indignantly. He made a convincing case. He was a commanding figure with his pot belly and his stern expression. He looked like the epitome of a Workers' Party official. The political police in the end decided not to push the case and released him without charges. When he returned home, he got a tongue-lashing from his wife that was almost harsher than the interrogation. It was the worst fight of their marriage. For Mrs. Sung, it was not merely that her husband had been disrespectful of the government. For the first time in her life, she felt the stirrings of fear. Her conduct had always been so impeccable and her devotion so genuine that it never occurred to her that she might be vulnerable. "Why did you say such nonsense when there were neighbors in the apartment? Didn't you realize you could have jeopardized everything we have?" she railed at him. In fact, they both realized how lucky they were. If not for Chang Bo's excellent class background and his party membership, he would not have been let off so lightly. It helped, too, that Mrs. Song had at various times been head of the Inminban in the building and commanded some respect from the state security officers. Chang Bo's offhand remark was precisely the kind of thing that could result in deportation to a prison camp in the mountains if the offender didn't have a solid position in the community. They had heard of a man who cracked a joke about Kim Jong-il's height and was sent away for life. Mrs. Song personally knew a woman from her factory who was taken away for something she wrote in her diary. At the time, Mrs. Song hadn't felt any pity for the woman. The traitor probably deserved what she got, she'd said to herself. Now she felt embarrassed for having thought such a thing. The incident seemed to blow over. Chastened by the experience, Chang Bo was more careful about what he said outside the family, but his thoughts were running wild. For many years, Chang-bo had been fighting off the doubts that would periodically creep into his consciousness. Now those doubts were gelling into outright disbelief. As a journalist, Chang-bo had more access to information than ordinary people. At the North Hamgyong Provincial Broadcasting Company, where he worked, he and his colleagues heard uncensored news reports from the foreign media. It was their job to sanitize it for domestic consumption. Anything positive that happened in capitalist countries, or especially South Korea, which in 1988 hosted the Summer Olympics, was downplayed. Strikes, disasters, riots, murders, elsewhere got plenty of coverage. Chang-bo's job was to report business stories. He toured collective farms, shops, and factories with a notebook and tape recorder, interviewing the managers. Back in the newsroom, he would write his stories in fountain pen — there were no typewriters — about how well the economy was doing. He always put a positive spin on the facts, although he tried to keep them at least plausible. By the time they were edited by his superiors in Pyongyang, however, any glimmer of the truth was gone. Chang-bo knew better than anyone that the supposed triumphs of the North Korean economy were fabrications. He had good reason to scoff at the report about the rubber boots. He had one trusted friend from the radio station who shared his increasing disdain for the regime. When the two of them got together, Chang-bo would open a bottle of Mrs. Sung's Nungju, and after a few drinks, they would let rip their true feelings. "What a bunch of liars," Chang-bo would say in an emphatic tone, taking care just the same not to speak loudly enough for the sound to carry through the thin plaster walls between the apartments. "Crooks, all of them. The son is even worse than the father." Ok-hee eavesdropped on her father and his friend. She nodded quietly in agreement. When her father noticed, he at first tried to shoo her away. Eventually, he gave up. Swearing her to secrecy, he took her into his confidence. He told her that Kim Il-sung was not the anti-Japanese resistance fighter he claimed to be, so much as a puppet of the Soviet Union. He told her that South Korea was now among the richest countries in Asia. Even ordinary working people owned their own cars. Communism, he reported, was proving a failure as an economic system. China and the Soviet Union were now embracing capitalism. Father and daughter would talk for hours, always taking care to keep their voices at a whisper in case a neighbor was snooping around. And at such times, they always made sure that Mrs. Sung, the true believer, was not at home. Chapter 4. Fade to Black. As the year 1990 opened, the Berlin Wall had been reduced to chunks of rubble hawked by souvenir vendors in a soon-to-be reunited Germany. The Soviet Union was being wrenched apart at the seams. Mao Zedong's face was an iconic image on kitschy watches that American tourists bought in Beijing. The former communist dictator of Romania, Nicolae Ceausescu, not coincidentally a close personal friend of Kim Il-sung's, had recently been executed by a firing squad. Statues of Lenin were being pulled off their pedestals and smashed to pieces. Communist Party cadres around the world were gobbling up Big Macs for lunch and washing them down with Coca-Cola. In the hermit kingdom of North Korea, however, life carried on as it always had. To the extent that North Korea's censors allowed in reports of communism's demise, they were watered down and twisted with a distinctive spin. As far as the Rodong Shinmun was concerned, the troubles elsewhere in the communist bloc were due to the inherent weakness of the people. The North Korean press always liked to allude to the genetic superiority of Koreans. The Eastern Europeans and the Chinese weren't as strong by nature or as disciplined. They had deviated from the true path of socialism. If they had a genius on the order of Kim Il-sung to guide them, their communist systems would be intact and thriving. In keeping with his teachings about self-reliance, North Koreans had to ignore what other countries were doing and continue on their own path. So Mrs. Song squeezed her eyes shut, willing herself blind to the unmistakable signs that something was amiss. At first the clues were small, barely noticeable. The light bulb that blinked out for a few seconds, then minutes, then hours, then days. The electricity became increasingly sporadic until you could expect only a few hours, a few nights a week. The running water stopped. Mrs. Song quickly figured out that when the water came on, she'd better fill up as many buckets and pots as she could. But it was never enough for washing, because the water pumps in the building ran on electricity, and the water ran out before the power came back on. She collected plastic jugs and took them down the block to a public pump. Fetching water became part of her morning routine. It went on the chore list after folding the bedding and dusting the portraits of Kim Il-sung. Although she no longer had small children in the house, she had to get up earlier than ever before. The electric tram that she took to work down Road No. 1 was operating infrequently, and when it came, it would be so overcrowded that people hung off a ladder on the back. Mrs. Sung didn't want to jostle with all the young men on the tram to get a place, so she usually walked. It took her 1 hour on foot. Chongjin's factories girded the coastline, stretching for nearly 8 miles from Pohang in the north down to Nannam, the former Japanese military base, which was now headquarters for the 6th Army Division of the Korean People's Army. The biggest factories were Chongjin Steel and Kimchek Iron and Steel, Chemical Textile, Second Metal Construction, May 10 Coal Mine Machinery, and the Ma Jun Deer Company, which produced a medicine made from deer antlers. Mrs. Song worked at the northern end of the industrial strip at the Chosun Clothing Factory, part of the largest national clothing company. The Chongjin branch employed 2,000 people, almost all women, the exception being the top managers and the truck drivers. North Koreans spend most of their lives in uniform, so that was what the factory churned out: standardized uniforms for students, shop clerks, train conductors, laborers, and, of course, uniforms for factory workers. They were made out of vinylon, a stiff, shiny, synthetic material unique to North Korea. The North Koreans were so proud of this material, invented by a Korean scientist in 1939, that they called it the Juche fiber. Most of it was produced 175 miles down the coast in Hamhung. Beginning in 1988, though, the shipments of fabric were delayed. Mrs. Sung and the other workers were told the problem was in Hamhung. Either they had run out of the anthracite coal that was one of the raw materials in vinylon, or they didn't have enough electricity at the factory. Mrs. Sung never got a clear answer. But without fabric, you couldn't make uniforms. The seamstresses spent their days sweeping the floors and polishing the equipment, waiting for the next delivery of fabric. The factory was uncannily quiet. Where once you heard the clattering of the sewing machines, now the only sound was the whisking of brooms.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
To keep the women gainfully employed, the factory management launched what were euphemistically called special projects. In fact, they were scavenging for anything that could be sold or bartered for food. One day the women would march in formation to the railroad track with bags and shovels to collect dog shit to be used for fertilizer. Other days it would be scrap metal. At first it was only the seamstresses who were sent, but soon Mrs. Song and the other women from the daycare center had to join in as well. They'd do it in shifts. Half the women from the center would stay with the kids, while the other half would be sent to scavenge. Even if the road is harsh, we'll protect the party, they had to sing as they went out on their excursions, the managers trying to prop up the group's morale. Some days they went to the beach to collect scrap metal from the effluent that came gushing out of pipes under the shadow of the giant steelworks. Mrs. Song didn't like getting her feet wet, not even at the beach next to the Chongjin Youth Park where they collected clams when her children were young. Like most North Koreans of her generation, she didn't know how to swim. Even though the water was shallow, Mrs. Song shuddered. She had to roll up her pants to the knees, wading through the ocean waters with only canvas shoes on her feet and a basket for sifting the metal as though panning for gold. At the end of the day, the supervisors would weigh the metal to make sure each unit had gotten its quota. All the women were trying to figure out how to wriggle out of these unpleasant excursions. They didn't dare quit their jobs, even though they were getting almost no pay. In North Korea, if you skipped work, you wouldn't get the coupons you needed to trade in for food, and if you stayed out a whole week without good reason, you could get sent to a detention center. Some of the women concocted family emergencies, or they got notes from their doctors saying they couldn't come in to work. It was all done with a wink and a nod. The supervisors didn't inspect the notes too closely because they knew the women had nothing to do. Mrs. Song, on the other hand, wouldn't dream of bringing in one of the fake notes. It felt wrong to her. She showed up for work punctually as before. Since the seamstresses weren't coming in, there were no children in the daycare center. The bosses tried to fill the day by scheduling extra lectures on Kim Il-sung, but with blackouts occurring more frequently, the light was often too dim inside the factory. After years of working 15-hour days, Mrs. Song finally got a chance to rest. She took long naps at her desk, resting her cheek against the wood, wondering how much longer it could go on like this. One day, the manager called Mrs. Song and her co-workers in for a chat. The manager was a woman Mrs. Song respected, a party member and devout communist, a true believer like herself. In the past, she'd always reassured the workers that the shipment of fabric was expected any day from Hamhung. Now she cleared her throat awkwardly and spoke with embarrassment. The situation was not likely to improve in the near future. These women, the diehards like Mrs. Song who were still coming to work, well, maybe they shouldn't bother anymore. You ajuma, she said, using a Korean word for auntie, commonly used for married women, should think about finding some other way to bring food home for your families. Mrs. Song was horrified. The manager wasn't referring to prostitution, though she might as well have been. She was suggesting she work on the black market. Like every other communist country, North Korea had black markets. Although it was technically illegal to buy and sell most commodities privately, the rules changed frequently and were often ignored. Kim Il-sung had given dispensation for people to grow vegetables in their gardens and sell them, so people set up a makeshift market in an empty lot behind Mrs. Sung's apartment complex. It wasn't much more than a collection of tarpaulins laid out in the dirt with meager offerings of radishes and cabbage. Occasionally people would sell old clothes, chipped pottery, used books. Anything newly manufactured couldn't be sold at the market. Those products were restricted to state stores. Grain sales were prohibited too, and anybody caught selling rice would receive a prison sentence. Mrs. Song thought the whole atmosphere of the black market was sleazy. The vendors were mostly older women, some grandmothers. Mrs. Sung would see them squatting on their haunches over their grubby vegetables, yelling out prices to customers in a most undignified fashion. Some of the women even smoked pipes, despite taboos in North Korea against women smoking. Mrs. Sung was disgusted by these old halmoni, these grandmothers. The very idea of selling at a market was repugnant. This was no place for a proper communist. In fact, proper communists didn't shop, period. Kim Il-sung had created about as anti-consumerist a culture as could exist in the 20th century. Elsewhere in Asia, markets teeming with humanity and merchandise abounded. Not in North Korea. The most famous stores in the country were Pyongyang's 2 department stores. Department Store Number 1 and Department Store Number 2, they were called, and their merchandise was about as exciting as their names. When I saw the stores on a visit to Pyongyang in 2005, I could see Chinese-made bicycles on the first floor, but it was unclear whether the merchandise was really for sale or just on display to impress foreigners. Visitors to Pyongyang in the 1990s reported that the stores sometimes put plastic fruit and vegetables on display for foreign window shoppers. North Koreans were not supposed to shop because in theory everything they needed was supplied by the government in the name of Kim Il-sung's benevolence. They were supposed to get 2 sets of clothing each year, one for summer and one for winter. New clothes were dispensed by your work unit or school, often on Kim Il-sung's birthday, reinforcing his image as the source of all good things. Everything was pretty much standard issue. Only vinyl or canvas shoes were provided, as leather ones were a tremendous luxury and only people with some outside source of income could afford them. The clothes came out of garment factories like Mrs. Sung's. The favored fabric was vinylon, which didn't hold dye very well, so there was a limited palette. Drab indigo for factory workers' uniforms, black or gray for office workers. Red was reserved for the scarves that children wore around their necks until the age of 13 as part of their obligatory membership in the Young Pioneers. Not only was there no shopping, there was virtually no money. North Korean jobs paid salaries so nominal they were more like allowances. Mrs. Sung's monthly salary amounted to 64 North Korean won, which at the official exchange rate amounted to $28, but in reality wasn't even enough to buy a single nylon sweater. You could pay only for incidentals, such as movies, haircuts, bus tickets, and newspapers. For men, cigarettes. For women, makeup, which, surprisingly, they wore in ample quantity. Red lipstick gave the women a retro look like 1940s movie stars, and pink blush gave a healthy glow to skin made sallow by the long winters. Each neighborhood of Chongjin had its own cluster of state-run shops that were identical to the cluster in the next neighborhood. North Korean women paid attention to their appearance. Mrs. Sung would skip breakfast rather than go to work without makeup. Her hair was naturally curly, but other women her age got their hair permed at a hair salon that looked like an assembly line, with a row of barber chairs on one side for men and another on the other side for women. Hairdressers were all state employees who worked for an agency called the Convenience Bureau. It was also responsible for bicycle and shoe repairmen. There was a food shop, a stationery shop, a clothing shop. Unlike in the Soviet Union, you seldom saw long lines in North Korea. If you wanted to make a major purchase, say to buy a watch or a record player, you had to apply to your work unit for permission. It wasn't just a matter of having the money. The crowning achievement of the North Korean system was subsidized food. Like the campaign pledge of a chicken in every pot, often attributed to Herbert Hoover, Kim Il-sung had promised North Koreans daily meals of rice and meat soup. Rice, especially white rice, was a luxury in North Korea. It was a magnanimous promise that was impossible to fulfill for all but the elite. However, the public distribution system did supply the population with a mixture of grains in amounts that were carefully calibrated in accordance with rank and work. Coal miners doing hard labor were to get 900 grams of grain daily, while factory workers like Mrs. Song got 700 grams. The system also dispensed other staples in the Korean diet, such as soy sauce, cooking oil, and a thick red bean paste called gochujang. On national holidays, such as the Kim family birthdays, there might be pork or dried fish. The best part was the cabbage, distributed in the autumn for making kimchi. The spicy preserved cabbage is the Korean national dish, the only vegetable product in the traditional diet during the long winters and as integral to the culture as rice. The North Korean regime understood you couldn't keep Koreans happy without kimchi. Each family got 70 kilograms, 154 pounds, per adult, and 50 kilos, 110 pounds, per child, which for Mrs. Song came to 410 kilos after her mother-in-law came to live with her. The cabbage was pickled with salt, spiced with lots of red pepper, sometimes bean paste or baby shrimp. Mrs. Song also made radish and turnip kimchi. She would spend weeks preparing it and would store it in tall earthen jars. Chang-bo had to help her carry them down to the basement, where each family had a storage bin. The tradition was to bury kimchi pots in the garden so that they would stay cold but not frozen. In the apartment building, they improvised by packing dirt around the urns. When they were done, they closed up the bin with their strongest padlock. Kimchi thieves were common in Chongjin. Even in a society as collectivist as North Korea, no one wanted to share their kimchi with a stranger. North Korea wasn't the workers' paradise that the propaganda claimed, but Kim Il-sung's achievements were not insignificant. In the first 2 decades after the 1945 partition of the peninsula, the North was richer than the capitalist South. In the 1960s, when Korean scholars bandied about the term economic miracle, they meant North Korea. Merely to feed the population in a region with a long history of famine was an accomplishment, all the more so given that the crude partition of the peninsula had left all the better farmland on the other side of the divide. Out of the wreckage of a country that had lost almost all of its infrastructure and 70% of its housing stock in the war, Kim Il-sung created what appeared to be a viable, if Spartan, economy. Everybody had shelter and clothing. In 1949, North Korea claimed to be the first Asian country to have nearly eliminated illiteracy. Foreign dignitaries who visited in the 1960s, often arriving by train across the Chinese border, gushed over the obviously superior living standards of the North Koreans. In fact, thousands of ethnic Koreans in China fled the famine caused by Mao Zedong's disastrous Great Leap Forward to return to North Korea. North Korea put tile roofs on the houses, and every village was wired for electricity by 1970. Even a hard-bitten CIA analyst, Helen Louise Hunter, whose reports on North Korea from the 1970s were later declassified and published, grudgingly admitted she was impressed by Kim Il-sung's North Korea. As communist countries went, it seemed more like Yugoslavia than Angola. It was a point of pride within the communist bloc. People pointed to North Korea's gains, especially relative to South Korea, as proof that communism was actually working. Or was it? So much of the supposed North Korean miracle was illusory, based on propaganda claims that couldn't be substantiated. The North Korean regime didn't publish economic statistics, at least none that could be trusted, and took great pains to deceive visitors and even themselves. Supervisors routinely fabricated statistics on agricultural production and industrial output because they were so fearful of telling their own bosses the truth. Lies were built upon lies all the way to the top, so it is in fact conceivable that Kim Il-sung himself didn't know when the economy crashed. For all its arrogant rhetoric about juche and self-sufficiency, North Korea was utterly dependent on the kindness of its neighbors. The country got subsidized oil, rice, fertilizer, pharmaceuticals, industrial equipment, trucks, and cars. X-ray machines and incubators came from Czechoslovakia. Architects from East Germany. Kim Il-sung skillfully played the Soviet Union and China against each other, using their rivalry to extract as much aid as possible. Like an old-style emperor, he commanded tribute from neighboring realms. Stalin personally sent an armored limousine. Mao sent a complete train carriage. Kim Il-sung, or Kim Jong-il, who by the 1980s was increasingly assuming his father's duties, offered on-the-spot guidance to address the country's woes. Father and son were experts in absolutely everything, be it geology or farming. Kim Jong-il's on-site instructions and his warm benevolence are bringing about a great advance in goat breeding and output of dairy products, the Korean Central News Agency opined after Kim Jong-il visited a goat farm near Chongjin. One day he would decree that the country should switch from rice to potatoes for its staple food. The next he would decide that raising ostriches was the cure for North Korea's food shortage. The country lurched from one harebrained scheme to another. An enormous share of the country's wealth was squandered on the military. North Korea's defense budget eats up 25% of its gross national product, as opposed to an average of less than 5% for industrialized countries. Although there had been no fighting in Korea since 1953, the country kept 1 million men under arms, giving this tiny country, no bigger than Pennsylvania, the fourth largest military in the world. The North Korean propaganda machine kept hysteria at a high level, ginning up incessant reports of imminent invasion by the imperialist warmongers. Kim Jong-il, who had been rapidly rising through the Politburo as he was being groomed for the succession, was named Supreme Commander of the North Korean Armed Forces in 1991. A few years later, billboards would go up around the country next to the Juche monuments, introducing a new catchword, Songgun, or military first, and stating that the Korean People's Army was at the center of all policy decisions. The younger Kim had long since outgrown his dabblings in cinema and turned his attention to bigger toys, nuclear weapons and long-range missiles. Ever since the U.S. bombing of Hiroshima at the end of World War II, Kim Il-sung had dreamed of making his country a nuclear power, and research had been underway since the 1960s at a Soviet-designed nuclear compound at Yongbyon in the mountains north of Pyongyang. But it was Kim Jong-il who put the nuclear program on the fast track, apparently believing it would boost North Korea's standing and his own at a time when its international prestige was flagging. Instead of rebuilding aging factories and infrastructure, North Korea put its money into expensive secret weapons projects, claiming the need for a nuclear deterrent against American aggression. By 1989, North Korea was developing a reprocessing plant at Yongbyon to produce weapons-grade plutonium from the fuel rods of its nuclear reactors, and by the early 1990s, the CIA was assessing that it had enough for 1 or 2 nuclear bombs. Kim Jong-il didn't care if he bankrupted the rest of the country. He saw the missiles and nuclear weapons as the only way to maintain power. Kim Dok-hong, a high-ranking defector from Pyongyang, told me in an interview in Seoul in 2006. North Korea's timing was terrible. Kim Jong-il realized that the Cold War was over, but he didn't seem to grasp that his old communist patrons were more interested in making money than bankrolling an anachronistic dictatorship with nuclear ambitions. The economy of his arch-rival, South Korea, had edged ahead in the mid-1970s. By the next decade, North Korea had been left in the dust. Never mind communist solidarity, China and the Soviet Union wanted to do business with the likes of Hyundai and Samsung, not with state-owned enterprises in the North that didn't pay their bills on time. In 1990, the year before it collapsed, the Soviet Union established diplomatic relations with South Korea in a devastating blow to North Korea's world standing. China followed suit 2 years later. The creditors were increasingly fed up with North Korea's failure to repay loans that had amounted to an estimated $10 billion by the early 1990s. Moscow decided that North Korea would have to pay prevailing world prices for Soviet imports, rather than the lower friendship prices charged communist allies. In the past, the Chinese, who provided 3/4 of North Korea's fuel and 2/3 of its food imports, used to say they were close as lips and teeth to North Korea. Now they wanted cash up front. Soon the country was sucked into a vicious death spiral. Without cheap fuel and raw material, it couldn't keep the factories running, which meant it had nothing to export. With no exports, there was no hard currency, and without hard currency, fuel imports fell even further and the electricity stopped. The coal mines couldn't operate without electricity because they required electric pumps to siphon water. The shortage of coal worsened the electricity shortage. The electricity shortage further lowered agricultural output. Even the collective farms couldn't operate properly without electricity. It had never been easy to eke out enough harvest from North Korea's hard-scrabble terrain for a population of 23 million, and the agricultural techniques developed to boost output relied on electrically powered artificial irrigation systems and on chemical fertilizers and pesticides produced at factories that were now closed for lack of fuel and raw materials. North Korea started running out of food, and as people went hungry, they didn't have the energy to work, and so output plunged even further. The economy was in a free fall. North Korea was, and remains as of this writing in 2009, the last place on Earth where virtually all staples are grown on collective farms. The state confiscates the entire harvest and then gives a portion back to the farmer. But as harvests withered in the early 1990s, the farmers themselves were going hungry and began stashing some of the harvest away. There were stories from the countryside of roofs that collapsed under the weight of grain hidden away in the eaves. The farmers also neglected the collective fields for their private kitchen gardens next to their houses or small steep plots they carved out of the side of uncultivated mountain slopes. Driving through the North Korean countryside, you could clearly see the contrast between the private gardens bursting with vegetables, bean poles soaring skyward, vines drooping with pumpkins, next to the collective fields with their stunted, haphazard rows of corn that had been planted by so-called volunteers during their patriotic duty. The people who stood to lose the most were the city folk who had no land on which to grow their own food. For as long as she was married, Mrs. Sung had gone every 15 days with 2 plastic shopping bags to the same food distribution center. It was right in the neighborhood, tucked between 2 apartment complexes. This wasn't like a supermarket where you plucked what you wanted from the shelf. The women waited in line outside an unmarked storefront with a big metal gate that swung open. Everybody had their assigned days. Mrs. Sung's were the 3rd and the 18th, but still there was often a wait of several hours. Inside, there was a small, unheated room with white concrete walls and a cheerless woman sitting behind a small table covered with ledger books. Mrs. Sung would hand over her ration book, a small sum of money, and coupons from the garment factory certifying that she had fulfilled her work duty. The clerks would calculate her entitlements, 700 grams each per day for her and Changbo, another 300 grams for her mother-in-law, since retired people got less, and 400 for each child still living at home. If anybody in the family was traveling, the rations for the days out of town would be deducted. Once the calculations were made, the clerk would pick up the official seal and, with a self-important thump, pound it into the red ink and onto receipts in triplicate, one of which she'd give to Mrs. Sung. At the back of the warehouse, where they stored big vats of rice, corn, barley, and flour, another clerk would weigh out the rations and put them into Mrs. Sung's plastic bags. It was always a surprise what might be in the bag, sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less. Looking back years later, Mrs. Sung couldn't pinpoint when it happened, 1989, 1990, 1991, that her rations faded away. When they handed the bag back to her, Mrs. Sung didn't need to peek inside to confirm her disappointment. The bag was lighter than it used to be. They were being systematically shortchanged. 1 month she might get only 25 days' worth of food, another month 10. Despite Kim Il-sung's promises, rice was a luxury item for North Koreans. More often now there was only corn and barley. Cooking oil had always come sporadically, but now it was never in the bag. Mrs. Sung wasn't the type to complain, not that she could have if she wanted to. "If I made a fuss, they would have just come and taken me away," she said later. The North Korean government offered a variety of explanations, from the patently absurd to the barely plausible. People were told that their government was stockpiling food to feed the starving South Korean masses on the blessed day of reunification. They were told that the United States had instituted a blockade against North Korea that was keeping out food. That was not true, but it was believable. North Korea in early 1993 had threatened to pull out of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and President Bill Clinton was threatening sanctions. It was convenient for Kim Il-sung to deflect blame. He could point the finger at the United States, North Korea's favorite scapegoat. "The people of Korea have long suffered from the blockade and sanctions of the U.S. imperialists," opined Ro Dong-shin-moon. Koreans like to think of themselves as tough, and so they are. The propaganda machine launched a new campaign, playing up Korean pride by recalling a largely apocryphal fable from 1938 to 39, in which Kim Il-sung commanded a small band of anti-Japanese guerrillas fighting against thousands of enemies in 20 degrees below zero, braving through a heavy snowfall and starvation, the red flag fluttering in front of the rank. The arduous march, as they called it, would later become a metaphor for the famine. Ro Dong-shin-moon urged North Koreans to invoke the memories of Kim Il-sung's sacrifice to strengthen themselves against hunger. "No force on earth can bar the Korean people from making an onward march for victory in the revolutionary spirit of the arduous march, and the DPRK will always remain a powerful nation." Enduring hunger became part of one's patriotic duty. Billboards went up in Pyongyang touting the new slogan, "Let's eat 2 meals a day." North Korean television ran a documentary about a man whose stomach burst, it was claimed, from eating too much rice. In any case, the food shortage was temporary. Agricultural officials quoted in the newspapers reported that bumper crops of rice were expected in the next harvest. When the foreign press reported on food shortages in the North in 1992, the North Korean news service was indignant. The state supplies the people with food at a cheap price so that people do not know how much rice costs. This is the reality of the northern half of Korea. All people live a happy life without any worries about food in our land. If North Koreans paused to contemplate the obvious inconsistencies and lies in what they were told, they would find themselves in a dangerous place. They didn't have a choice. They couldn't flee their country, depose their leadership, speak out, or protest. In order to fit in, the average citizen had to discipline himself not to think too much. Then there was the natural human survival instinct to be optimistic. Like German Jews in the early 1930s who told themselves it couldn't get any worse, the North Koreans deceived themselves. They thought it was temporary. Things would get better. A hungry stomach shouldn't believe a lie, but somehow it did. Along with the new propaganda campaign, the regime stepped up its extensive network of domestic surveillance. The more there was to complain about, the more important it was to ensure that nobody did. Since the early 1970s, Mrs. Sung had served periodically as Inminbanjang, the head of her neighborhood group. Each year, the neighbors had to elect a leader, usually a married, middle-aged woman. Mrs. Sung was well suited to the post because she was energetic, organized, loyal, and had what Koreans call good nunchi, which might be loosely translated as intuition. She got along well with everybody. She had to make chore lists, assigning who among the 15 families in her unit would clear sidewalks and trim grass in front of the building, collect and recycle garbage. She was also supposed to report any suspicious activity. Mrs. Sung was assigned to a single agent from the Ministry for Protection of State Security. Comrade Kang was a woman a few years older than Mrs. Sung and married to a Workers' Party official who was said to have connections in Pyongyang. Every few months they would meet up at the district office, or Comrade Kang would come to Mrs. Sung's apartment to enjoy a cup of home-brewed corn whiskey while getting reports from the neighborhood. Mrs. Sung never had much to tell her. Life in the apartment building was uneventful. Nobody got in trouble, except for the one incident when Chang Bo complained about the boots. But then Comrade Kang became more persistent. As the food distribution became less frequent, she wanted to know if people were bad-mouthing the regime. "Are they complaining about the food? What are they saying?" the agent demanded. She had been waiting for Mrs. Sung in front of the building and had cornered her in the entrance. "They don't say anything," protested Mrs. Sung. It was true. In fact, Mrs. Sung had noticed that conversations suddenly stopped whenever she walked into an apartment, leaving an awkward hush in any room she entered. Everybody knew the Inminbanjang had to report to national security. Comrade Kang wasn't satisfied. "You should complain first. You ask why there is no distribution of food. See what their reaction is," she hissed, looking around to make sure nobody in the hallway overheard what she was suggesting. Mrs. Sung nodded weakly, eager to slip away. She had no intention of complying. She knew that none of her neighbors were engaged in subversive activities. They weren't enemies of the state, and she was simply too tired to worry about ideology. The lack of food sapped her energy. She was preoccupied all the time, her mind spinning as she tried to crunch numbers that simply wouldn't add up. She was trying to figure out how to get food for her family. The clothing factory had stopped operating entirely in 1991, and for the entire last year she had received no money, only food coupons, which were now useless since the public distribution center had no food. In the past, Mrs. Sung's husband used to get extra gifts of food for working overtime, sometimes oil, crackers, tobacco, or liquor, but that had pretty much stopped. The shelves at the state stores were empty. After her factory closed, Mrs. Sung swallowed her scruples about shopping on the black market, which did still have food, even rice at times, but the prices were prohibitively high. It cost 25 won to buy a kilo of rice that might cost less than 1/10 of a won from the distribution center. Mrs. Sung still scoffed at the idea of trying to work on the market. What could she do there? She couldn't sell vegetables since she had no land. She had no business skills other than the ability to count on an abacus, and with the 4 children and her oldest daughter's wedding, they'd not been able to save money. She wondered if she should try to sell something from her home. In her mind, she took inventory of her possessions: the Oriental painting, the television, her husband's books. Maybe the sewing machine? Just as Mrs. Sung went through her mental calculus, thousands of others did the same. What did they have to sell? Where could they get something to eat? Chongjin was basically a concrete jungle. Everything that wasn't the steep slope of a mountain had long since been paved over. It wasn't like you could go out to the woods and hunt birds or pick wild berries. The beach where Mrs. Sung's family collected shellfish had slim pickings, and the water was too deep to fish from shore. The only suitable farmland in the city was the vegetable plots and the rice paddies at the small inlets in Nanam. People started going farther afield to get food. The orchards in Gyeongsong County were a popular destination. On weekends, Chongjin families would hike down. The collective orchards were about 3 miles from the center of the city, often under the guise of a recreational excursion. Nobody wanted to admit they were doing it because they were hungry. The orchards were run by a collective farm which raised the distinctive Korean pears that were exported to Japan for hard currency. Korean pears are about the size and shape of a grapefruit, but have the russet color of Bosc pears and the crisp texture of apples. The perfectly round orbs of fruit would often fall from the trees and roll under the fence that surrounded the orchard, making for easy pickings. Many of the fruit pickers were children. As school lunches got smaller and finally disappeared, children started cutting school to look for food. They could easily slip under wire fences. A young man who was 10 years old in 1992 recalled with some pride that he climbed on the back bumper of a bus and rode down to the last stop in Nanam, then walked an hour. Alone and small, nobody noticed him. He slipped his tiny body through the fence and loaded as many pears as he could carry into a sack. "I plucked as many as I could and handed them out to all my friends," he said. Other memories of this period were bitter. Kim Ji-eun, who was at the time a recent medical graduate doing her residency, went to the orchards one weekend with her parents, a married sister, the sister's husband, and 2 small children. Carrying the whiny toddlers most of the way, they didn't get to the orchards until mid-afternoon. Too many others had come before them. They found 1 slightly rotten pear on the ground. They took it home and boiled it, then cut it into 5 parts for the children, the elderly parents, and Kim Ji-eun's brother-in-law. Ji-eun and her sister didn't get any. The date was September 9th, 1993, and Kim Ji-eun would never forget it, because it was the first time in her life that she would go an entire day without food. Few others could remember with such precision. The end of an era did not come in a single moment. It took years before people understood that their world was irreversibly altered. Chapter 5. Victorian Romance. Miran was in high school when she first noticed that city people were taking trips to the countryside to scavenge for food. When she would bicycle into Chongjin, she'd see them, looking like beggars with their burlap sacks, heading toward the orchards that lined both sides of the road. Some would even come farther down the road to the cornfields that stretched for miles south from her village toward the sea. The city people could also be found picking up firewood in the mountains near the kaolin mines where her father worked. It was surprising because she'd always figured that people who lived in Chongjin were way better off than anyone from Gyeongsong. Chongjin had the universities, the big theaters, restaurants that were only for the Workers' Party members and their families, not for a girl like herself. Gyeongsong was essentially a cluster of villages around a small downtown that was like Chongjin in miniature, an overly wide main street with a large stone monument celebrating Kim Il-sung's victory over the Japanese in World War II. There were a couple of ceramic factories that processed the kaolin from the mine where Miran's father worked, and a large manufacturer of electrical parts, the June 5 factory, named for a day in 1948 when Kim Il-sung visited and provided on-the-spot guidance. Her village wasn't exactly the countryside, but there was far more land available than in the city. Near the coast, the terrain was flat, sandy, and relatively fertile. Inland, as you climbed in elevation, the mountains were dense with pine thickets. The narrow strips between the harmonica houses were painstakingly cultivated with red peppers, radishes, cabbages, and even tobacco, because it was cheaper to roll your own than to buy cigarettes, and virtually all the men smoked. People whose roofs were flat would put pots up there to grow more vegetables. These private agricultural efforts were small enough that they didn't raise the ire of the communist authorities. At least in the beginning, before the food shortage grew into a famine, they staved off hunger. When the paycheck her father brought home from the mines grew smaller and smaller until it eventually disappeared, Miran's mother stepped into the breach. She was never much of a housewife, but she was resourceful when it came to making money. She took in sewing, made homemade tofu, and for a time raised pigs, although there wasn't enough feed to sustain them. More successful was a recipe she invented for imitation ice cream. She bought a used freezer called a North Pole machine. Because it was almost impossible to buy milk or cream, she would use the water left over from the making of tofu and flavor it with red beans and sugar. She poured this strange concoction into ice cube trays and froze it. Koreans love to indulge their children, and if there was a spare one in the house, they'd give it to their child for a treat. Sometimes Miran's mother would hawk her wares on the back of a friend's truck. Workers' Party edicts forbade making private money, but she shrugged them off. It wasn't that she was a rebel so much as a pragmatist who didn't give much thought to ideology. The money she earned selling her ersatz ice cream allowed her to buy corn and sometimes rice on the black market. Miran's secret admirer was also insulated from the hunger. Jun-sang's paternal grandparents came to visit almost every year from Japan on the ferry. By the early 1990s, the boat no longer came to Chongjin, but to the port of Onsan, farther down North Korea's east coast. Jun-sang's family would go to meet them at the dock, and the ritual involved much crying and hugging, during which Jun-sang's haraboji, or grandfather, could slip a fat envelope of cash into his son's pocket. It had to be done discreetly so that nobody with authority would see and demand a cut of the money. The envelope sometimes contained more than $2,000 worth of Japanese yen. The Koreans in Japan were well aware that their relatives in North Korea would go hungry without hard currency. Junsang's family was also lucky to have a private yard. His father was a fastidious gardener, subdividing his modest walled domain into tidy vegetable plots. Hunched over, working in the garden, he showed his young seedlings a tenderness he'd rarely accorded his children. He recorded in a small notebook the seeds he planted, the depth of the furrows, the days it took for the seeds to germinate, and how long it would take for the vegetables to grow and ripen. Junsang's mother still had the fine kitchen equipment her family had brought from Japan. With a razor-sharp knife, she'd slice up carrots and radishes julienne style, lay the crisp slivers of vegetables on top of freshly steamed rice, and roll them up in sheets of dried seaweed. They were the only family in the neighborhood to eat kimbap, a Korean interpretation of Japanese maki that is popular in South Korea, but virtually unknown in the North. With their homegrown vegetables and their black market rice, they ate better than all but the most elite members of the Workers' Party. The family's chief source of pride was Junsang himself. The years of drudgery, of studying until 1 a.m. and rising at dawn, the relentless nagging by his father, and his own wish to fulfill his family's ambitions for him had all paid off. Junsang had been accepted to a university in Pyongyang. It wasn't Kim Il-sung University. The family's standing wasn't high enough for that, but it was a school that trained scientists and was more merit-based in its choice of students. North Korea, badly lacking in technology behind South Korea and Japan, could no longer afford to squander what talent it could find. Junsang would have preferred to study literature or philosophy, or, had there been such a program, filmmaking, but his father steered him into science, knowing it was the only way for a boy without good songbun to get to Pyongyang. It was a tremendous achievement for a boy from North Hamgyong province to be accepted into the North Korean equivalent of MIT. It meant that Junsang wouldn't have to serve in the military. He would have a good chance of raising his family's songbun. It would be a path to Workers' Party membership. Notwithstanding some incipient doubts about the political system, he was beginning to wonder why the East Germans tore down the Berlin Wall if communism was so great. He knew that party membership and a Pyongyang education was his ticket to the core class. Junsang was proud of himself. He was a modest boy, careful not to show off his brains or his money, but these days when he came home from Pyongyang, he felt like a returning hero. Like soldiers, university students were supposed to wear their uniforms even when they were off campus. The ensemble consisted of a green double-breasted jacket and pants, a white shirt, and a tie. The green of his uniform was meant to allude to a quote from Kim Il-sung that described youth as being like the Green Mountains. With his newly minted confidence, Junsang again began to think about asking Miran out. 5 years had passed since he first spotted her at the movie theater. Much to his amazement, he hadn't forgotten her. There were girls at his university in Pyongyang, smart girls, pretty girls, but none had captured his interest like she had. Junsang had come to know Miran somewhat. During high school, he had befriended her sister Mi-suk. 2 years older than Miran, she was the family's tomboy. She played on the women's volleyball team and was often around the gym where Junsang's friends practiced. He also had a friend from boxing class who lived in the same row of harmonica houses as Miran. It gave Junsang an excuse to hang out in her neighborhood. Miran's family had managed to acquire a television, and like Mrs. Song, they too maintained an open-door policy. One day, while visiting his friend, Junsang slipped into her house with some other neighbors. While everybody else watched the program, his eyes darted back and forth between the television set and Miran. She had ripened into a beautiful teenager. He stared at her, trying to discern what it was about the particular alignment of eyes, nose, mouth, and hair that had so captivated him. He wondered whether it would be worth the risk to his reputation to ask her out. He decided that it was. Jun-sung planned to make his move during a visit home from Pyongyang in the spring of 1991, his first year of university. He mooned around the center of Kyungsong, hoping that a chance encounter might provide the opportunity to speak to her. On the last day of his vacation, he spotted her at the market, but before he could get close enough to speak, he saw that her mother was a few paces behind her. Soon after, Jun-sung confided his predicament to her sister, Mi-suk, who agreed to act as a go-between. Jun-sung went to the house on his next vacation at a prearranged time. Mi-suk was hovering near the door. She called out to Mi-ran, "Little sister, come out and talk to my friend." Mi-ran stuck her head out the door. She let out a little yelp of embarrassment and ducked back in. "Come, little sister, or I'll have to drag you out," Mi-suk persisted. Finally, she went outside to greet him. Face to face with her for the first time, he felt beads of sweat dampening the freshly ironed collar of his uniform. As he began to speak, he heard the telltale quiver in his voice. It was too late to turn back now, so he pushed on. He couldn't think of small talk, so he just laid it out. He told her everything, starting with spotting her at the movie theater. He ended by asking her if she would be his girlfriend. "My studies. I'm supposed to be studying hard, but I can't concentrate because I think about you," he blurted out. Mi-ran didn't say anything. She stood there, not averting her eyes as he might have expected, but not responding either. He felt like his head was going to explode. He tried harder to engage her in conversation. "Didn't you notice me watching you all this time?" he asked. "No, really, I didn't have a clue," she said. He waited expectantly for her to say more. "Well, it is not like I don't like you," she answered in a tangled syntax of double negatives, which in Korean are especially ambiguous. He wasn't really sure what she was saying, but he suspected it was a guardedly positive response. She promised to explain her feelings in a letter. For all her aloofness, Mi-ran was in fact thrilled. Her suitor was handsome, sweet, and frankly a great catch. She knew only a couple of boys who were going to college, and none of them were in Pyongyang. Although she feigned surprise, she had noticed Jun-sung lurking around her neighborhood, and had even dared to hope that perhaps it was because of her. The green uniform had not failed to impress her. He looked like a naval officer with the shiny double row of buttons. Although she had never dated, Mi-ran knew by instinct that she should play hard to get. She struggled to find the perfect way to say yes without appearing too eager. The end result was an awkwardly formal letter in her very best handwriting. "Rather than create a situation where you cannot concentrate on your studies because of your unhappiness, I will for the moment accept your proposition," she wrote to him a few weeks later. At least initially, the relationship took on a 19th century epistolatory quality. The only way they could stay in touch was by letter. In 1991, while South Korea was becoming the world's largest exporter of mobile telephones, few North Koreans had ever used a telephone. You had to go to a post office to make a phone call. But even writing a letter was not a simple undertaking. Writing paper was scarce. People would write in the margins of newspapers. The paper in the state stores was made of corn husk and would crumble easily if you scratched too hard. Mi-ran had to beg her mother for the money to buy a few sheets of imported paper. Rough drafts were out of the question. Paper was too precious. The distance from Pyongyang to Chongjin was only 250 miles, but letters took up to a month to be delivered. Miran was in her last year of high school when the relationship began. She was intimidated by the relative sophistication of her college boy. In Pyongyang, Junsang could buy proper paper. He owned a ballpoint pen. His letters ran on for pages, long and eloquent. Their correspondence gradually evolved from stilted formalities to full-blown romance. Junsang had never seen a Hollywood romance, but his mind was fervid enough to conjure the clichés of modern love. His letters conjured up images of himself and Miran running toward each other against the backdrop of a sky streaked orange and pink. He quoted to her from the novels he read in Pyongyang. He wrote love poems. On paper, there was no trace of the reticence that had held him back for so long. Junsang posted his letters to Mi-suk, who by then was working in an office where she could receive mail away from the scrutiny of her parents. She was the only person Miran told about the relationship. Junsang told nobody. They never discussed the reasons for the secrecy, since sex and class background were not to be discussed openly in North Korea. In fact, complaining about your own Songbun was tantamount to criticizing the regime. But the fact of Miran's tainted blood hovered unspoken. They both knew if they were eventually to marry, it could hurt Junsang's career and his prospects of joining the Workers' Party. Certainly, if Junsang's father were to find out, he would forbid the romance. North Korean society demands that people stick to their own. Junsang knew he would be expected to marry somebody from the Korean-Japanese community. In any case, Junsang's father didn't approve of his son dating. "Finish school first. Don't waste your time chasing girls," he lectured. An aside here about sex in North Korea. The country doesn't have a dating culture. Many marriages are still arranged, either by families or by party secretaries or bosses. Couples are not supposed to make any public displays of affection. Even holding hands in public is considered risqué. North Korean defectors insist that there is no premarital sex and no such thing as an unmarried student getting pregnant. It would be unimaginably terrible. I couldn't even think of that happening, I was told by a North Korean woman who was herself no prude. She was working in the sex industry in Seoul at the time I met her. Certainly, North Korea doesn't have the love hotels of South Korea or Japan. You can't check into a regular hotel without a travel permit, and no hotel would ever admit an unmarried couple in any case. People from Chongjin have told me that unmarried couples who want to have sexual relations will go into the wilderness or even to a park by night, but I have never met anyone who has admitted to doing this. The prudishness is part of traditional Korean culture. It is easy to forget when you're in Seoul and see schoolgirls wearing thigh-high tartan skirts that just a century ago, respectable Korean women wore full body coverings that would rival anything required by the Taliban. The 19th century British travel writer Isabella Bird Bishop wrote of seeing women in a village north of Pyongyang in 1897 wearing burqa-like contraptions that she described as monstrous hats like our wicker garden sentry boxes but without bottoms. These extraordinary coverings are 7 feet long, 5 broad, and 3 deep, and shroud the figure from head to toe. Women of the middle and upper classes were not permitted to leave the family compound, except during specially designated times when the streets were cleared of men. Bishop had traveled extensively as well in the Islamic world, but she pronounced Korean women as being very rigidly secluded, perhaps more absolutely so than women of any other nation. The wicker baskets are long gone, but the old attitudes persist. After Kim Il-sung took over, he melded traditional Korean conservatism with the communist instinct to repress sexuality. He closed not only brothels, but the more ambiguous kiseng houses where women entertained wealthy men. Pornographers were executed. Notwithstanding his own excesses and those of Kim Jong-il, a playboy in his youth, party officials caught in adulterous affairs lost their jobs. Kim Il-sung also discouraged early marriages, giving a special instruction in 1971 that men should marry at 30 and women should marry at 28. As a North Korean newspaper reported, "The motherland and nation hope and believe that the youngsters will uphold the beautiful tradition of marrying only after they have done enough for the country and people." In fact, that was not Korean tradition at all. In the past, women were expected to be married by the time they were 14. The regulation was designed to keep up the morale of the soldiers so they wouldn't fear losing their girlfriends while completing their service. It also kept down the birth rate. Although the ban on early marriage was lifted in 1990, North Koreans still do not look kindly on young couples, however innocent the relationship may be. Propaganda campaigns advise women to adopt traditional hairstyles in accordance with the socialist way of life and the taste of the epoch. For middle-aged women, that means hair cut short and permed. Unmarried women can wear their hair longer if it is tied back or braided. North Korean women are not permitted to wear skirts above the knee or sleeveless shirts. Interestingly, South Korea had similar regulations about hair and dress in the 1970s under the military dictator Park Chung-hee. It is a sign of how much North Korea remains frozen in time and how much South Korea has changed that the most radical differences between the two cultures are manifested in sexuality and dress. A few years ago, while on a trip to the pocket of North Korea that is frequented by South Korean tourists, I saw a North Korean hotel doorman look like he was on the verge of fainting at the sight of a young South Korean woman in low-cut jeans and a midriff revealing top. Many North Korean defectors I have interviewed told me the thing that they found most surprising about South Korea was that couples kiss in public. So it was convenient that Jun-sang and Mi-ran's relationship began just as the lights were going out. The darkness of North Korea by night has an absoluteness that people from the electrified world have never experienced. With no street lights, no headlights, no ambient lights seeping from windows or under doors, the darkness is an all-encompassing shroud. You can tell somebody is walking down the street only when you see the glowing tip of his cigarette. After dinner, Jun-sang would come up with excuses to leave the house. Though he was a university student, 20 years old and a head taller, he was still terrified of his father. "I'm off to see my friends," Jun-sang would call out, naming one or another of his high school buddies. He promised to be home by 9 p.m., fully knowing it would more likely be midnight. Then he would bolt before his father could ask questions. The walk to Mi-ran's house took about 30 minutes. His steps were urgent, even though he knew he might have a long wait before she finished helping her mother clean up after dinner. He had no excuse now to hang out around her house because his friend from boxing class, her neighbor, had moved away. So he stood in the shadows, keeping so still that he could feel the pounding of his heart. By this time, the few places they might have gone on a date had closed. The Gyeongsang County Culture Hall had no electricity to run the movie projector. The few restaurants that had operated years earlier were now closed. Along the waterfront in downtown Chongjin, next to the port, is the Chongjin Youth Park on a lake with rowboats and dilapidated amusement park rides, but travel regulations were so strict that a permit was required just to go from the suburbs into the city. They dared not enter the park in Gyeongsang behind the train station where they might run into someone they knew. Long walks were the best choice. There was only one road running through town and heading up to the mountains. They walked as briskly as they could without appearing to be running away from something. They didn't speak as they walked past the billboard of a smiling Kim Il-sung, the signposts urging, "If the party decides, we do," and "Let's protect Kim Jong-il with our lives." A large, colorful billboard of soldiers with bayonets was on one side of the street, where the road passed under a wide archway painted with blue flowers. Where the slogans petered out, the town ended, and they could relax into the darkness. Their pupils dilated so they could take in the scenery without straining their eyes. Overgrown trees lined both sides of the road, leaning across to one another so that they formed a tangled canopy overhead. On clear nights the stars peeked through the branches. After a few minutes the road began to climb, so that a valley opened up on one side of the road as the hills rose steeper on the other. Thickets of pine clung to the rocky hillside, and between them large unkempt mounds of purple wildflowers spilled over the rocks. The road crossed over a small stream with sandy banks and turned sharply to the left, where it opened up into the Onpo Hot Springs Resort, known as the only place in Korea where the alkaline waters gushed out from the sand, and at temperatures of 130 degrees Fahrenheit they were reputed to cure ills from indigestion to infertility. Up the road, blocked off by checkpoints, was a villa for Kim Il-sung, one of about 30 in scenic locations around the country maintained for his convenience. A sizable military presence kept people from straying onto the private road. Visible from the road, although also closed to the public, was a spa reserved for party officials. The spa for the public, barely operating because of the economic crisis, was a dilapidated cluster of stone and concrete buildings. The resort opened in 1946. Its founding was celebrated in a mural of Kim Il-sung surrounded by doctors, and looked as though it hadn't been repaired since. The large, overgrown grounds looked lush and wild by night. The young couple wasn't interested in the scenery. Their excitement at being together made them forget even their aching feet as they walked for miles into the night. Walking and talking, that was all they did. The conversations were animated, consuming. When they were face to face, Jun-sang had none of the romantic bravado of his letters. He was polite, respectful, not daring even to hold Miran's hand until they'd been dating for 3 years. He courted her with his stories. He described his friends, his dormitory. He told her how the students were organized into battalions and had to march in step, arms and legs swinging, as they reported for roll call in the courtyard. He regaled her with a travelogue about Pyongyang, where she had been only once, on a primary school field trip to see the monuments. Pyongyang was the epitome of modernity, as the propaganda claimed, a city offering the world's greatest achievements in architecture and technology. Jun-sang told her of the twin-towered Koryo Hotel with the revolving restaurant on top. He had never been inside, but gawked at the silhouette on the skyline, along with that of a 105-story pyramid under construction that was supposed to be the biggest in Asia. Chun-sang described the Pyongyang metro, 100 yards underground, its stations adorned with chandeliers and gilded mosaics of Kim Il-sung. Back in Pyongyang, he visited a foreign currency shop and with his Japanese yen bought Miran a beret shaped like a butterfly and studded with rows of square rhinestones. To Miran it was most intricate and exotic. She had never owned anything so pretty in her life. She never wore it because she didn't want her mother to ask about it. She kept it hidden away, wrapped up in her underwear. Chun-sang's experiences in Pyongyang gave Miran a glimpse into a remote world of privilege. At the same time, it was hard to listen without a trace of jealousy. She was in her final year of high school, and she feared it would be the end of her education. She had seen her sister's disappointment, as one by one they discovered that their father's background would thwart their ambitions. One even needed permission from the Board of Education to take the college entrance exam. Of her 3 sisters, only the eldest had gone on to college, and even then she was barred from the performing arts program despite an excellent singing voice. She ended up in a physical education program and dropped out halfway through to get married. Miran had a sudden insight into her own future. She saw it laid out before her like a straight, featureless highway, a job in a factory, marriage, most likely to a fellow factory worker, children, old age, death. As Chun-sang prattled on about his roommates at the university, she grew more and more miserable. He sensed her depression and probed more deeply, until at last she told him how she felt. "I feel I have no purpose in life," she blurted out. He listened thoughtfully. A few weeks later, after he had returned to Pyongyang, he sent her a letter. "Things can change," Chun-sang wrote. "If you want more in life, you must believe in yourself, and you can achieve your dreams." Miran would later credit Chun-sang's words of encouragement with changing her life. Once a good student, she had let her grades drop in high school. What was the point in knocking herself out if her path would be blocked anyway? But now Chun-sang's ambition had rubbed off on her. She hit the books. She begged her mother to relieve her of her household chores so she could have more time to study. She asked her teacher to allow her to take the university qualifying exam. If she didn't make it to college, she wouldn't have herself to blame. To her great surprise, she was accepted into a teacher's college, the Kim Jong-suk Teacher's College, named for Kim Jong-il's mother, was the best of the 3 teachers' colleges in Chongjin. How did she get so lucky when her sisters had failed? Miran herself was rather mystified, as she was a very good student, but not at the top of her class. She'd thought there were many young women from better families with grades at least as good as her own who would have sought the coveted places in the freshman class. In the autumn of 1991, she moved out of her parents' house and into the college dormitory. The school was in the downtown Pohang district, across from the museum and behind the park at the back of the Kim Il-sung statue. When she first arrived, Miran was impressed. The dormitories were modern, and each of the 4 girls who would share one room had her own bed, rather than use the Korean bed mats laid out on a heated floor, the traditional way of keeping warm at night while expending little fuel. But as winter temperatures plunged Chongjin into a deep freeze, she realized why it was that the school had been able to give her a place in its freshman class. The dormitories had no heating. Miran went to sleep each night in her coat, heavy socks, and mittens with a towel draped over her head. When she woke up, the towel would be crusted with frost from the moisture of her breath. In the bathroom, where the girls washed their menstrual rags, nobody had sanitary napkins, so the more affluent girls used gauze bandages, while the poor girls used cheap synthetic cloths. It was so cold that the rags would freeze solid within minutes of being hung up to dry. Miran hated the mornings. Just as in Junsang's school, they were roused by a military-style roll call at 6 a.m., but instead of marching off like proud soldiers, they shivered into the bathroom and splashed icy water on their faces under a grotesque canopy of frozen menstrual rags. The food in the cafeteria was even worse. North Korea was starting its "Let's Eat 2 Meals a Day" campaign, but the school took it a step further and offered only one meal, a thin soup made of salt, water, and dried turnip leaves. The cafeteria would sometimes add in a spoon of rice and corn that had been cooked for hours to plump up the grains. The girls in the college began getting sick. One of Miran's roommates was so malnourished that the skin was flaking off her face. She dropped out of school, and others followed. It was an awakening for Miran, who had been largely sheltered from the economic crisis by her industrious mother. She begged her mother to send her extra food from home, but after a year she couldn't take it any longer. Unwilling to forego the education she had worked so hard for, she got permission from the school to live off campus. She slept on the floor of a relative's apartment nearby during the week and went home to her parents on weekends. Normally, it would not have been permitted, but the school administrators were happy to have one less mouth to feed.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
Junsang's life in Pyongyang was easier. The government put a high priority on the feeding and care of its most elite students, the scientists of tomorrow, whose achievements it was hoped would lift North Korea out of poverty. Junsang still marched off to the cafeteria with his battalion for 3 meals a day. Their dorm was heated at night, and the electricity was kept on so that they could study after dark. Junsang and Miran saw each other when he came home from the university on the 2 vacations students got per year, summer and winter, as well as during the spring leave when students would weed the fields in preparation for sowing. In the past, Pyongyang students performed this duty on the outskirts of the capital, but with the shortage of food, it was decided to send them to their hometowns where their mothers could feed them. Junsang used to dread the volunteer duty in the fields, but now he counted the days until he was released from the university. This longing was a revelation for him, as he had spent his life with his books and studies. I really wanted to abandon everything and go back home to see her. I realized for the first time in my life what human emotion is all about, he would later say of that period. In the fall of 1993, Junsang's sister was getting married. Although his parents had told him not to disrupt his studies, Junsang saw it as a perfect excuse to surprise Miran with a visit. He asked for a 3-day leave to go home. By this time, the train service from Pyongyang to points north was sporadic at best, since the trains relied on electricity. Even if one managed to get a ticket, there was little chance of getting a seat unless the traveler was a high party official. The railroad stations were always full of waiting passengers. They would hang out in the dark, squatting and smoking until the train arrived. Then they would make a mad dash for it, scrambling in through broken windows, hanging on between the cars. No train tickets were available, so Junsang waited at the station, looking for a train to hitch. After one day, he spotted a cargo train on the northbound track. A gift of some cigarettes to an engineer elicited the information that it was heading toward Chongjin. He hoisted himself up into a carload of coal, a towel wrapped around his face to protect his eyes. It was the first time in his life, but not the last, that he would hitch a ride on a cargo train. The last stop before Chongjin was Kyongsong, not far from Miran's village. Junsang hopped off and ran straight to her home. It was morning, the sun high in the sky, not the time of day that they normally met, but he couldn't contain his impatience. He felt he would burst if he had to wait until dark to see her. It was a Sunday, and he assumed she would be home from school. For the first time since they had started secretly dating, he went directly to the front door. The door swung open. Miran's mother gasped. Junsang's face, like his clothing, was black with coal dust. Miran's mother was acquainted with Junsang from the days that he used to mix with the neighborhood kids, but now she didn't recognize him. In any case, Miran wasn't home. "This very strange person came to see you," her mother told her later. "What peculiar friends you have." They had other close calls. Junsang's father wasn't pleased at all that his son had interrupted his studies for his sister's wedding and questioned his motives. Junsang dared to enter Miran's house one evening when her mother was out and her father was working the night shift at the mine. But when her father unexpectedly returned, Junsang had to hide until the coast was clear. Later, Junsang and Miran laughed for hours about these incidents. The truth was that they enjoyed deceiving their parents. The secrecy was not merely necessary, it was fun. It injected a frisson of the illicit and gave them a shared psychic space in a society where privacy didn't exist. It was a relatively safe way to rebel against the confines of their lives. They laughed more, they talked more. Later, when they were older and living in comfort and security, they would strangely look back at those first years together as some of the happiest of their lives. In their giddiness, they paid little attention to what was happening around them. Chapter 6. Twilight of the God. In July 1994, Miran had just one exam to go before she would get her diploma from the Teachers' College. She had been assigned to work as an apprentice teacher at a kindergarten in downtown Chongjin. At noon on July 9th, the children had gone home for lunch, and Miran was tidying up the classroom. She was about to unpack her own lunch and join the other teachers in the lounge when suddenly she heard excited footsteps careening down the corridor. She stepped out of the room to see that one of the girls had just run back from home. Her ponytail was damp with sweat and she was out of breath, so agitated that the teachers couldn't make out what she was saying. "He's dead! He's dead!" the girl shouted, the words spilling out between gasps for breath. "What are you talking about?" a teacher asked. "The great marshal is dead." The term could refer only to Kim Il-sung. The teachers were shocked that anybody, even a child, could talk that way. By kindergarten, children were supposed to know not to jest about the leadership. They took the girl by the shoulders and tried to get her to calm down. She was hyperventilating. "That's blasphemy against communism," a teacher scolded. No, I saw it on television at home," the girl insisted. The teachers still didn't believe her. They knew well enough that 5-year-olds could spin fanciful tales. Besides, the television news didn't even start until 5 p.m., but they were disquieted enough that they wanted to investigate, even if it meant leaving their lunch uneaten. The school didn't have a radio or a television, so they ran out into the street. The little girl excitedly steered them toward her apartment a few blocks away. They walked up the stairs and could see a crowd pushing its way toward the television set. Miran tried to squeeze herself in. She couldn't hear, but she could see the faces around her were all swollen and pale. A low moan emanated from the crowd and rose to the rhythm of sobbing. From the open windows the heaving sound rose from the streets, which were still wet from an extraordinarily violent electric storm the night before. Miran was numb. She couldn't understand it. She was a schoolteacher in training, an educated woman who knew that mortals were made of flesh and blood and lived finite lives. But Kim Il-sung, she thought, was something other. If the great marshal could die, then anything could happen. All North Koreans can recall with extraordinary clarity where they were and what they were doing when they learned of Kim Il-sung's death. Over years of interviewing North Koreans, I've learned to pose the question, where were you when you found out? Invariably, the interview subject, no matter how forgetful or recalcitrant, perks up. People who repressed so many of their traumatic memories of the 1990s can suddenly describe with great animation and detail their movements on that day. It was a moment when the ordinary laws of time and perception were frozen by shock. The year leading up to Kim's death was one of the most tumultuous since the Korean War. Not only was the economy moribund, not only were China and Russia now cavorting with the enemy in Seoul, North Korea was fast cementing its reputation as a rogue state. The United Nations, egged on by an aggressive new U.S. President, Bill Clinton, was demanding that North Korea open its nuclear facilities to inspection. In March 1993, North Korea declared that it would pull out of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty in order to pursue the development of nuclear weapons, setting off the first post-Cold War nuclear panic. By the next year, as North Korea moved ahead to reprocess plutonium from its nuclear reactor at Yongbyon, a sprawling nuclear campus 45 miles north of Pyongyang, the Pentagon was drawing up plans for a preemptive strike. The North Koreans, in turn, were warning of imminent war. At one point, Pyongyang's negotiator famously threatened to turn Seoul into a sea of fire. In June, the former U.S. President Jimmy Carter made a surprise 3-day visit to Pyongyang. Carter elicited from Kim Il-sung a tentative agreement to freeze the nuclear program in exchange for energy assistance. Carter also conveyed an invitation to the South Korean President, Kim Young-sam, to visit Pyongyang. The landmark summit between the leaders of the estranged Koreas was set for July 25, 1994. On July 6th, Kim Il-sung went to inspect a guest villa in the mountains north of Pyongyang, where he intended to host his South Korean counterpart. He also dispensed his famous on-the-spot guidance at a collective farm nearby. The day was scorching, nearly 100 degrees. After dinner, Kim Il-sung collapsed with a massive heart attack. He died a few hours later. The announcement of his death was delayed for 34 hours. Although Kim Jong-il had been designated the heir 2 decades before, Pyongyang needed to prepare the announcement of the first hereditary succession in the communist world. At the time of his death, Kim Il-sung was 82 years old, well beyond the life expectancy for Korean men of his generation. He had a glaringly visible goiter the size of a golf ball on his neck. It was obvious to everyone but the North Korean masses that he was nearing the end of his days, but there was no public discussion of Kim's deteriorating health. He wasn't merely the father of their country, their George Washington, their Mao. He was their God. Mrs. Sung was home making lunch for herself and her husband. Her factory had closed by then, and Chang Bo had pared back his hours at the radio station because he seldom got a paycheck anymore. He was in the main room, waiting for the television news to begin. They had heard there would be a special bulletin at noon, which they assumed was about the ongoing nuclear negotiations. The television news had done a special bulletin the month before, when North Korea announced it would no longer cooperate with the International Atomic Energy Agency. Chang Bo, the journalist, closely followed the twists and turns of diplomacy. Mrs. Sung, on the other hand, was bored by all the talk of nuclear weapons. She had more immediate concerns, such as how to make yet another meal of corn porridge look appetizing. Suddenly, she heard her husband snap his fingers. "Something's happened. Something big," he called out. Mrs. Sung poked her head through a pass-through that separated the kitchen from the main room of the apartment. She saw right away that something was amiss. The television anchor man wore clothes of mourning, a black suit and tie. She dried her hands on a towel and went into the living room to watch. The Central Committee of the Workers' Party of Korea, the Central Military Commission of the party, the National Defense Commission, the Central People's Committee, and the Administration Council of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea report to the entire people of the country with deepest grief that the great leader, Comrade Kim Il-sung, General Secretary of the Central Committee of the Workers' Party of Korea and President of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, passed away from a sudden attack of illness at 2 a.m. Our respected fatherly leader, who has devoted his whole life to the popular masses' cause of independence and engaged himself in tireless and energetic activities for the prosperity of the motherland and the happiness of the people, for the reunification of the country and independence of the world, till the last moments of his life, departed from us to our greatest sorrow. Mrs. Sung went blank. She felt an electric jolt shoot through her body as though the executioner had just pulled the lever. She'd felt this way only once before, a few years back when she'd been told her mother had died, but in that case the death was expected. She'd never once heard anything about Kim Il-sung having any kind of illness. Only 3 weeks before they had seen him looking every bit the robust statesman greeting Jimmy Carter. This couldn't be true. She tried to concentrate on what the television broadcaster was saying. His lips were still moving, but the words were incomprehensible. Nothing made sense. She started to scream. "How are we going to live? What are we going to do without our marshal?" The words came tumbling out. Her husband didn't react. He sat pale and motionless, staring into space. Mrs. Sung couldn't keep still. She was pumped up with adrenaline. She rushed down the staircase and out into the courtyard of the building. Many of her neighbors had done the same. They were on their knees, banging their heads on the pavement. Their wails cut through the air like sirens. After her marriage, Mrs. Sung's oldest daughter, Ok-hee, had quit her job at the propaganda department of the construction company, but she was frequently called to volunteer for theater performances in the neighborhood. She had been trained as a broadcaster, exhorting workers to fulfill their quotas through the loudspeaker of a sound truck, and her crisp, authoritative voice was much in demand. Ok-hee couldn't exactly refuse when she was asked by the local police to narrate a play urging public cooperation. In all earnestness, she had to recite lines such as, "Let's catch more spies to protect the fatherland," and "Confess if you've committed a crime." Trudging home from rehearsal, exhausted and looking forward to her lunch, Ok-hee noticed that the streets were deserted. She and her husband and their 2 children lived in an apartment kitty-corner to Chongjin's bustling train station. When she got upstairs, she was also surprised to find the door locked, as she expected her husband to be at home. She heard the sounds of a television coming from another apartment. She nudged the door open to peer inside. Her husband was sitting alongside their neighbors, cross-legged on the floor. His eyes were rimmed in red, but this time he wasn't drunk. "Hey, what's going on? Why is the news on at noon?" she asked. "Shut up and watch," her husband barked. Mindful of his often violent temper, Ok-hee obeyed. Everyone in the room was in tears. Everyone, that is, except for Ok-hee. She felt utterly blank inside, not sad, not happy, maybe just a little irritated. She was unable to think about anything except her growling stomach. Kim Il-sung might be dead, she thought, but I'm not, and I need to eat. She sat as still as she possibly could to avoid bringing attention to herself, and then, after a respectable amount of time, stood up to leave. "Okay, I'm going home to make lunch," she told her husband. He gave her a nasty look. Although his drinking and bad temper had kept him out of the Workers' Party, Young-soo fancied himself a senior official, taking it upon himself to offer guidance to everyone around him. He liked to instruct and scold. At home he was the one who dusted the father and son portraits on their wall. Ok-hee refused. Now Young-soo glared at his wife, who was so obviously unmoved by the death. He hissed at her as she left the room, "You're not human." Ok-hee went back to the apartment and fixed her lunch. She turned on the radio to listen as she ate. The announcer was already talking about the succession. "The victory of our revolution is assured as long as our dear comrade Kim Jong-il, the only successor to the great leader, is with us." As she sat alone in the apartment, the enormity of it all started to sink in. Any hope that the North Korean regime might change with the death of Kim Il-sung was quickly dashed. The power had passed to his son. Things weren't going to get any better. She heard her father's words replaying in her ears, "The son is even worse than the father." "Now we're really fucked," she said to herself. Only then did tears of self-pity fill her eyes. Kim Hyuk, the boy who had stolen pears from the orchard, was 12 years old when Kim Il-sung died. He was in his first year at Chongjin's Ma-lum Middle School, the equivalent of 7th grade. The morning the death was announced, he was debating whether or not to go to school. He hated the place for many reasons, not the least of which being that there was rarely enough food for him at home to bring a lunch. He spent most of his time looking out the window, thinking that if he were outside, he could go off and find something to eat. He'd either go back to Gyeongsang County to the orchards or cornfields, or steal something from a vendor near the train station. He had played hooky the day before and the day before that. He dreaded going back today because his teacher was sure to beat him for all the days he'd missed school. He was already hours late and was dragging his feet ever slower, wondering whether to turn around. When he saw his friends skipping away from the school, Hyuk was delighted. They had been told to go home to listen to an urgent bulletin at noon. "Hooray! No school!" Hyuk shouted as he dashed away with his friends. They headed to the market. They thought they might be able to beg or steal some food from one of the stalls. But when they got there, all the stalls were closed and the place was deserted. The few people they saw had their heads down, crying. Suddenly, Hyuk didn't feel like playing anymore. In Pyongyang, Jun-sang was enjoying a lazy Saturday morning. He was propped up in bed with a book on his knees, indulging in his favorite pastime at the university. At home, his father wouldn't permit him to read in bed, saying it would ruin his eyesight. Even early in the morning, with the windows propped open, it was a stiflingly hot day, and he wore just a t-shirt and shorts. He was interrupted by one of his roommates, who came in to tell him that all the students were assembling in the courtyard at noon for an urgent announcement. Jun-sang got up with annoyance and pulled on his pants. Like others, he assumed the bulletin was about the nuclear crisis. He had to admit he was nervous. Despite the Carter visit, Jun-sang was convinced his country was heading for a confrontation with the United States. A few months before, all the students at his university had been asked to nick their fingers in order to sign, in blood, a petition swearing they each would volunteer for the Korean People's Army in case of war. Of course, everybody obliged, although some of the girls balked at cutting their own fingers. Now Jun-sang was bracing himself for the end of his university career, if not his life. "This is it. We're definitely going to war," Jun-sang told himself as he marched out to the courtyard. In the courtyard, nearly 3,000 students and faculty were lined up in formation, ranked by their year, major, and dormitory affiliation. The sun beat down with full force, and they were sweating in their short-sleeved summer uniforms. At noon, a disembodied female voice, tremulous and sorrowful, came booming through loudspeakers. The loudspeakers were old and produced scratchy sounds that Jun-sang could barely understand, but he picked up a few words, "passed away," and "illness," and he grasped the meaning of it all from the murmur going through the crowd. There were gasps and moans. One student collapsed in a heap. Nobody knew quite what to do. So one by one, each of the 3,000 students sat down on the hot pavement, heads in hands. Jun-sang sat down too, unsure of what else to do. Keeping his head down so nobody could read the confusion on his face, he listened to the rhythm of the sobbing around him. He stole glances at his grief-stricken classmates. He found it curious that for once he wasn't the one crying. To his great embarrassment, he often felt tears welling in his eyes at the end of movies or novels, which provoked no end of teasing by his younger brother, as well as criticism from his father, who always told him he was soft like a girl. He rubbed his eyes just to make sure. They were dry. He wasn't crying. What was wrong with him? Why wasn't he sad that Kim Il-sung was dead? Didn't he love Kim Il-sung? As a 21-year-old university student, Jun-sang was naturally skeptical of all authority, including the North Korean government. He prided himself on his questioning intellect. But he didn't think of himself as seditious or in any way an enemy of the state. He believed in communism, or at least believed that whatever its faults, it was a more equitable and humane system than capitalism. He had imagined he would eventually join the Workers' Party and dedicate his life to the betterment of the fatherland. That was what was expected of all those who graduated from the top universities. Now, surrounded by sobbing students, Jun-sang wondered, if everybody else felt such genuine love for Kim Il-sung and he did not, how would he possibly fit in? He had been contemplating his own reaction, or lack thereof, with an intellectual detachment, but suddenly he was gripped with fear. He was alone, completely alone in his indifference. He always thought he had close friends at the university, but now he realized he didn't know them at all, and certainly they didn't know him. If they did, he would be in trouble. This revelation was quickly followed by another, equally momentous. His entire future depended on his ability to cry. Not just his career and his membership in the Workers' Party, his very survival was at stake. It was a matter of life and death. Jun-sang was terrified. At first he kept his head down so nobody could see his eyes. Then he figured out that if he kept his eyes open long enough, they would burn and tear up. It was like a staring contest. Stare, cry, stare, cry. Eventually it became mechanical. The body took over where the mind left off, and suddenly he was really crying. He felt himself falling to his knees, rocking back and forth, sobbing just like everyone else. Nobody would be the wiser. Within a few hours of the noon announcement, people all around North Korea began converging on statues of Kim Il-sung to pay their respects. By one frequently cited figure, there are 34,000 statues of the great leader in the country, and at each of them loyal subjects prostrated themselves with grief. People didn't want to be alone with their grief. They burst out of their homes and ran toward the statues, which were in fact the spiritual centers of each city. Chongjin is home to some 500,000 people, but has only one 25-foot bronze statue at Pohang Square. People filled the vast square and spilled over into the front lawn of the Revolutionary History Museum directly to the east. The crowds extended down the wide road number 1 all the way to the Provincial Theater and radiated out into the surrounding streets like spokes from a wheel. From above, the people looked like a line of ants streaming toward a common goal. Hysteria and crowds make for a lethal combination. People started to surge forward, knocking down those in line, trampling people already prostrate on the ground, flattening the carefully trimmed hedges. From blocks away, the noise from the square carried through the humid air and sounded like the roar of a riot. The weather alternated between violent downpours and searing heat. No one was allowed to wear a hat or carry a parasol. The sun beat down on the bare heads, and the wet sidewalks turned the streets into a roiling steam bath. People looked like they were melting into a sea of tears and sweat. Many fainted. After the first day, the police tried to rope off the lines to keep the crowd under control. The mourners were organized by their work units or their classes at school. Each group had to bring flowers, mostly chrysanthemums, the traditional flower of death in Asia, or, if they couldn't afford them, wildflowers that they picked themselves. They lined up in rows 10 to 25 people wide, waiting their turn like waves to be swept forward. Those who were too overwrought to stand upright would be supported by their elbows. Once in front, they approached within a few feet of the statue and fell to their knees, lowering their heads to the pavement and then looking up with awe. Kim Il-sung loomed overhead, filling the field of vision with his presence, his head rising above a tall grove of pine trees as high as a 3-story building, his bronze feet alone taller than any human being. To the supplicants at his feet, the statue was the man, and they addressed him directly in conversation. "Aboji, Aboji," the old women wailed, the Korean honorific used to address either one's father or God. "How could you leave us so suddenly?" the men screamed in turn. Those waiting in line would jump up and down, pound their heads, collapse into theatrical swoons, rip their clothes, and pound their fists at the air in futile rage. The men wept as copiously as the women. The histrionics of grief took on a competitive quality. Who could weep the loudest? Who was the most distraught? The mourners were egged on by the TV news, which broadcast hours and hours of people wailing, grown men with tears rolling down their cheeks, banging their heads on trees, sailors banging their heads against the masts of their ships, pilots weeping in the cockpit, and so on. These scenes were interspersed with footage of lightning and pouring rain. It looked like Armageddon. "Our country is enveloped in the deepest sorrow in the 5,000-year history of the Korean nation," intoned an announcer on Pyongyang television. The North Korean propaganda machine went into overdrive, concocting ever weirder stories about how Kim Il-sung wasn't really dead. Shortly after his death, the North Korean government began erecting 3,200 obelisks around the country that would be called Towers of Eternal Life. Kim Il-sung would remain the president in title after death. A propaganda film released shortly after his death claimed that Kim Il-sung might come back to life if people grieved hard enough for him. "When the great marshal died, thousands of cranes descended from heaven to fetch him. The birds couldn't take him because they saw that North Koreans cried and screamed and pummeled their chests, pulled their hair, and pounded the ground." What had started as a spontaneous outpouring of grief became a patriotic obligation. Women weren't supposed to wear makeup or do their hair during a 10-day mourning period. Drinking, dancing, and music were banned. The Inminban kept track of how often people went to the statue to show their respect. Everybody was being watched. They not only scrutinized actions, but facial expressions and tone of voice, gauging them for sincerity. Miran had to go twice a day for the 10-day mourning period, once with the children from the kindergarten and once just with her work unit of teachers. She began to dread it, not just the grief, but the responsibility of making sure the fragile children didn't get trampled or work themselves into hysteria. There was one 5-year-old girl in her class who cried so loudly and was so demonstrative in her grief that Miran worried she would collapse. But then she noticed the girl was spitting in her hand to dampen her face with saliva. There were no actual tears. "My mother told me if I don't cry, I'm a bad person," the girl confessed. A well-known actress from Chongjin found herself in the uncomfortable position of being unable to force out her tears. This not only put her politically at risk, but professionally. "It's my job. I'm supposed to cry on demand," the actress Kim Hye-young recalled years later in Seoul. Hyuk and his school friends went to the statue frequently because there were sticky rice cakes handed out after you bowed. They would pay their respects, then get back in line for another rice cake. Among the millions of North Koreans who took part in the mass display of grief for Kim Il-sung, how many were faking? Were they crying for the death of the great leader or for themselves? Or were they crying because everybody else was? If there is one lesson taught by scholars of mass behavior, from the historians of the Salem witch hunts to Charles Mackay, author of the classic Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds, hysteria is infectious. In the middle of a crowd of crying people, the only natural human reaction is to cry oneself. No doubt many people were sincerely overcome with grief at his passing. Whether it was due to shock or suffering, many older North Koreans suffered heart attacks and strokes during this period of mourning, so much so that there was a marked increase in the death rate in the immediate aftermath. Many others showed their distress by killing themselves. They jumped from the tops of buildings, a favorite method of suicide in North Korea, since nobody had sleeping pills and only soldiers had guns with bullets. Others just starved themselves. One of these was the father of Dr. Kim Ji-eun, a pediatrician at the municipal hospital in Chongjin. Chapter 7. 2 beer bottles for your IV. At the time of Kim Il-sung's death, there was no gasoline for the few ambulances in Chongjin, so patients had to be carried piggyback or wheeled on wooden carts to the hospital. Kim Ji-eun worked at a small district hospital, but it was the closest to Pohang Square, only a 15-minute walk away, so it received a disproportionate share of the people who were injured or who collapsed in the commotions in front of the statue. Patients filled the metal beds that were crammed 5 into small rooms, while more waited their turn on wooden benches or sprawled on the floors of the dim corridors. Lights were rarely switched on during the day because the electrical supply was diverted to keep the Kim Il-sung statue illuminated around the clock. It had already been a busy summer because of an outbreak of typhoid. In pediatrics, parents carried in limp children who'd become dangerously dehydrated from crying in the hot sun. Some had even suffered convulsions. Dr. Kim's normal shift ran from 7:30 a.m. to 8 p.m., but these days she stayed at the hospital almost around the clock, except for the few times she ventured out to pay her respects at the statue. She never complained about the long hours, though. Dr. Kim took her medical oath seriously. Besides, hard work distracted her from the warning signs that her own life was falling apart. At 28, Dr. Kim was one of the youngest doctors in the hospital and certainly the smallest. She was 4'11" in heels, barely taller than some of her juvenile patients, and weighed less than 100 pounds. Her pursed, red bow lips and heart-shaped face gave her a deceptively delicate appearance. Perhaps to compensate, she adopted a no-nonsense personality, and her colleagues, particularly the men, quickly learned not to patronize her. If they found her prickly, they also admired her dedication. She was always the first to volunteer for unpaid extra shifts. After hours, she worked in the secretariat of the Workers' Party. The hospital, like every North Korean institution, had a party secretary whose job it was to ensure the ideological health of the workplace and to choose the workers who would become party members. Though only 1 in 4 doctors at the hospital would be admitted to the party, Dr. Kim was certain she would be among the chosen. For one thing, women were often favored as party members because most didn't drink alcohol and were thought to be more rule-abiding. Then there was Dr. Kim's disciplined and somewhat unforgiving personality, which suited her profile as a committed future party member. No doubt her dedication to the North Korean system of government was sincere, having been nurtured by her father since childhood. Manchuria has a large ethnic Korean population, the result of centuries of migration back and forth across the Tumen and Yalu rivers, which form the boundary separating Korea from China. Dr. Kim's father was born in a Korean-speaking village just across the border. He moved to North Korea as a young man in the early 1960s to escape Mao's disastrous Great Leap Forward, which had resulted in millions of famine deaths. Dr. Kim's father viewed Kim Il-sung, not Mao, as the true inheritor of the communist dream, the one who would be able to fulfill the promises of equality and justice made to working men like himself. He was a simple construction worker who had been schooled only through 6th grade, but his intelligence and devotion were recognized in North Korea, and he had been admitted to the Workers' Party. He'd served as party secretary for his own construction team until a mild stroke a few years earlier had forced him to retire. Since he had no sons, it was his ambition that his daughter would continue his work for the party and contribute to the fatherland he embraced unreservedly. The future Dr. Kim obliged with enthusiasm. She was thrilled when at 7 she became a member of the Young Pioneers and tied around her neck their signature bright red scarf. At 13 she graduated to the Socialist Youth League and wore her Kim Il-sung pin proudly. Admittance to the League is a standard rite of passage for North Koreans, but when a child is admitted at 13, 14, or 15 depends upon conduct and grades. From her earliest days in elementary school, it was evident that Kim Ji-eun was a precocious student. She was the girl with the impeccable handwriting, the one who always raised her hand first to answer the teacher's questions, the student with the best grades. By midway through school, she had been plucked out of her class to attend medical school, no matter that she had dreamed of being a teacher or a journalist. It was an honor for the daughter of a construction worker to be chosen to become a doctor. She entered Chungjin University Medical School at 16, 2 years younger than her peers, 2/3 of whom were female. She still looked like a teenager when she finished the 7-year program and started her apprenticeship at Provincial People's Hospital No. 2, which was affiliated with the medical school and was the most prestigious hospital in North Hamgyong Province. Locals called it the Czech Hospital because back in the 1960s, when it still meant something to be in the communist family of nations, a team of doctors came from Czechoslovakia with X-ray machines and baby incubators. The hospital still enjoyed its European cachet, though the Czechs were long gone and most of the equipment was held together with plastic tape. After her internship, Dr. Kim was sent out to be a general practitioner at one of the smaller hospitals, serving the Pohang district where she lived. Dr. Kim had to report to work by 7:30 a.m. Regulations required that she work a 12-hour day and treat at least 32 patients. She usually spent the morning in the hospital, then was sent out in a team for the afternoons. She wore a white coat and a white cap that covered her hair and made her look a little like a short-order cook. She lugged with her a heavy bag that contained a stethoscope and syringes, bandages, digestive pills, and antibiotics. As part of a 3-doctor team, she would visit schools and apartment compounds. Each block of homes had its own hygiene unit, which worked together with the Inminban. "The doctors are here! The doctors are here!" The shouts would echo across the courtyards. People would start queuing up by the hygiene office, pushing crying toddlers forward in the line, ready to show off a sore hand or a rash they had been nursing for weeks in anticipation of the doctor's visit. North Korean doctors are expected to serve the people selflessly. Because of a shortage of X-ray machines, they often must use crude fluoroscopy machines that expose them to high levels of radiation. Many older North Korean doctors now suffer from cataracts as a result. They not only donate their own blood, but also small bits of skin to provide grafts for burn victims. Dr. Kim was excused from this last obligation only because her height and weight were far below average, but it didn't exempt her from the obligation of trekking out to the mountains to gather medicinal herbs. Making one's own medicine is an integral part of being a doctor in North Korea. Those living in warmer climates often grow cotton as well to make their own bandages. Doctors are all required to collect the herbs themselves. Dr. Kim's work unit took off as much as a month in spring and autumn to gather herbs, during which time the doctors slept out in the open and washed only every few days. Each had a quota to fill. They had to bring their haul back to the hospital pharmacy where it would be weighed, and if the amount was insufficient, they would be sent out again. Often the doctors had to hike far into the mountains because the more accessible areas had already been scoured by ordinary citizens who sought to sell the herbs or use them for themselves. The most coveted was peony root, which was used as a muscle relaxant and to treat nervous disorders. Wild yam was thought to regulate menstrual cycles. Dandelion was used to stimulate digestion and ginger to prevent nausea. Atractylodes, which is also popular in Chinese medicine to strengthen immunity, was used when it was impossible to get antibiotics. For years, North Korean hospitals had been using herbal remedies in combination with Western medicine. Instead of painkillers, the doctors used cupping, a technique in which a suction cup is applied to stimulate circulation to parts of the body. Another technique borrowed from the Chinese involved lighting sticks of mugwort next to the afflicted area. With anesthesia in short supply, acupuncture would be used for simpler surgeries such as appendectomies. When it works very well, Dr. Kim told me years later, and when it didn't, patients would be strapped to the operating table to prevent them from flailing about. For the most part, North Koreans were stoical about enduring pain during medical treatment. They weren't like South Koreans who scream and holler about the slightest little thing, Dr. Kim said. For all its shortcomings, North Korea's public health system provided the public with better care than they'd had in pre-communist times. The right to universal free medical service to improve working people's health was in fact written into the North Korean Constitution. Dr. Kim was proud to be part of the healthcare system and gratified by the service she provided her patients. But by the early 1990s, the deficiencies in the system became more pronounced. Much of the medical equipment was obsolete and broken down, with spare parts impossible to obtain, since the factories in the communist bloc countries where they were manufactured were by now privatized. The pharmaceutical factory in Chongjin curtailed its production due to a lack of supplies and electricity. There was little money to import pharmaceuticals from abroad. The bag that Dr. Kim carried on her rounds had gotten progressively lighter until she had nothing inside but her stethoscope. All she could do for patients was to write prescriptions and hope that they had a connection in China or Japan, or a stash of money to buy the drugs on the black market. Dr. Kim's frustration spilled out into the open in 1993 when she had her first serious clash with hospital management. She had been asked to treat a 27-year-old man who had been convicted of an economic crime, meaning he'd been engaged in private business. He had served 3 years of a 7-year term before he was transferred from prison to the hospital. He was bruised and badly malnourished, his ribs protruding. He suffered from acute bronchitis. She wanted to give him an antibiotic. Her boss overruled her. "He's a convict. Let's save the antibiotic for someone else," he told Dr. Kim. Dr. Kim was furious. "He's been admitted to the hospital. A patient is a patient. We can save him. He will die without it," she snapped back. Her obsessive personality clicked in. Dr. Kim would not let the matter drop, and she argued for days. The dying young man was discharged from the hospital untreated. Dr. Kim went to his home twice a day, but her patient grew sicker and more despondent, declaring, "I'm not fit to live." He committed suicide soon after. Dr. Kim was convinced that she and the hospital were responsible for his death. The tension with her boss lingered, and she asked for a transfer into pediatrics, where she thought things would be less political. At the same time, Dr. Kim's personal life was in tatters. Her love life had never kept pace with her professional success. Her workaholic habits and perfectionism kept men at bay. A year after she started working full-time, a man she'd adored since college dumped her. She was devastated. She asked a friend to set her up with somebody else and got engaged to him on their second date. Her husband was the same age, 26, but he was still in his freshman year of college because he had served in the military. Since she was already working, she figured they would survive on her salary until he graduated. "You'll hurt his pride," Dr. Kim's mother warned. "A female doctor marrying a college boy? Men don't like it when their women earn more money." On her wedding night, Dr. Kim knew she had made a terrible mistake, but she had gotten pregnant almost immediately and couldn't leave. A few months after she gave birth, having waited so she could breastfeed her infant son, she moved out of her husband's home and back in with her parents. The baby stayed with her in-laws in keeping with Korean tradition. Custody goes to the father's family in the case of divorce. If it was, in fact, her higher earnings that strained the marriage, the final indignity was that her salary disappeared. She had been earning 186 won per month, the equivalent of about $80 at the official exchange rate, triple that of an ordinary laborer. With that money, she had supported her husband and her retired parents and had helped out a married sister. As the paychecks vanished, so did the food rations. It was in that period that she found herself stealing pears from the collective orchards and scouring the countryside for food. She sometimes accepted gifts from patients, a bag of noodles or a few ears of corn, which made her feel embarrassed and uncomfortable. Dr. Kim knew of other doctors who took bribes for medical care that was supposed to be free. She was determined not to be one of them. But then again, she was hungry. By age 28, the promise of her early life had turned to disappointment. She was divorced, living with her parents. She had lost custody of her child. She was working harder than ever and receiving less compensation for her efforts than ever before. She was hungry and exhausted, poor and loveless. These were the unhappy circumstances in which Dr. Kim was living the year leading up to Kim Il-sung's death. Like most other North Koreans, Dr. Kim learned of Kim Il-sung's death from the special broadcast at noon. She had just come back to the hospital after escorting a typhoid patient to a special clinic. When she entered the hospital lobby, she saw doctors, staff, and patients crying before the hospital's single television set. She walked the 40 minutes back to her apartment behind the city's main sports stadium, her eyes so blurred with tears she could barely see her feet slapping the pavement. Her father was at home sleeping. He sat up at the sound of her footsteps. "What is wrong? Did one of your patients die?" he asked with alarm. He knew how emotional his daughter could be about her patients. Dr. Kim collapsed into her father's arms. She had never cried so much, not when her boyfriend dumped her, not when her marriage broke up and her baby was taken away, not when her father had his stroke. Those were the setbacks that one had to expect in this life. Even though she was a doctor, educated in the frailties of the human body and only too aware of its mortality, Dr. Kim had never considered that such things could apply to Kim Il-sung himself. Her colleagues felt similarly. As they worked through the night in the hospital's dim corridors, they traded conspiracy theories. One theory had it that Kim Il-sung had been assassinated by the American warmongers who wanted to sabotage his upcoming summit with the South Korean president, Kim Jong-sam, one of the perennials of North Korean propaganda being that the United States kept the Korean peninsula divided. Those first days after Kim Il-sung's death went by in a blur. Between the shock and the sleep deprivation, it took a while for Dr. Kim to notice the crisis brewing in her own home. Her father had been depressed ever since his illness had forced him to retire. The great leader's death was more than he could handle. He stayed in bed and refused to eat. If a great man like Kim Il-sung can die, why should a good-for-nothing like me go on living and consume food? He cried. Dr. Kim tried reasoning. She cajoled, she screamed, she threatened. "If you don't eat, I won't eat either. We'll all die together," she told him. Her mother also threatened a hunger strike. Dr. Kim brought the Workers' Party secretary in from the hospital to persuade him. She tried to keep up her father's strength by administering intravenous nourishment. Her father grew delirious. He alternately praised Kim Il-sung and railed against him. One day he would say his love for the marshal was such that he couldn't live without him. The next he whispered that Kim Il-sung's mortality was proof positive that the whole North Korean system had failed. He asked his daughter to bring paper home from the hospital. He mustered the strength to prop himself up and scribbled a note. "As my last task as a member of the Workers' Party, I dedicate my oldest daughter to continue my work. Please make her into a good and loyal worker for the party." He gave the letter to Dr. Kim and asked her to take it to the hospital's party secretary. Then he took another sheet of paper. On it he scrawled what looked like an intricate pyramid, the steps labeled with names and numbers. They appeared to be the scribblings of a madman. Dr. Kim thought her father had lost his mind. He gestured for her to sit by his side. He couldn't raise his voice beyond a whisper. "These are our relatives in China. They will help you," he said. It was a family tree. Dr. Kim was shocked. Could it be that her father was telling her to leave the fatherland for China? Her loyal father who had fled China himself and then schooled her at his knee in the love of Kim Il-sung. Could he be a traitor? Dr. Kim's first instinct was to tear it up, but she couldn't destroy her father's last words. So she took out a small metal keepsake box with a lock and key, one of the last vestiges of her girlhood. She folded up her father's chart and locked it in the box. Kim Il-sung was laid to rest in an underground mausoleum, his body embalmed and put on display according to the communist tradition that began with the death of Vladimir Lenin in 1924. The North Korean government staged an elaborate funeral that took place over 2 days, July 19th and 20th. Radio Pyongyang reported that 2 million people attended the procession as Kim Il-sung's coffin cruised through the city on the roof of a Cadillac, followed by goose-stepping soldiers, brass bands, and a fleet of limousines carrying huge portraits of the leader and sprays of flowers. The 100-vehicle procession started at Kim Il-sung Square, passed through Kim Il-sung University, and past the city center's 100-foot-tall statue of Kim Il-sung, the largest in the country, and ended at the Revolutionary Arch, a replica of Paris's Arc de Triomphe, only bigger. The following day there was a memorial service. At the stroke of noon, around the country, sirens wailed, trains and ships blew their horns, and people stood at attention for 3 minutes. The mourning period had come to an end. It was time for the nation to get back to work. Dr. Kim had plenty of opportunity to bury her misery in her job. Her father died just a week after Kim Il-sung's funeral, so she had little desire to go home at night and worked even longer hours. The heat wave had not broken, and the typhoid outbreak that had begun earlier in the summer had turned into a full-fledged epidemic. Chongjin was always prone to epidemics because its sewage system, hastily rebuilt after the Korean War, spilled untreated feces into the streams where women often did the laundry. With the electricity blinking on and off, running water became unreliable. Usually electricity and water worked for 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the evening. People stored water in big vats at home. Few had bathtubs, which turned into breeding grounds for bacteria. Nobody had soap. Typhoid is easily treated by antibiotics, which by 1994 were almost entirely unavailable. After the hot summer of 1994 came an unusually cold winter, with temperatures in the mountains plunging to 35 degrees below zero. That was followed by torrential rains the following summer, flooding the rice paddies. This gave the North Korean government a face-saving excuse to admit publicly for the first time that it did indeed have a food shortage. A UN relief team that was permitted to visit in September 1995 was told that the floods had caused $15 billion worth of damage that affected 5.2 million people. That 96,348 homes had been damaged, displacing 500,000 people, and 1.9 million tons of crops had been lost. In the pediatric ward, Dr. Kim noticed that her patients were exhibiting peculiar symptoms. The children she treated, born in the late 1980s and early 1990s, were surprisingly smaller, even smaller than she'd been as the tiniest kid in her elementary school class. Now their upper arms were so skinny she could encircle them with her thumb and forefinger. Their muscle tone was weak. It was a syndrome known as wasting, where the starved body eats away at its own muscle tissue. Children came in for constipation that was so acute they were doubled over in pain, screaming. The problem was with the food. Housewives had started to pick weeds and wild grasses to add to their soups to create the illusion of vegetables. Corn was increasingly the staple again instead of rice, but people were adding leaves, husks, stems, and cobs to make it go further. That was okay for adults, but it couldn't be digested by the tender stomachs of children. In the hospital, the doctors discussed this problem among themselves and gave the mothers what amounted to cooking advice. If you use grass or bark, you have to grind it up very fine, then cook it a very long time so it is soft and easy to eat, Dr. Kim told them. Among older children and adults, there was another strange new affliction. The patients had shiny rashes on their hands, around their collarbones as though they were wearing necklaces, or around their eyes so that it looked like they had glasses. It was sometimes called the eyeglass disease. In fact, it was pellagra, which is caused by a lack of niacin in the diet and often is seen in people who eat only corn. Often children came in with minor colds or coughs or diarrhea, and then suddenly they were dead. The poor diet lowered their resistance. Even if the hospital had antibiotics, their bodies were too weak. The babies were in the worst shape. Their mothers, themselves undernourished, didn't produce enough breast milk. Baby formula was non-existent and milk rare. In the past, mothers who couldn't produce enough breast milk would feed their babies a watered-down congee made from cooked rice. Now most of them couldn't afford the rice either. Then there were children who had no diagnosable symptoms at all, just a vague malaise. They would appear pale or slightly bluish, their skin papery and lacking in elasticity. Sometimes they had swollen bellies, but sometimes nothing at all. "I can't figure out what it is. I just can't get my child to stop crying," the mothers would tell Dr. Kim. She nodded sympathetically because she recognized the condition, but she was at a loss for words. How do you tell a mother her child needs more food when there is nothing more to give? Dr. Kim would write out a slip admitting the child to the hospital, knowing she had no cure for this condition. The hospital didn't have any food either. As she did her rounds, walking through the pediatric ward, the children would follow her with their eyes. Even when her back was turned, she could feel their eyes staring at her white gown, wondering if she could relieve their pain, and soon realizing that she could not. They would look at me with accusing eyes. Even 4-year-olds knew they were dying, and I wasn't doing anything to help them, Dr. Kim told me years later. All I was capable of doing was to cry with their mothers over the bodies afterward. Dr. Kim hadn't been a doctor long enough to have erected the protective wall that would insulate her from the suffering around her. The children's pain was her pain. Years later, when I asked her if she remembered any of the children who had died on her watch, she answered sharply, "I remember all of them." Over the years, the hospital provided less and less. The furnace in the basement went out after it ran out of coal, so the hospital had no heat. When the running water went off, nobody could properly mop the floors. Even during the day, it was so dark in the interior of the building that doctors had to stand by windows to write up their reports. Patients brought their own food, their own blankets. Since bandages were scarce, they would cut up bedding to make them. The hospital was still able to manufacture intravenous fluid, but they didn't have bottles for it. The patients had to bring their own, which were often empty bottles of Chongjin's most popular beer, Rakwan, or Paradise. If they brought in 1 beer bottle, they'd get 1 IV. If they brought in 2 bottles, they would get 2 IVs, Dr. Kim said. It sounds too embarrassing to admit, but that's just the way it is. Eventually, the hospital emptied out. People stopped bringing their sick loved ones. Why bother? Kim Il-sung's death had, in fact, not changed much in the country. Kim Jong-il had gradually been assuming power over the decade preceding his father's death. The economy's inevitable collapse had been set in motion years before, under the weight of its own inefficiencies. But North Korea's great leader picked a convenient time to die, one that would prevent his legacy from being tarnished by the catastrophic events of the coming years. Had he lived a moment longer, North Koreans today would not be able to look back with nostalgia at the relative plenty they had enjoyed during his lifetime. His passing coincided with the last gasps of his communist dream. By 1995, North Korea's economy was as stone-cold dead as the great leader's body. Per capita income was plummeting from $2,460 in 1991 to $719 in 1995. North Korea's merchandise exports dropped from $2 billion to about $800 million. The collapse of the economy had an organic quality to it, as though a living being were slowly shutting down and dying. In Chongjin, the hulking factories along the waterfront looked like a wall of rust, their smokestacks lined up like the bars of a prison. The smokestacks were the most reliable indicators. On most days, only a few spat out smoke from their furnaces. You could count the distinct puffs of smoke, 1, 2, at most 3, and see that the heartbeat of the city was fading. The main gates of the factories were now coiled shut with chains and padlocks, that is, if the locks hadn't been spirited away by the thieves who had already dismantled and removed the machinery. Just north of the industrial district, the waves lapped quietly against the empty piers of the port. The Japanese and Soviet freighters that used to make regular calls to pick up steel plates from the mills were gone. Now there was only North Korea's fleet of rusting fishing vessels. Perched on a cliff above the port, giant letters proclaimed, "Kim Jong-il, son of the 21st century," but even they appeared to be crumbling into the landscape. The red lettering on the propaganda signs along the road hadn't been repainted for years and had faded to a dull pink. One of the most polluted cities in North Korea, Chongjin now took on a new beauty, stark and quiet. In autumn and winter, the dry seasons in Northeast Asia, the sky was crisp and blue. The sharp odor of sulfur from the steelworks had lifted, allowing people once more to smell the sea. In summer, hollyhocks crept up the sides of concrete walls. Even the garbage was gone. Not that North Korea ever had much litter. There was never enough of anything to go to waste, but with economic life at a standstill, the detritus of civilization was disappearing. There were no plastic bags or candy wrappers wafting in the breeze, no soda cans floating in the harbor. If somebody stamped out a cigarette on the pavement, somebody else would pick it up to extract a few flecks of tobacco to roll again with newspaper.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
Chapter 8. The Accordion and the Blackboard. Kim Il-sung's death caused Mi-ran's final exam in music to be postponed, so she was not able to graduate until the fall of 1994. It was an inauspicious time to be launching a teaching career, or anything else for that matter. Mi-ran was eager to move back home with her parents, as food distribution in Chongjin had stopped entirely. She requested a teaching assignment close to home, and was fortunate to be sent to a kindergarten near the Singirong mines, where her father had worked. The mines were carved into hills the color of milky coffee 2 miles north of Gyeongsong on the main road to Chongjin. Mi-ran's parents were relieved to have her back home, where they could make sure she ate properly. It was common in Korea for unmarried adults, especially girls, to live with their parents. She could help around the house and keep her father company, since he hardly went to work these days. The 2 rooms of their harmonica house felt empty now that her 2 older sisters had married and her brother was in teacher's college. The kindergarten was about a 45-minute walk from home and looked almost identical to the one in Chongjin where she had apprenticed. It was housed in a single-story concrete building that might have looked grim if not for the iron fence with colorfully painted sunflowers that encircled it and formed an archway over the entrance with the slogan, "We are happy." In the courtyard out front were a few old pieces of playground equipment, a swing set with broken wooden seats, a slide, and monkey bars. The classrooms were standard issue with matching father and son portraits of Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il presiding over the blackboard. The squat double desks were made of worn wooden planks on metal frames. On one side of the room under the windows were folded stacks of mats to be used at nap time. The other side had a large bookcase with only a few books, now barely legible because they'd been photocopied long ago from the originals and were now in varying shades of gray. Books and paper were always scarce, and ambitious mothers had to hand-copy textbooks if they wanted their children to study at home. The difference between the schools was evident in the pupils themselves. The village children were visibly poorer than their city counterparts. Kindergartners did not yet wear uniforms, so they came to school in a motley assortment of hand-me-downs, often swathed in many layers since there was little heating in the school. Mi-ran was surprised by how ragged the children looked, As she helped them off with their outerwear, she peeled layer after layer until the tiny body inside was revealed. When she held their hands in her own, their baby fingers squeezed into fists as tiny as walnuts. These children, 5- and 6-year-olds, looked to her no bigger than 3- and 4-year-olds. In Chongjin, her pupils had been the children of factory workers and bureaucrats. These were the children of miners. Miran realized that for all the problems with the food supply in the city, it was even worse for the miners. In the past, miners got extra rations, 900 grams daily as opposed to the 700 grams for the average worker, to reward them for their hard physical labor. Now that both the kaolin and coal mines around Sing-i-rong were closed most of the year, food rations for the miners had been cut. Miran wondered if some of the children were coming to school mainly for the free lunch the cafeteria served, a thin soup made of salt and dry leaves like she'd had in the college dorm. Still, Miran approached her new job with enthusiasm. To be a teacher, a member of the educated and respectable class, was a big step up for the daughter of a miner, not to mention one from a family from the lowest rungs of society. She couldn't wait to get up in the morning and put on the crisp white blouse that she kept pressed under her bed mat at night. The school day started at 8 a.m. Miran put on her perkiest smile to greet the children as they filed into the classroom. As soon as she got them into their assigned seats, she brought out her accordion. All teachers were required to play the accordion. It had been her final test before graduation. It was often called the people's instrument, since it was portable enough to carry along on a march to a construction site or for a day of voluntary hard labor in the fields. Nothing like a rousing march played on accordion to motivate workers in the field or on the construction site. In the classroom, teachers often sang, "We have nothing to envy in the world," which had a sing-songy tune as familiar to North Korean children as "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star." Miran had sung it as a schoolgirl and knew the words by heart. "Our Father, we have nothing to envy in the world. Our house is within the embrace of the Workers' Party. We are all brothers and sisters. Even if a sea of fire comes toward us, sweet children do not need to be afraid. Our Father is here. We have nothing to envy in this world." Miran wasn't blessed with her sister Mi-hee's musical talent. As smitten as Jun-sang was with her, he would wince whenever she sang. Her little students were less fussy. Their faces tilted up at her bright with animation when she sang. They adored her and responded to her enthusiasm in kind. Miran always regretted that her brother was so close to her in age, that he was a rival rather than a little brother she could instruct and boss around. She loved her job. As far as the content of what she was teaching, she didn't pause to contemplate whether it was right or wrong. She didn't know education could be any different. In his 1977 Theses on Socialist Education, Kim Il-sung wrote, "Only on the basis of sound political and ideological education will the people's scientific and technological education and physical culture be successful." Since Miran's pupils could not yet read from the great leader's copious works, his name was affixed to more than a dozen books, Kim Jong-il's to another dozen, she would read excerpts aloud. The children were encouraged to repeat key phrases after her in unison. A cute little girl or boy reciting the sayings of Kim Il-sung in a childish, high-pitched voice would always inspire a chuckle and a broad smile from the adults. After the ideological training, the lessons moved on to more familiar subjects, but the great leader was never far from the children's minds. Whether they were studying math, science, reading, music, or art, the children were taught to revere the leadership and hate the enemy. For example, a first-grade math book contained the following questions. 8 boys and 9 girls are singing anthems in praise of Kim Il-sung. How many children are singing in total? A girl is acting as a messenger to our patriotic troops during the war against the Japanese occupation. She carries messages in a basket containing 5 apples, but is stopped by a Japanese soldier at a checkpoint. He steals 2 of her apples. How many are left? 3 soldiers from the Korean People's Army killed 30 American soldiers. How many American soldiers were killed by each of them if they all killed an equal number of enemy soldiers? A first-grade reading primer published in 2003 included the following poem entitled, "Where Are We Going?" Where have we gone? We have gone to the forest. Where are we going? We are going over the hills. What are we going to do? We are going to kill the Japanese soldiers. One of the songs taught in music class was "Shoot the Yankee Bastards." Our enemies are the American bastards who are trying to take over our beautiful fatherland. With guns that I make with my own hands, I will shoot them. Bang, bang, bang. Reading primers told stories of children who were beaten, bayoneted, burned, splashed with acid, or thrown into wells by villains who were invariably Christian missionaries, Japanese bastards, or American imperialist bastards. In a popular reader, a young boy was kicked to death by GIs when he refused to shine their shoes. American soldiers were drawn with beakish noses like the Jews in the anti-Semitic cartoons of Nazi Germany. Miran had heard a lot about U.S. atrocities during the Korean War, but she wasn't sure what to believe. Her own mother remembered the American GIs who drove through her town as tall and handsome. "We used to run after them," her mother recalled. "Run after them? You didn't run away?" "No, they gave us chewing gum," her mother had told her. "You mean they didn't try to kill you?" Miran was incredulous when she heard her mother's story. For history class, the children went on an excursion. All of the larger elementary schools had one room set aside for the purpose of teaching about the great leader, called the Kim Il-sung Research Institute. The children from the mining kindergarten walked to Kyungsung's main elementary school to visit this special room, which was housed in a new wing and was clean, bright, and better heated than the rest of the school. The Workers' Party conducted periodic spot checks to make sure the school janitors were keeping the place immaculate. The room was like a shrine. Even the kindergartners knew they were not permitted to giggle, push, or whisper when in the special Kim Il-sung room. They took off their shoes and lined up quietly. They approached the portrait of Kim Il-sung, bowed deeply 3 times, and said, "Thank you, Father." The centerpiece of the room was a model of Kim Il-sung's birthplace in Mangyongdae, a village on the outskirts of Pyongyang, in a glass-topped case. The children peered through the glass at a miniature thatched-roof cottage and learned that this was where the great leader was born, in humble circumstances, and that he hailed from a family of patriots and revolutionaries. The children were told how he shouted anti-Japanese slogans during the March 1 movement, a 1919 uprising against the occupation. No matter that Kim Il-sung was only 7 years old at the time, and how he used to scold wealthy landlords, having been a communist in spirit at an early age. They heard how he left home as a 13-year-old to liberate his nation. Oil paintings lining the walls of the room depicted Kim Il-sung's exploits in the anti-Japanese struggle. From the North Korean perspective, he almost single-handedly defeated the Japanese. The official history omitted his time spent in the Soviet Union and Stalin's role in installing him into the North Korean leadership. If anything, Kim Il-sung appeared greater in death even than life. Pyongyang ordered that the calendars be changed. Instead of marking time from the birth and death of Christ, the modern era for North Koreans would now begin in 1912 with the birth of Kim Il-sung, so that the year 1996 would now be known as Juche 84. Kim Il-sung was later named Eternal President, ruling the country in spirit from the confines of his climate-controlled mausoleum beneath the Tower of Eternal Life. Kim Jong-il assumed the titles of General Secretary of the Workers' Party and Chairman of the National Defense Commission, the latter being the highest office in the nation. Although there was no doubt that Kim Jong-il was the head of state, his deferral of the presidential title to his father demonstrated his filial loyalty while allowing him to wield power in the name of a father who was genuinely revered and far more popular than himself. Prior to 1996, he banned statues of himself, discouraged portraits, and avoided public appearances, but after his father's death he began to assume a higher profile. That year, the Ministry of Education issued orders for schools around the country to set up Kim Jong-il research institutes. They would be just like the special rooms for his father, except in place of the humble village of Mangyongdae, the room would have a model of Mount Paektu, the volcanic mountain straddling the Chinese-North Korean border, where the younger Kim's birth was claimed to have been heralded by a double rainbow. Mount Paektu was a good choice. Koreans have long revered it as the birthplace of the mythological figure Tangun, the son of a god and a she-bear who was said to have established the first Korean kingdom in 2033 BC. No matter that Soviet records showed Kim Jong-il was actually born near Khabarovsk in the Russian Far East, while his father was fighting with the Red Army. Reinventing history and erecting myths was easy enough in North Korea. Much more difficult in 1996 was actually putting up a building. The Kim Jong-il room had to be of comparable quality with his father's room, but with the factories out of commission, bricks, cement, glass, and even lumber were in scarce supply. The material most difficult to procure was glass for the windows, as the glass factory in Chongjin had closed. These days, when windows broke, they were covered with boards or plastic. The only place that still manufactured glass was a factory in Nampo, a yellow seaport, but schools had no money to purchase the glass. The school in Gyeongsong devised a plan. Students and teachers would collect some of the area's famous pottery, produced from the kaolin of the mines, and take it to Nampo, which was home to famous salt flats. The group would trade their pottery for salt, sell the salt at a profit, and use the proceeds to pay for the glass. It was a rather convoluted plan, but nobody had a better idea. They had been instructed to build the Kim Jong-il room with their own resources as part of a nationwide campaign. The principal was asking teachers and parents to join the trip. As Miran was known to be energetic and resourceful, and most of all trustworthy, she was asked to go to Nampo. Miran started plotting the minute she heard about the trip. She furtively consulted a map of the railroad lines. As she suspected, Nampo was on the other side of the Korean peninsula to the southwest of Pyongyang. Whichever train they took would have to go through Pyongyang and would most likely stop at the big terminus on the outskirts where the universities were concentrated. She would be within a few miles of Junsong's campus. Since Kim Il-sung's death, it had become harder than ever for them to stay in touch. They had long passed the awkward stage in which being together brought about as much discomfort as pleasure. Now they were relaxed in each other's company and enjoyed the simple friendship. But lately the letters that once took weeks to arrive now took months or would not arrive at all. People suspected that railroad employees burned mail to keep warm during the bitingly cold winter. The intervals between Jung-sang's visits home also grew longer. Mi-ran hated being the one stuck at home waiting, hoping for a knock on the door, a surprise visit, even a letter, any sign that he was thinking of her. She wasn't a passive person by nature and would have liked to take the initiative herself to visit him, but travel permits to Pyongyang were notoriously hard to get. In order to keep Pyongyang as a showcase city, the North Korean government restricted visitors. Mi-ran knew of a family in her neighborhood who had been forced to move from Pyongyang because one of the sons suffered from dwarfism. Ordinary people from the countryside would visit Pyongyang only on a group trip with their work unit or their school. Mi-ran had been to her nation's capital only once before, on a field trip. She would have no chance of getting a permit on her own. But who would stop her from hopping out at the train station? There were 5 of them traveling together, 2 parents, the principal, another teacher, and Mi-ran. The trip to Nampo took 3 days because of the poor track conditions. As the train stopped and started, jostling over the rails, Mi-ran stared out the window, lost in thought, trying to figure out how to make her break from the group. It didn't take long for her traveling companions to wonder why the young teacher, usually the most vivacious of the bunch, was incommunicative and withdrawn. "Oh, you know, family problems," she told them. The fib gave her an idea, and one lie gave birth to another. On the return trip, she would get off the train near Pyongyang to meet a relative at the station. She would catch the next train back to Chongjin on her own. They shouldn't question her too closely, as this was an urgent, personal matter. Mi-ran's traveling companions nodded knowingly, averting their eyes with embarrassment as she got off the train. They assumed that she was stopping in Pyongyang to beg money from a wealthier relative. They could relate. Everybody in Chongjin was broke, especially the teachers. They hadn't been paid in over a year. As the train disappeared down the tracks, carrying her colleagues back to Chongjin, Mi-ran stood frozen on the platform. It was a cavernous station, barely illuminated, the exhaust from the train engines blotting out what little light seeped through the roof. Mi-ran had never traveled alone before. She had almost no money and no proper documentation. The travel papers she carried stated very clearly that she was allowed only transit through Pyongyang. She looked at the crowd of passengers that had disembarked from the train, being funneled into a line that led to a single exit, flanked by police. It was much stricter than the control system in Chongjin. She hadn't thought through this part of the plan at all. If she were caught trying to sneak out with the wrong papers, she would most certainly be arrested. She could be sent to a labor camp. At best, she would lose her teaching job, yet another black mark for a family already plagued by their low-class rank. Mi-ran walked slowly down the platform, trying to find another exit through the haze. She turned and noticed that a man in uniform was watching her. She kept walking and then glanced back again. He was still watching. Then she realized that he was following her. Not until the man came close enough to speak to her did she understand that he'd been staring because he found her attractive. Nor did she realize that his uniform was that of a railroad mechanic, not the police. The man was about her own age and had a kind, trusting face. She explained her predicament, more or less, just omitting the part about the boyfriend. "My older brother lives near the station," she blurted out, genuine in her distress, although lying. "I wanted to visit him, but I forgot my papers. Is the control here very strict?" The railroad mechanic fell for the damsel in distress act. He escorted her past crates of cargo to a freight exit that was unguarded. Then he asked if he might see her again. She scribbled down a fake name and address. She felt guilty. In just one day she'd committed a lifetime's worth of duplicity. At the front gate of the university, the student guarding the entrance eyed Miran suspiciously. He then went off to look for Jun-sung. He directed her to sit down in the guardhouse, which she did reluctantly. She tried to compose herself, even as she felt curious eyes on her from the university's courtyard beyond the gate. She didn't want to look as if she was primping, so she stifled the impulse to smooth her hair or to resettle her blouse, which was sticking to her skin in the heat. It was late summer, and the day was still hot, even though the sun had just dropped behind the row of university buildings. She watched the young men crisscrossing through the shadows on their way to dinner. The Science Academy was nominally coeducational, but the female students lived at another end of campus and were sufficiently few in number to be a novelty. One of the students poked his head into the guardhouse and started ribbing her. "So, is he really your brother? Not your boyfriend?" It was almost dark by the time she spied Jun-sung emerging from the courtyard. He was pushing a bicycle and was dressed in a t-shirt and gym pants. He clearly was not expecting a visitor. A security light in the courtyard behind him had been switched on, obscuring the expression on his face. All Miran could see as he approached were the contours of his cheekbones pushing out into a startled grin that she saw stretched across his face when he turned toward her. He kept his hands on the handlebars. It was out of the question to hug her, but she had no doubt that he was thrilled to see her. He laughed. "No, no, no, it can't be." She stifled her own smile. "I just happened to be in the neighborhood." Miran and Jun-sung walked off campus with the same measured gait they used to demonstrate their nonchalance when they went out back home. Behind them, Miran heard a few of the male students whistling and making catcalls, but she and Jun-sung didn't flinch or look back. It was better to act cool. Gossip about them that started at the university could eventually filter back to Jun-sung's parents, perhaps even to Miran's. He wheeled the bicycle so that it formed a barrier between them, but once they were out of sight, Miran hopped on the luggage rack, sitting sideways for modesty's sake, as Jun-sung pedaled. Only her bare upper arm grazed Jun-sung's back as they rode into the dark. It was as much physical intimacy as had ever passed between them. Jun-sung marveled at her audacity. His relatives hadn't even managed to get a travel permit to visit him in Pyongyang. When the student had come to tell him an hour earlier that his younger sister was waiting for him at the front gate, he assumed it was a mistake. He had never dared to imagine, not in his wildest fantasies, that Miran would come. Jun-sung was always trying to figure out what exactly it was about her that kept him so hooked, and now he remembered she was full of surprises. On the one hand, she seemed so girlish, so naive, so much less capable than he, but on the other hand, she had the nerve to pull off a stunt like this. He reminded himself that he should never underestimate her. He was surprised again that evening when, sitting together on a bench under a tree with drooping branches, she did not protest when he put his arm around her shoulders. The night carried the first hint of autumn's chill, and he offered his arm for warmth. He was sure she would brush him away, but they sat there, comfortably nestled together. The night passed quickly that way. They talked until the conversation would without warning run out, and then they would walk some more until their legs grew tired and they looked for another place to sit. Even in Pyongyang, street lamps by now weren't working, and no ambient light leaked from the buildings. Just like at home, they could hide in the darkness. Once the eyes adjusted, you could discern the outline of the person immediately next to you, but everybody else was invisible, their presence marked only by the shuffling of footsteps and the babble of other conversations. Miran and Junsang were wrapped in a cocoon, with life streaming by them, never intruding. After midnight, Miran's exhaustion began to show. She hadn't slept much during the journey. Junsang reached into his pocket to see if he had enough money from his allowance to pay for a room in the hotel next to the railroad station. With a small gratuity, he assured her, the proprietor would overlook her lack of travel papers so that she could have a decent night's sleep before heading home. He had no other intentions. In all innocence, it hadn't occurred to him that a hotel room could be used for anything else. No, I must go home," she protested. She had already violated enough rules and customs, and was not about to break the taboo against a young woman sleeping in a hotel. They walked together to the railroad station, the bicycle again between them. Although it was well past midnight, it was lively around the station. People had acquired the habit of waiting all night for trains, since they didn't run on fixed schedules anymore. Near the station, a woman had set up a small wood-burning stove, on which she stirred a big cauldron of doenjang jjigae, a spicy soybean soup. They ate side by side on a low wooden plank. Miran accepted Junsang's gift of some biscuits and a bottle of water for the journey. By the time the train left, it was 5 a.m., and she quickly fell asleep in the first light of morning. Miran's elation after the trip soon evaporated. As the adrenaline rush of the adventure left her, she felt drained and uneasy. The difficulty of getting to and from Pyongyang underscored the hopelessness of the romance. She didn't know when she would see Junsang again. He was ensconced in university life while she lived with her family back home. How was it that in a country as small as North Korea, Pyongyang could feel as far away as the moon? She was also nagged by some of what she'd seen on her journey. It had been the first time in years that she'd traveled outside Chongjin, and even in her distracted state, she couldn't help noticing how shabby everything looked along the way. She saw children barely older than her own pupils dressed in rags, begging food at the train stations. Their last night in Nampo, after buying the glass, she and her companions were sleeping outside the train station, since they didn't have money for a hotel and the weather was mild. In front of the station there was a small park, really more like a traffic rotary, with a tree in the center and a grassy lawn on which people had spread out cardboard boxes and vinyl mats to sleep. Miran had dropped into a fitful sleep, turning this way and that, trying to get comfortable, when she saw that a group of people had stood up. They were talking quietly among themselves and pointing to one of the people near them, curled up under the tree, soundly asleep. Except he wasn't. He was dead. After a while, a wooden ox cart pulled up. The people who were standing around grabbed the body by the arms and ankles and hoisted it up. Just before the body dropped with a thud onto the wooden planks, Miran caught a glimpse of it. The dead man looked young, maybe even a teenager, judging from the smooth skin around his chin. His shirt fell open as the legs were lifted, revealing the bare skin of his chest. The ridges of his ribs glowed luminescently out of the darkness. He was emaciated, skinnier than any human being she'd ever seen, But then again, she'd never seen a dead body before. She shuddered and drifted back off to sleep. Afterward, she wondered what had happened to the man. Could he have died of hunger? Despite the fact that nobody had quite enough food these days, and even the government had acknowledged a food crisis after the floods of the previous summer, Miran had never heard of anybody starving to death in North Korea. That happened in Africa or in China. Indeed, the older people talked of all the Chinese who died during the 1950s and 1960s because of Mao's disastrous economic policies. "We're so lucky to have Kim Il-sung," they would say. Miran regretted that she hadn't asked Jun-sung what was going on. She hadn't mentioned it because she didn't want to ruin their few hours together. But now, back at home, she started noticing things she hadn't before. She had remarked when she first came to the kindergarten on the small size of her pupils. Now they looked like they were growing younger, time turning backward, like a movie reel run in reverse. Each child was supposed to bring from home a bundle of firewood for the furnace in the school basement, but many had trouble carrying it. Their big heads lolled on top of scrawny necks. Their delicate rib cages protruded over waists so small that she could encircle them with her hands. Some of them were starting to swell in the stomach. It was all becoming clear to her. Miran remembered seeing a photograph of a famine victim in Somalia with a protruding stomach. Although she didn't know the medical terminology, she remembered from her teacher's college course on nutrition that it was caused by severe protein deficiency. Miran also noticed that the children's black hair was getting lighter, more copper-toned. The school cafeteria had closed for lack of food. The students were instructed to bring a lunchbox from home, but many came empty-handed. When it was only one or two who didn't have lunch, Miran would take one spoon each from those with to give to those without. But soon the parents who sent lunch came in to complain. "We don't have enough at home to share," pleaded one mother. Miran heard a rumor that the school might get some biscuits and powdered milk from a foreign humanitarian aid agency. A delegation was visiting another school in the area, and the children with the best clothing were brought out, the road leading to the school repaired, the building and courtyard swept immaculately clean. But no foreign aid arrived. Instead, the teachers were given a small plot of land nearby on which they were ordered to grow corn. The corn was later scraped off the cob and boiled until it puffed up like popcorn. It was a snack to ease the children's hunger pangs, but it didn't provide enough calories to make a difference. The teachers weren't supposed to play favorites, but Miran definitely had one. The girl was named Ye-rung, shining benevolence, and even at the age of 6 she was the class beauty. She had the longest eyelashes Miran had ever seen on a child, and they surrounded bright round eyes. In the beginning she was a lively, attentive student, one of the ones who delighted Miran by the way she stared adoringly at her teacher as though trying to capture every word. Now she was lethargic and sometimes fell asleep in class. "Wake up! Wake up!" Miran called out to her one day when she saw the girl slumped over her desk, her head turned so that her cheek pressed against the wooden desk. Miran cupped her hands under the girl's chin and held up her face. Her eyes had narrowed to slits sunken beneath swollen lids. She was unfocused. The hair spilling out around Miran's hands was brittle and unpleasant to the touch. A few days later, the girl stopped coming to school. Since Miran knew her family from the neighborhood, she thought she should stop by the home to ask after her, but somehow she held back. What was the point? She knew exactly what was wrong with Ye-rung. She had no way of fixing it. Too many others in her class were in the same situation. They'd flop over their desks during lessons. At recess, when others went scampering out to the monkey bars and swings, they stayed put, either sleeping at their desks or stretched out on the nap-time mats. Always the same progression. First, the family wouldn't be able to send the quota of firewood. Then the lunch bag would disappear. Then the child would stop participating in class and would sleep through recess. Then, without explanation, the child would stop coming to school. Over 3 years, enrollment in the kindergarten dropped from 50 students to 15. What happened to those children? Miran didn't pry too deeply for fear of the answer she didn't want to hear. The next time Miran saw Junsang, it was winter. It was his turn to surprise her. He had come home from school early for vacation. Rather than dropping by her house and risking an encounter with her parents, he came to the kindergarten. School had let out for the day, but she was still there, cleaning the classroom. The classroom had no adult chairs, so Miran folded herself into the little chair behind the wooden desk where her favorite pupil was so easily able to wedge her tiny body. She told Junsang what was happening to her students. He tried to reassure her. "What can you do?" he said. "Even a king couldn't help these people. Don't take it all on your shoulders." The conversation was awkward as they talked around the embarrassing truth. Neither was suffering for lack of food. What Junsang's father couldn't grow in his vegetable patch next to the house, they bought on the black market with their stash of Japanese yen. Oddly enough, Miran was eating better than she had in years, a result of having left the college dormitory for her parents' home. In the midst of the economic crisis, somehow the family's poor class standing didn't matter so much. Miran's gorgeous eldest sister had married surprisingly well, her good looks trumping the troubled family background. Her husband was in the military and used his connections to help the rest of the family. Miran's mother continued to find new ways to make money. After the electricity went out, she couldn't operate the freezer she used for her soy milk ice cream, but she started a few other businesses, raising pigs, making tofu, grinding corn. A decade later, when Miran was a mother herself, trying to lose her post-pregnancy weight through aerobics, this period of her life weighed like a stone on her conscience. She often felt sick over what she did and didn't do to help her young students. How could she have eaten so well herself when they were starving? It is axiomatic that one death is a tragedy, 1,000 is a statistic. So it was for Miran. What she didn't realize is that her indifference was an acquired survival skill. In order to get through the 1990s alive, one had to suppress any impulse to share food. To avoid going insane, one had to learn to stop caring. In time, Miran would learn how to walk around a dead body on the street without paying much notice. She could pass a 5-year-old on the verge of death without feeling obliged to help. If she wasn't going to share her food with her favorite pupil, she certainly wasn't going to help a perfect stranger. Chapter 9. The Good Die First. It has been said that people reared in communist countries cannot fend for themselves because they expect the government to take care of them. This was not true of many of the victims of the North Korean famine. People did not go passively to their deaths. When the public distribution system was cut off, they were forced to tap their deepest wells of creativity to feed themselves. They devised traps out of buckets and string to catch small animals in the field, draped nets over their balconies to snare sparrows. They educated themselves in the nutritive properties of plants. They reached back into their collective memory of famines past and recalled the survival tricks of their forefathers. They stripped the sweet inner bark of pine trees to grind into a fine powder that could be used in place of flour. They pounded acorns into a gelatinous paste that could be molded into cubes that practically melted in your mouth. North Koreans learned to swallow their pride and hold their noses. They picked kernels of undigested corn out of the excrement of farm animals. Shipyard workers developed a technique by which they scraped the bottoms of the cargo holds where food had been stored, then spread the foul-smelling gunk on the rooftops to dry so that they could collect from it tiny grains of uncooked rice and other edibles. On the beaches, people dug out shellfish from the sand and filled buckets with seaweed. When the authorities in 1995 erected fences along the beach, ostensibly to keep out spies, but more likely to prevent people from catching fish the state companies wanted to control, people went out to the unguarded cliffs over the sea and with long rakes tied together hoisted up seaweed. Nobody told people what to do. The North Korean government didn't want to admit to the extent of the food shortage, so they fended for themselves. Women exchanged recipe tips. When making cornmeal, don't throw out the husk, cob, leaves, and stem of the corn. Throw it all into the grinder. Even if it isn't nutritious, it is filling. Boil noodles for at least an hour to make them appear bigger. Add a few leaves of grass to soup to make it look as if it contains vegetables. Powder pine bark to make cakes. All ingenuity was devoted to the gathering and production of food. You woke up early to find your breakfast, and as soon as it was finished, you thought about what to find for dinner. Lunch was a luxury of the past. You slept during what used to be lunchtime to preserve your calories. Ultimately, it was not enough. After the garment factory closed, Mrs. Sung floundered, wondering what to do with herself. She was still a good communist with a natural dislike of anything that reeked of capitalism. Her beloved Marshal, Kim Il-sung, had warned repeatedly that socialists must guard against the poisonous ideas of capitalism and revisionism. She liked to quote that particular saying. Then again, nobody in the family had gotten paid since the great leader's death, not even her husband with his party membership and prestigious job at the radio station. Chung-bo wasn't even getting the free wine and tobacco that were the customary perks of a journalist. Mrs. Sung knew it was time to put aside her scruples and make money. But how? She was about as unlikely an entrepreneur as one could imagine. She was 50 years old and had no business skills other than the ability to tally numbers on the abacus. When she mulled this predicament with her family, however, they reminded her of her talents in the kitchen. Back in the days when you could get ingredients, Mrs. Sung enjoyed cooking and Chung-bo liked to eat. Her repertoire was naturally limited in that North Koreans had no exposure to foreign cuisines, but their own was surprisingly sophisticated for a country whose name is now synonymous with famine. In fact, many restaurateurs in South Korea come from north of the border. North Korean cooks are creative, using natural ingredients such as pine mushrooms and seaweed. Whatever happens to be fresh and seasonal is mixed with rice, barley, or corn and seasoned with red bean paste or chilies. The signature dish is Pyongyang Ningmyeon, cold buckwheat noodles served in a vinegary broth with myriad regional variations, adding hard-boiled eggs, cucumbers, or pears. If she was busy, Mrs. Sung bought noodles from a shop. If not, she made them from scratch. Using the limited range of ingredients from the public distribution system, she could make tui-gim, batter-fried vegetables that were light and crisp. For her husband's birthday, she turned rice into a sweet glutinous cake called dok. She knew how to make her own corn liquor. Her daughters boasted that her kimchi was the best in the neighborhood. Her family urged her to make her first stab at business in the kitchen, and that the best product would be tofu, a good source of protein in difficult times. Tofu is widely used in Korean cooking, in soups or stews, fried crispy or fermented. Mrs. Sung would use it in place of fish, sautéing it with oil and red pepper. In order to raise the money to buy soybeans, the family started selling their possessions. The first to go was their prized television, the Japanese model they'd gotten thanks to Chang-bo's father's intelligence service during the Korean War. Making tofu is relatively easy, if labor-intensive. Soybeans are ground, then boiled, and a coagulating agent is added. Then, like cheese, it is squeezed through a cloth. Afterward, you are left with a watery milk and the husks of the soybeans. Mrs. Sung thought it might be a good idea to complement her tofu business by raising pigs, which she could feed with the residue from the tofu. Behind their apartment building was a row of sheds used for storage. Mrs. Sung bought a litter of piglets at the market and installed them in one of the sheds, securing the door with a big padlock. For a few months, the business plan was a success. Mrs. Sung converted her tiny kitchen into a tofu factory, boiling big vats of soybeans on the ontol stove in the apartment. Chang-bo tasted her recipes and approved. The piglets grew fatter on the bean husks and soy milk and whatever grass Mrs. Sung could clip for them each morning, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to get wood and coal to fuel the stove. The electricity was working only a few hours a week, and even then its use was restricted to a single 60-watt light bulb, a television, or a radio. Without fuel to cook the soybeans, Mrs. Sung couldn't make tofu. Without the tofu, she had nothing to feed the hungry pigs. It took hours for her to pick enough grass to satisfy them. "Listen, we might as well eat the grass ourselves," she told Chang-bo, mostly in jest. Then she thought about it a bit and added, "If it doesn't poison the pigs, it won't poison us." So they began their grim new regimen, quite a fall from grace for a couple who had fancied themselves gourmets. Mrs. Sung would hike north and west from the city center to where the landscape hadn't yet been paved, carrying a kitchen knife and a basket to collect edible weeds and grass. If you got out to the mountains, you could maybe find dandelion or other weeds so tasty that people ate them even in good times. Occasionally, Mrs. Sung would find rotten cabbage leaves that had been discarded by a farmer. She would take the day's pickings home and mix it with whatever food she had enough money to buy. Usually it was ground cornmeal, the cheap kind made from the husks and cobs. If she couldn't afford that, she would buy a still cheaper powder made out of the ground inner bark of the pine, sometimes extended with a little sawdust. No talent in the kitchen could disguise the god-awful taste. She had to pound away and chop endlessly to get the grasses and the barks into a soft enough pulp to be digestible. They didn't have enough substance to be molded into a recognizable shape like a noodle or cake that might fool a person into thinking he was eating real food. All she could make was a porridge that was flavorless and textureless. The only seasoning she had was salt. A little garlic or red pepper might have disguised the terrible taste of the food, but they were too expensive. Oils were unavailable at any price, and their complete absence made cooking difficult. Once, while visiting her sister's sister-in-law for lunch, Mrs. Sung was served a porridge made out of bean and corn stalks. Hungry as she was, she couldn't swallow it. The stalks were bitter and dry, and stuck in her throat like the twigs of a bird's nest. She gagged, turned beet red, and spat it out. She was mortified. In the year after Kim Il-sung's death, the only animal product she consumed was frog. Her brothers had caught some in the countryside. Mrs. Sung's sister-in-law stir-fried the frogs in soy sauce, chopped them into small pieces, and served them over noodles. Mrs. Sung pronounced it delicious. Frog wasn't typically part of Korean cuisine. Mrs. Sung had never tried it before. Unfortunately, it would be her last opportunity. North Korea's frog population would soon be wiped out by overhunting. By the middle of 1995, Mrs. Sung and her husband had sold most of their valuable possessions for food. After the television went the used Japanese bicycle that was their main means of transportation, and then the sewing machine with which Mrs. Sung had made their clothes. Changbo's watch was gone, as was an oriental painting given to them as a wedding present. They sold most of their clothes, and then the wooden wardrobe in which they stored them. The two-room apartment that had always seemed too small to contain the family and its clutter was now empty, the walls entirely bare except for the portraits of Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il. The only thing left to sell was the apartment itself. This was an odd concept. In North Korea, you don't own your own home. You are merely awarded the right to live there. But an illegal real estate market had cropped up as people quietly swapped homes, paying off bureaucrats to look the other way. Mrs. Sung was introduced to a woman whose husband was one of a number of North Korean workers who had been sent to work in the lumber yards in Russia and who therefore had some disposable income to spend on a better apartment. Mrs. Sung's apartment was in an excellent location in the heart of the city, which was ever more important now that the trolleys weren't working. Mrs. Sung and Changbo had lived there for 20 years and had many friends. It was indeed a tribute to Mrs. Sung's good nature that she had run the Inminban for so many years without making enemies. She and Changbo agreed they didn't need so much space anymore. It was just the two of them and Changbo's mother. The girls were all married. Their son had moved in with his girlfriend, the older woman of whom Mrs. Sung disapproved. It was a disgrace, she thought, but at least it was one less mouth to feed. The apartment fetched 10,000 won, the equivalent of about $3,000. They moved to a single room. Mrs. Sung decided she would use the money for another business venture, trading rice. Rice is the staple of the Korean diet. In fact, the same word, bap, means rice or a meal. After 1995, Chongjin residents could get rice only if they had cash to buy it on the black market. North Hamgyong province was too cold and mountainous for rice paddies. With the exception of a small marshy inlet near Nannam, all the rice consumed in the city had to be transported in by train or truck, which jacked up the price since the road and rail lines were in such bad shape. Mrs. Sung figured she could buy rice down the coast where it was cheaper and carry it up by train. Trading rice, or any staple grain for that matter, was highly illegal. Sales of vegetables and meat were more tolerable to the government. But since everybody was doing it, Mrs. Sung decided it would be okay to join in. She'd make a small profit and keep some rice for herself and Changbo. Her mouth watered at the thought. They hadn't had a proper bowl of rice since 1994. Corn was half the price. Mrs. Sung set out with 10,000 won stashed in her underwear, layers of winter clothing disguising the bulges. She took the train to South Pyongan province and bought 200 kilos of rice. On the morning of November 25th, 1995, she was on her way home, less than a day's journey away, with the sacks of rice stuffed under her seat. Changbo's connections as a journalist had allowed her to get a choice sleeping berth in the third car of the train, the first two being for Workers' Party officials and military officers. It was at times like these that she appreciated the privileges of her rank. The train was long, and each time it rounded a curve, the back cars would come into view just long enough for her to see that the people without connections were all standing. They were packed in so tightly that they appeared to be one dark mass of humanity. Still more people clung to the roof. She had just climbed down from her berth at about 8:30 a.m. and was chatting with the other passengers in her sleeper, a soldier, a young woman, and a grandmother, about the poor condition of the tracks. The train had stopped and started throughout the night and was lurching so violently that they couldn't eat their breakfast. Their words came out in short bursts of staccato, each new jolt punctuating the conversation, until there was one bounce that lifted Mrs. Sung right out of her seat and dumped her rudely on what seemed to be the floor. She was lying on her side, her left cheek pressed against something cold that turned out to be the metal frame of the window. The carriage was on its side. She heard screams from behind. The train was a cage of twisted metal. The crowded back carriages had been almost entirely destroyed and most passengers killed. The elite front cars somehow were spared. The final death toll from the accident, which took place near Shinpo, 150 miles down the coast from Chongjin, was rumored to be about 700, although, like most North Korean disasters, it was not reported. Mrs. Sung emerged from the wreckage with a gash in her cheek, the skin ripped off her leg, and a sprained back. The contents of the sleeper had fallen on top of her, but the fact that it was a closed compartment probably saved her life. She returned to Chongjin 4 days after the accident. She had always thought of herself as a lucky person, for being born under the loving care of Kim Il-sung, for her wonderful family, and now felt especially so for having survived the train wreck. She was so clenched in pain that she had to be carried off the train upon her return to Chongjin, but when she glimpsed her husband and even her son, with whom she hadn't spoken for months, on the platform, she again counted her blessings. Mrs. Sung's injuries proved more debilitating than she had thought. Once the euphoria wore off, she realized that she was badly hurt. She saw a doctor who gave her painkillers and warned her not to get out of bed for 3 months. She ignored the advice. Somebody needed to gather food for the family. In a famine, people don't necessarily starve to death. Often some other ailment gets them first. Chronic malnutrition impairs the body's ability to battle infection, and the hungry become increasingly susceptible to tuberculosis and typhoid. The starved body is too weak to metabolize antibiotics, even if they are available, and normally curable illnesses suddenly become fatal. Wild fluctuations of body chemistry can trigger strokes and heart attacks. People die from eating substitute foods that their bodies can't digest. Starvation can be a sneaky killer that disguises itself under bland statistics of increased child mortality or decreased life expectancy. It leaves behind only circumstantial evidence of excess mortality, statistics that show higher than normal deaths during a certain period. The killer has a natural progression. It goes first for the most vulnerable, children under 5. They come down with a cold and it turns into pneumonia. Diarrhea turns into dysentery. Before the parents even think about getting help, the child is dead. Next, the killer turns to the aged, starting with those over 70, then working its way down the decades to people in their 60s and 50s. These people might have died anyway, but so soon. Then starvation makes its way through people in the prime of their lives. Men, because they have less body fat, usually perish before women. The strong and athletic are especially vulnerable because their metabolisms burn more calories. Yet another gratuitous cruelty. The killer targets the most innocent, the people who would never steal food, lie, cheat, break the law, or betray a friend. It was a phenomenon that the Italian writer Primo Levi identified after emerging from Auschwitz, when he wrote that he and his fellow survivors never wanted to see one another again after the war because they had all done something of which they were ashamed. As Mrs. Sung would observe a decade later, when she thought back on all the people she knew who died during those years in Chongjin, it was the simple and kind-hearted people who did what they were told. They were the first to die. In her own family, Mrs. Sung's mother-in-law was the first to go. Chang Bo's mother had come to live with them shortly after their marriage, in keeping with a tradition that confers on the oldest son responsibility for his parents. It is, of course, the daughter-in-law who carries the burden, so the relationship between a Korean wife and her mother-in-law is often fraught with resentment. Mrs. Sung's mother-in-law had been a merciless critic in the early years of the marriage, especially after the birth of the 3 girls. She mellowed only a little after her grandson was born, but Mrs. Sung took her filial duties seriously and worked hard to please. Spring is always the leanest season in Korea because the autumn harvest is running out and the fields are being tilled for the next crop. This year it was especially hard for Mrs. Sung, who was recuperating from her train accident 6 months earlier. Her mother-in-law was 73 years old, a very ripe old age given North Korean life expectancy, and it would have been easy enough to dismiss her death as her time to go. But Mrs. Sung had no doubt that the tough old lady would have lived many more years if fed properly. Unable to work or hike into the mountains, she threw whatever weeds and grass she could find near her home into the soup. Her mother-in-law turned into a brittle sack of bones, with the telltale signs of pellagra around her eyes. In May 1996, she took ill with violent stomach cramps and dysentery. She was dead in a few days. Mrs. Sung had failed in the worst possible way a Korean woman could fail her family. Her despair at the death of her mother-in-law was heightened by the propaganda campaign that autumn that urged all citizens to work harder through the hard times. Posters showed a man with a bullhorn exhorting people to charge forward into the new century in the spirit of victory in the arduous march, followed by a helmeted soldier, a miner with a pickaxe, an intellectual wearing eyeglasses and carrying a blueprint, a farmer with a kerchief, and a general carrying a red flag. Even Kim Jong-il was reported by the official news service to be eating simple meals made of potatoes. Now that it was just the 2 of them, Mrs. Sung and Chang Bo decided to move again to an even smaller place. This one was little more than a shack, its floor bare concrete and its walls crumbling plaster so fragile that Mrs. Sung couldn't even hang the obligatory father and son portraits. She wrapped them carefully and left them in a corner. They had few possessions left. She had sold all of Chang Bo's books, except for the works by Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il, which one was not permitted to sell. She had sold her beloved kimchi urns. All they needed now were 2 pairs of chopsticks, 2 spoons, a few bowls, and pans. Chang Bo had quit the provincial radio station and took a new job with a broadcasting operation run by the railroad. The railroad had no money to pay him, just a promise that he would have a higher priority for the next distribution of food. But the food never arrived. After a few months, Mrs. Sung and her husband had run through all the money they'd made selling the last apartment. Their oldest daughter, Ok, would occasionally sneak a sack of corn from her own home, but she had to be careful not to be caught by her ill-tempered husband, who would beat her for stealing food. His family had money, but didn't care to share with the in-laws. Mrs. Sung still couldn't hike into the mountains, so she got up ever earlier, at 6 a.m., then 5, in the hope of getting the overnight growth of sprouted weeds, which might be more tender and easier to digest. She would cook her weeds and bark until they were soft, adding salt to make a porridge, and then mixing in a few spoons of cornmeal. Mrs. Sung didn't feel hungry so much as depleted. After she finished eating, the spoon would drop from her hand with a clang into the metal dish. She would collapse into a heap on the floor without bothering to change clothes, falling into a deep sleep until somehow her instinct for survival told her that although it was still dark, she had to resume the search for food. She had lost her will to do anything else. She stopped combing the curly hair of which she used to be so proud. She didn't bother washing her clothes. Her weight dropped so much she couldn't get the single pair of trousers she owned to stay up over her hips. She had the sensation that she was already dead, floating above the empty receptacle of what once had been her body. It was Chung Bo, though, whose health suffered the most. He had been an uncommonly large North Korean, weighing nearly 200 pounds in his prime. He was so heavy that his doctor, some years back, advised him to take up smoking as a way to lose weight. Now the protuberant belly of which he had been so proud, fat being something of a status symbol in North Korea, had turned into a hollow pouch. His skin became flaky, as though he was suffering from a bad case of eczema. His jowls sagged, and his speech slurred. Mrs. Sung took him to a doctor at the Railroad Management Bureau Hospital, who diagnosed a mild stroke. After that episode, Chung Bo found it difficult to work. He couldn't focus. He complained of blurry eyesight. He couldn't lift the fountain pen he used for writing. Chung Bo took to his bed, or rather to the quilts on the floor. That was all they had left. His legs swelled up like balloons with what Mrs. Sung had come to recognize as edema, fluid retention brought on by starvation. He talked incessantly about food. He spoke of the tofu soups his mother made him as a child, and an unusually delicious meal of steamed crab with ginger that Mrs. Sung had cooked for him when they were newlyweds. He had an uncanny ability to remember details of dishes she had cooked decades earlier. He was sweetly sentimental, even romantic, when he spoke about their meals together. He would take her hand in his own, his eyes wet and cloudy with the mist of his memories. "Come, darling, let's go to a good restaurant and order a nice bottle of rice wine," he told his wife one morning when they were stirring on the blankets. They hadn't eaten in 3 days. Mrs. Sung looked at her husband with alarm, worried that he was hallucinating. She ran out the door to the market, moving fast and forgetting all about the pain in her back. She was determined to steal, beg, whatever it took, to get some food for her husband. She spotted her older sister selling noodles. Her sister wasn't faring well. Her skin was flaked just like Chung Bo's from malnutrition, so Mrs. Sung had resisted asking her for help, but now she was desperate, and of course her sister couldn't refuse. "I'll pay you back," Mrs. Sung promised as she ran back home, the adrenaline pumping her legs. Chung Bo was curled up on his side under the blanket. Mrs. Sung called his name. When he didn't respond, she went to turn him over. It wasn't difficult now that he had lost so much weight, but his legs and arms were stiff and got in the way. Mrs. Sung pounded and pounded on his chest, screaming for help, even as she knew it was too late.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
After Chung Bo's death, their son, Nam Ok, came to live with Mrs. Sung. They had been estranged ever since he'd taken up with his older girlfriend. In truth, Mrs. Sung's relationship with her only son had been uneasy since he was a teenager. It was not that he was outwardly rebellious. It was that she had a hard time breaking through his silence. Now, in the face of so much tragedy, the fact that he was living out of wedlock with an older woman seemed trivial, and the truth of the matter was that they needed each other. Mrs. Sung was alone. Nam Ok's girlfriend's family was even worse off than his own, and they had nothing at all to eat in the house. Nam Ok had spent his entire youth training to be a boxer, but conditions were so bad at the athletic school that he came home one winter with his ear damaged from frostbite. He returned to Chongjin and got a job at the railroad station through family connections that dated to the Korean War, when Mrs. Sung's father